What if the gods you worshipped were nothing more than cosmic misfits, birthed from chaos and tragedy, their very existence a twisted joke? Picture this: Zeus, not the benevolent thunderer, but an ADHD teenager throwing lightning bolts from the roof of Olympus like a modern-day frat boy armed with sparklers, his divine attributes fueled by adolescent angst. Who's manning the cosmic wheel? That's right, Hades with an existential crisis, moonlighting as the reluctant custodian of the underworld, while Poseidon drowns his sorrows in a tidal wave of self-pity, ruling over the oceans like a washed-up rock star clinging to a fading career. Every pantheon has its skeletons, and Olympus is a graveyard of secrets, each got a caricature of human folly. Why did these celestial beings rise from the ashes of primordial chaos? Because their creators, the Titans, were a bickering bunch. Think of them as an ancient reality show gone horribly wrong. Imagine Cronus, the patriarch, devouring his offspring like a binge-eating champion, terrified that his children would dethrone him. But guess what? One baby survived, the ultimate plot twist. Rhea, his cunning wife, wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes and slipped it past him like a magician pulling off the greatest heist in history. Now, consider this: what if these deities weren't here to guide humanity, but to screw with it? Aphrodite, the goddess of love, crafting chaos like a dating app gone rogue, swiping left on fidelity, right on betrayal. A love story? Hardly. It's a cosmic comedy of errors, where every romantic entanglement leads to despair. You thought your breakup was messy? Try being a mortal in the wake of her whims. Behind every myth lies a twisted truth, like the time Athena sprung fully formed from Zeus's skull, a scene that would earn a standing ovation in any horror flick. What drove Zeus to such madness? Was it a migraine or a desperate attempt to escape the chaos of parenthood? The gods don't just sit atop Mount Olympus, sipping ambrosia and casting judgments. They manipulate, betray, and laugh as mortals stumble through their petty dramas. But here's the kicker: the Titans, thought to be defeated, linger like shadows, waiting for their moment to pounce. What if the very foundation of Olympus is more fragile than a soap bubble in a field of thorns? What if the gods' reign is a ticking time bomb? Picture the universe holding its breath, as rivalries simmer and divine alliances hang by a thread. The truth is buried under layers of myth, laughter, and regret, and it's time to sift through the rubble. Every pulse quickens with the weight of knowledge, an electric charge in the air, a whisper of treachery lingering like incense in an ancient temple. This isn't just history, it's a high-stakes game where the gods gamble with fate, and you hold the dice. The origin of the Olympian gods isn't merely a tale, it's a revelation. A riddle wrapped in mythology, waiting for someone bold enough to crack the code. Are you that intrepid seeker? Or will you remain shackled to ignorance, as the gods revel in their chaos? The choice is yours, but beware, as you peer into the abyss, it just might stare back. The air is thick with unease, a lingering tension that vibrates through the very bones of the earth. It's the kind of moment that makes your heart race, like that fleeting second before a storm breaks loose. A massive chasm yawns before me, its edges jagged like broken teeth, and I stand on the precipice, teetering between the familiar comfort of Gaia and the suffocating darkness of Tartarus. It's a place where nightmares are born, where shadows coil and writhe, where hope trembles and gasps for breath. I can feel the weight of chaos hovering, a relentless spectre, whispering sweet nothings of despair into the aching void. I remember Gaia's warm embrace, the soft rustle of leaves, the gentle sigh of mountains rising to meet the sky. But here, in this pit, the silence is deafening, a silence that slices through me like an icy blade. It screams, it taunts, it calls forth memories better left forgotten. Pain lingers like a ghost in this desolate place, a reminder of the battles I've fought within and the wars that rage outside. I grip the edge, knuckles white, as the shadows gather, swirling with a malevolence that grips my throat. And then there's her, the fierce embodiment of life itself, Gaia. I watch her from afar, her face etched with resolve, yet I see the cracks. The weight of the earth bears down on her, and it's crushing. I see it in her weary eyes, filled with a fire that flickers like a dying flame. She is both nurturing and fierce, but even the most resilient trees can be splintered. What do they want from us? She cries, a question that hangs heavy in the air, a lament as ancient as time. Chaos answers not with words but with an eerie laughter, a sound that reverberates through the depths of Tartarus, echoing back into the realm of the living. It curls around me, wrapping me in a cocoon of dread. Chaos is a trickster, a shapeshifter, always on the cusp of something sinister. It dances in the shadows like a marionette on strings, pulling at the threads of our reality. My heart races as I think of what it has done, what it could do. I remember the stories whispered around fires, tales of deities who wielded the cosmos like a painter with a brush. But the brush strokes have blurred, the images are no longer beautiful. Instead, they morph into grotesque shapes, each one a reminder of the fragility of existence. Gaia's essence, once a radiant beacon, now feels like a flickering candle in a storm. And then there's Tartarus, a place where time loses its meaning, where memories pulse like a heartbeat, and despair becomes a familiar companion. In its depths, the lost souls writhe, a cacophony of suffering that sends shivers down my spine. I feel their pain, a raw, visceral ache that resonates with my own fears. We must confront it, Gaia insists, her voice trembling with determination, yet laced with the frailty of a crumbling cliff. We cannot let it consume us. But the ground trembles, and I know the truth. Chaos will not be satisfied with mere confrontation, it craves annihilation. I feel it clawing at the edges of my sanity, promising release, promising freedom from the agony of existence. I grasp at the remnants of my courage, but it feels as fragile as the gossamer threads of a spider's web, torn and frayed. Stand with me! Gaia shouts into the void, and I can see her trembling resolve shining through, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. Her voice is a war cry, a heartbeat that quickens with every syllable. I can't help but admire her, even as I feel the tide of chaos swell around us. But I'm afraid. Afraid of what lies ahead, afraid of what I might lose. In the distance, the shadows writhe, and I catch fleeting glimpses of faces twisted in agony, lost souls, imprisoned in the depths of Tartarus. They reach out, their fingers clawing at the air, desperate for freedom. I can almost hear their whispers, pleading, begging for release. The thought grips me, cold and unyielding, like a vice around my heart. You will join us, they murmur, a chorus of the damned that makes my skin crawl. I remember laughter, echoes of joy that feel like distant stars in a sky long forgotten. Chaos offers me a choice, and I teeter on the brink, caught between Gaia's unwavering light and the seductive darkness of Tartarus. What will you choose? It taunts, and I can feel the weight of the universe pressing down upon me. Together, Gaia breathes, the word fragile yet fierce, like a single flower blooming in a field of ash. But the soil beneath us is crumbling, the vibrant colors fading into a monochrome nightmare. Each heartbeat feels like a countdown, each breath a measured tick of a clock winding down. I grasp Gaia's hand, squeezing tightly, our fingers intertwining, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. We will not fall, I vow, but even as I say it, doubt creeps in like a thief in the night. The shadows pulse, a living entity, hungry for the light we try to hold onto. Chaos laughs, a sound that sends chills racing down my spine. You fool! You think you can resist? I remember the stories of heroes rising against insurmountable odds, but this is different, this is raw, unfiltered despair. Every moment drips with tension, and the air crackles with an energy that feels like lightning ready to strike. As we stand at the edge, a question looms larger than the abyss itself. What will we become? What scars will we bear when the dust settles? The darkness pulls, a siren call that echoes in my soul, but I refuse to succumb. The confrontation is inevitable, a swirling tempest of emotions, and as we face the churning void, I can feel it deep within me, a flicker of hope. It's fleeting, a single spark against the yawning chasm, but it's there. And that's enough. I remember Gaia's laughter wrapping around me like a warm blanket, a promise of life entwined with death, and I cling to it, breath bated, heart racing, knowing that in the face of chaos and Tartarus, we may yet find a way to forge our own destiny. And with that thought, we step forward into the unknown, hearts pounding, shadows closing in. The confrontation awaits, and the darkness shifts, breathing in anticipation. The world holds its breath, time suspended, a haunting stillness before the storm. Each heartbeat feels like a drum, a herald of what's to come. And as we plunge into the void, I can't help but wonder, what will rise from the ashes when the chaos subsides? The air was thick with the weight of impending doom, a silence so profound it whispered secrets to the shadows lurking at the edges of time. I stood there, heart pounding, lungs aching, as the ground trembled beneath my feet, a primal warning, a foreshadowing of bloodshed and betrayal. Night draped its heavy cloak over the world, a darkness so absolute it felt alive, pulsing with the rhythm of dread. I could hardly breathe, not from fear, but from the sheer gravity of the moment. Cronus, a titan with eyes like storms, faced his brother, the embodiment of chaos, Uranus. The tension crackled between them, electric, as if the very cosmos held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. I could feel the weight of his resolve, a suffocating blanket draped over our fractured world. Cronus was not just a brother, he was a tyrant of his own making, burdened by his destiny, haunted by the whispers of prophecy that slithered through the dark. You will lose everything, they promised, like a sinister echo that twisted around his heart. And there was Rhea, standing at the precipice of her own turmoil, the flicker of hope and despair dancing like candle flames in her chest. Her beauty was haunting, a reflection of every love song ever sung, yet marred by the fear of what was to come. She was a goddess caught between loyalty and rebellion, love and terror. The choice before her was as sharp as a dagger, slicing through the fabric of her very soul. I remember the way it felt to fall in love, she whispered to the wind, eyes cast skyward, searching for answers in the tapestry of stars. But love can't protect you from a monster, can it? The question hung heavy in the air, unanswered, each syllable a haunting reminder of her impending mother's heartache. Cronus, with his heart like granite, did not see the fragility of love. In his eyes, he was a warrior, a king destined to rise, fueled by a fear that gnawed at his insides. His mind played tricks on him, visions of a throne built on the bones of the old gods. He clenched his fists, the knuckles white with the desperation of a man who knows he has nothing left to lose. I will not be devoured by fate, he growled, a promise made to himself and the universe, a promise that would unravel his very essence. The shadows around them writhed, whispering tales of betrayal, of blood and vengeance. It was like standing in a storm, the winds howling in a language only the two could understand. You are my brother, Uranus spat, a voice laced with anger and disbelief. You would betray your own blood. Each word was a dagger, each syllable a pulse driving the knife deeper into the wound of their bond. Cronus tightened his grip on the sickle, a weapon forged not just of metal but of the very essence of his rage. You have not given me a choice, he replied, voice quivering with dark resolve. The sickle glinted in the meager light, a grim reminder of what was to come. It was a reflection of his own turmoil, a beautiful monstrosity crafted for a purpose he could no longer comprehend. Rhea felt the air crackle with the energy of their confrontation, the weight of the impending battle heavy on her shoulders. Her heart raced, caught in the crossfire of her love for Cronus and her loyalty to Uranus. Stop this madness, she pleaded, her voice trembling. We can find another way. But her words were mere echoes in a world spiraling toward destruction. As the first blood fell, it dripped onto the earth like a dark promise, marking the birth of the Titans with violence and sorrow. The ground shivered beneath the weight of betrayal, and the cosmos wept in silence. Cronus felt the rush of power surging through him, a heady intoxication that mingled with the cold grip of fear. This was the moment he had been waiting for, yet it felt like a shroud closing over his soul, suffocating and confining. Rhea turned her gaze away, unable to witness the destruction of what was once a sacred bond. I remember the way she clenched her fists, nails biting into her palms, drawing blood as though that pain could somehow anchor her to reality. This is not the way, she thought, anguish pooling in her chest like molten lead. Every heartbeat screamed for peace, yet the world around her danced with chaos. As Cronus struck the final blow, the echoes of Uranus's agony reverberated through the cosmos, a haunting melody of loss and regret. In that split second, time froze, a moment carved into infinity. The sky darkened, as if the universe was mourning the death of a god. I remember feeling the chill of despair wash over me, an overwhelming wave that drowned out reason and hope. Then came silence, the eerie kind that stings in your ears, that whispers of ghosts yet to come. Cronus stood over Uranus, a titan crowned not with glory but with sorrow. He was victorious, yet inside, he was crumbling. His heart, once filled with ambition, now felt like a hollow drum, echoing an emptiness that would follow him through eternity. Rhea stepped forward, the weight of her grief visible in her every movement. "What have we done?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, a fragile thread spun from despair. And as she looked into Cronus's eyes, searching for the man she once loved amid the darkness, she realized that they were both lost, trapped in a nightmare of their own creation. "We will not escape this," she breathed, the words heavy with the truth that bound them, their love, now a fleeting memory overshadowed by the burden of betrayal and the specter of fate. The shadows curled around them, promising that this was only the beginning. The Titans had been born, but at what cost? The air vibrated with the remnants of their choices, every heartbeat, every breath a reminder that the universe would never forget. And in that moment, I could feel the weight of time pressing down upon us, a clock ticking mercilessly toward an unknown future. I was standing at the edge, caught between the aftermath and what would come next, the darkness whispering my fate as I held my breath, waiting, always waiting, for the next heartbeat, the next moment of despair or hope. The Titans had risen, but their story was far from over. The air crackled, thick and tense, as if the very sky itself breathed in anticipation. Lightning flickered, casting grotesque shadows across the land, and somewhere in the distance, thunder rumbled, a deep, primal growl that echoed through the bones of the earth. The village lay still, caught in a breathless moment just before chaos. I stood there, heart thrumming wildly, my mind racing. Was this the birth of fury or the end of all we knew? "Get down," screamed Lysandra, her voice sharp as glass, snapping me from my reverie. Her wide eyes, dark pools of fear, were locked on the ominous storm that brewed above. I had never seen her like this, so raw, so alive, her frail frame taut as a bowstring. She was a tempest in her own right, fierce and fragile, and in that moment, she was the only reality I could cling to. I remember how the rain fell, not in gentle droplets but in heavy, cold sheets, like the sky weeping in grief. The earth groaned beneath us, mud sucking at our feet, pulling us down as though the world itself sought to swallow us whole. But it was the sky that haunted me, darkening as shadows twisted and writhed, swirling into something monstrous, something divine. "Do you hear that?" Hesperos whispered, his voice laced with dread. He was my friend, my anchor, yet here, under this oppressive sky, he seemed lost, a mere ghost of who he was meant to be. I could see the glint of despair in his eyes, fear blending with something else, something that pulled at the edges of hope, the parts of him that dared to dream of soaring beyond the chains that bound us. A low growl vibrated through the ground, a sound not of this world. The air thickened, laden with the scent of electricity and something acrid, like burnt offerings to a restless god. I felt it crawling under my skin, a shiver that thrummed through my spine. "It's him," I breathed, my voice barely a whisper, as if saying his name would summon him. Uranus. The first sky god, a name that hung in the air like a curse or a promise, both heavy and weightless, drawing us in. I had heard the tales whispered by the elders of a god who ruled the cosmos, who spun the stars and painted the skies with the colors of fate. But standing there, drenched in rain and dread, the myth felt all too real, and his presence loomed like a specter. "Are we ready?" Lysandra's voice broke through the cacophony, urgent, desperate. I felt the weight of her gaze on me, searching for something, courage, perhaps, or an answer I didn't have. I had never been ready for anything, not even for the depths of my own heart, which was a chaotic mess of longing and fear. I remember the stories, I confessed, words tumbling out in a rush. I remember how he tore the heavens apart, how he cast down the Titans like mere toys. My heart raced, each beat a drum of terror, the sound echoing in the silence that followed. Around us, shadows lengthened and twisted, creeping closer, as if they were listening, waiting for a signal. I could almost see them breathing, thick with anticipation. A chill ran down my spine, a whisper of dread curling around my heart, squeezing tight. The clouds roiled above, dark and churning, hinting at the fury that was to come. I could feel the energy crackling, alive, as if the very fabric of the universe trembled at his approach. Beneath me, the earth was a heartbeat, pulsing, alive, reminding me that this was not just a moment, it was a reckoning. Hesperos, I turned to him, my voice shaking. What if we're not enough? The question hung heavy between us, laden with the weight of countless fears. What if we weren't worthy of the skies? What if we were mere grains of sand in a vast desert, insignificant beneath the shadow of a god? His eyes glinted with something fierce. Then we fight, he said, words igniting a spark within me. We fight because we have to. Because there's no other choice. It was a rallying cry, not just for him but for all of us, the strugglers, the dreamers, the broken. But as I looked at Lysandra, fear clawed at my insides. Her bravery masked a vulnerability, a fragility that could shatter under the weight of expectation. We can't let him take us, I murmured, my heart breaking for her, for us. We can't be lost to the storm. The winds howled, lifting the hair from our faces, tugging at our clothes like hands desperate for an answer. Above us, the darkness pulsed, alive and hungry, and I felt the universe tilt, an unsettling moment where time stretched, where past and future collided. Look! Lysandra screamed, pointing to the sky. A crack split the heavens, brilliant and terrible, revealing a glimpse of his essence, a swirling mass of chaos and creation. I felt it deep within me, resonating against my chest as if I were a drum, caught in a rhythm that echoed through the ages. Is that him? Hesperos breathed, all mingling with fear. His voice was a fragile thing, holding the weight of 1,000 questions, 1,000 dreams. Yes, I said, though I didn't know if it was true. All that existed was that crack, that slashing light, and the shadows waiting, hungry as wolves. And in that moment, with the sky breaking wide above us, I felt it, the first stirrings of defiance. The fight within me surged, a whisper that grew louder than the storm. We were not just echoes of myth, we were alive, breathing, fighting against the inevitable. The shadows drew closer. I could almost hear their whispers, secrets of the cosmos swirling around us. But I also heard the heartbeat of the earth beneath my feet, grounding me, reminding me that we, too, were part of the story, a story that was far from over. Lysandra clenched my hand, her grip fierce, and for the first time, I saw determination in her eyes. Hesperos stood tall, shoulders squared against the tempest, a barrier between us and a fate we refused to accept. And in that moment, I knew we were ready to face the storm, ready to challenge the skies and the god who watched from above. The confrontation loomed, an inevitable clash of light and dark, and the universe held its breath, waiting. I took a deep breath, the taste of rain and hope swirling in my chest like a battle cry. The storm raged, but we were no longer afraid. We were alive. We were here. And as the shadows gathered, thick and palpable, we stood strong, waiting for the moment when the light would break through, when Uranus would rise, and when the true battle for the skies would begin. The air hangs heavy, thick with anticipation, the kind of silence that wraps around your throat like a hand, squeezing tighter with each pulse of the heart. Beneath the stars, a cosmic tapestry woven with darkness and flickering light, Uranus, the sky god, stands rigid, powerful yet vulnerable, his vastness overshadowed by a dark foreboding. Agony lurks in the shadows, coiling through the air like a serpent, waiting for its moment to strike. I remember the moment the blade shimmered, caught in the moonlight, sharp and unforgiving. A glint of silver, like a wicked smile, daring me. It was Cronus, the youngest son, the one who had always felt the weight of expectation, the burden of being the chosen one. He gathered his courage, fueled by the pain of being unseen, neglected, powerless. He wore the anguish of 1,000 nights, a child left in the dark, yearning for acknowledgement, for love. His fists trembled, not from fear, but from the rage that boiled beneath his skin, a tempest waiting to explode. "Father," he whispered, the word thick with irony. "Father, you have imprisoned us, chained us beneath your gaze. Do you not feel the weight of our existence pressing down upon you?" Uranus laughed, a deep, rumbling sound that reverberated through the night, mocking and disdainful. He stared down at Cronus, dismissive. "You are nothing but a shadow of my greatness. You cannot fathom the depth of my power. But shadows have a way of growing longer, darker, until they overpower the light." Cronus's heart thundered with the rhythm of rebellion. He remembered the stories, the whispers of his mother, Gaia, the earth itself, who had nurtured him, cradled him in her embrace. Her voice echoed within him, urging him forward, igniting the fire that would burn through the silence of their suffering. "You will no longer reign over us." As the blade fell, it tore through the fabric of the cosmos, a visceral act of severance, of liberation. Time froze. I felt it in my bones, the tension in the air, the sharp intake of breath, the collective gasp of the universe as it held its breath. There was a moment, brief yet eternal, where everything hung in the balance. The echo of the blade, the thud of flesh meeting steel, shattered the stillness. The dark release of a scream, both primal and haunting, reverberated through me, clawing at my insides, digging into the marrow of my soul. I could taste the coppery tang of blood, the visceral reminder of life's fragility. Uranus, once untouchable, celestial, now fell. His eyes widened in shock, disbelief mingling with horror. A part of him slipped away, the essence of who he had been, the power he had wielded, cascading into darkness. The sky trembled, quaking beneath the weight of his loss, and in that moment, I felt the universe shudder, caught in a liminal space, between the old and the new. Yet, from the depths of that chaos emerged a being unlike any other, a goddess born of conflict and despair. Aphrodite. The waves of her birth, white foam swirling, a dance of chaos, swept over the land, and the world held its breath once more. The air crackled with the fragrance of salt and the promise of something new, something beautiful. The night bloomed, a garden of longing and desire, rich and intoxicating. But even beauty has its thorns. I remember the way Cronus's heart raced, the mingled emotions of triumph and guilt crashing over him like waves. He had freed himself, but at what cost? The gods had always danced on the precipice of love and hate, and now he was tangled in the web of his own making. Was he the hero or the monster? The liberator or the executioner? His mind spiraled into a tempest, questions swirling, clawing at his reason. Aphrodite emerged, glistening, untouched by the darkness that had birthed her. She was a paradox, a haunting beauty forged in the crucible of violence. I felt her gaze, piercing, as if she could see the very core of my being, the wounds I bore, the scars I hid. She was life, she was death, she was everything in between. I understood then, the fear of longing, the ache of desire, the fragility of love. Cronus stood before her, awash in the light of her presence, torn between the thrill of creation and the shadow of destruction. "What have I done?" His voice trembled, a whisper lost among the echoes of the night. "Nothing and everything," Aphrodite replied, her voice a silken caress, heavy with both promise and warning. "You are both the architect of your fate and the prisoner of your choices." In her eyes, I saw the shimmering reflection of the cosmos, a dance of stars and shadows, a delicate balance of creation and annihilation. There was power in her essence, a strength that could captivate or destroy. And yet, within that brilliance lay a raw vulnerability, a yearning for connection in a world that often felt like a battlefield of broken dreams. Amidst the ruins of their confrontation, time twisted, spiraled. The cosmos, a witness to their pain and ecstasy, pulsed with the tension of the moment, an eternal heartbeat echoing through the void. And as I stood there, lost in the chaos of emotions, the memory of what had transpired carved itself into my soul, a haunting reminder of the price of ambition, the cost of love, the shadows lurking just beyond the light. I could feel the air shift, the pull of destiny drawing me closer to something unimaginable, something that would echo through eternity. The sky darkened, and the stars whispered secrets, their voices a haunting melody, beckoning me into the depths of the unknown, a promise of what was to come, an invitation to explore the tangled web of existence where passion and pain intertwined. I felt the weight of it all, a burden I could not shake, an obsession that clung to my very essence. What lies ahead? A realm of stars and shadows, of love and loss, of gods and mortals. The story continues, unbroken, a thread woven through the fabric of time. I am drawn deeper, spellbound, unable to look away, as the echoes of the past prepare me for the storm that lies ahead. A single tear, luminous against the backdrop of a stormy sky, slid down the cheek of a titan. A moment suspended in time, heavy with dread, as if the very fabric of reality held its breath. The clouds churned, a roiling mass above the battlefield, thunder growled like the wrath of ancient gods, and the air crackled with tension. This was not merely a storm, it was a harbinger of the chaos to come. I stood there, heart pounding, surrounded by titans poised for war. Each face twisted in grim determination, each set of eyes reflecting the fury of eons. My breath hitched, the weight of their legacy pressing down upon me. And in that heartbeat, I knew, this was the moment when everything would change. Cronus loomed large, his figure more a mountain than a man, a titan forged from the earth itself. How could he be so powerful, yet so vulnerable? I saw it in the flicker of his gaze, a deep-seated fear that gnawed at his insides. The fear of loss, of betrayal, of his children rising against him. They will never understand, he muttered, each word laced with bitterness. I was their father. I gave them life. But in the shadows of Olympus, a rebellion brewed, and his children, the Olympians, were rising, fueled by a fire that could not be extinguished. And there was Zeus, a tempest of energy wrapped in flesh. He stood defiantly at the helm of the insurrection, lightning dancing at his fingertips, eyes blazing with a rage that could melt the very stone beneath his feet. I remember, he shouted, voice echoing like a clarion call, the darkness in his heart. I remember the way he swallowed us whole, feared our strength, and cast us aside. His fists clenched, a warrior's resolve etched in every line of his face. No more. We will claim our birthright. The tension hung thick like fog, suffocating. The earth trembled beneath us, a primal, restless beast sensing its own impending doom. I could feel the pulse of history, an ancient drum beating, urging us forward into the fray. The Titans and the Olympians, once united by blood, now stood as sworn enemies, their destinies intertwined in a tapestry of rage and rebellion. Hera stood beside Zeus, a tempest in her own right, fierce and unyielding. You think this will end in glory, she spat, each word a dagger. You think us the villains of this tale. Her voice cracked like thunder, and I watched as her blue eyes shimmered with unshed tears. We are but echoes of our father's darkness, clawing our way into the light. Is this the legacy we wish to leave? Her heart was a fragile thing, trapped between loyalty and justice, between family and the weight of what must be done. Each breath she took felt like a battle, within her stirred the remnants of love for Cronus, twisted now into anger. The pain of betrayal reflected in her gaze, but it was the spark of hope that ignited the fire within her. We will fight for our future, she whispered, as if to soothe her own spirit, not for his. And then the earth cracked open with the fury of 1,000 storms. The Titans charged, a lumbering wave of power and age, their roars drowning out all reason. I felt the ground quake beneath me, a shaking that echoed the tremors of my own heart. Time warped in that moment, the clashing of titanic forces, the cries of warriors, and the howling winds merged into a cacophony of chaos. As lightning split the sky, illuminating the faces of the combatants, I caught glimpses of their past, the laughter, the tenderness, the raw humanity that bound them together, now torn asunder. It was a heart-wrenching reminder, in this war, there would be no winners. Just echoes of a broken family. I could see Atlas, agony etched upon his brow, straining against the weight of the heavens. He bore the scars of his burden, a titan who had once cradled the world in his arms, now a slave to his own strength. I remember the laughter, he cried, voice cracking like glass, the days before betrayal. And at that moment, his agony seeped into me, a reminder that even the strongest could crumble beneath the weight of sorrow. Nearby, Hades emerged from the shadows, a figure draped in darkness and mystery. You think this war will bring you peace? His voice was a low growl, a chilling wind that swept through the battlefield. You cannot outrun the chains of your heritage. Flawed yet relatable, he embodied the duality of power, both feared and misunderstood. As the Olympians charged, his laughter echoed, a haunting sound that danced upon the edges of despair. The clash of titans reverberated, a symphony of destruction that clawed at the very essence of existence. Every blow struck felt like a heartbeat lost, every cry of pain a reminder of the fragile bonds shattered. I stood frozen, caught in the whirlwind of emotions, fear, betrayal, determination. The sky wept with rain, mingling with the blood of titans and gods, a testament to the price of their fury. In the spiraling chaos, I saw Zeus confront Cronus, father against son, rage against despair. The air crackled with energy, a raw force that threatened to consume them both. "You chose power over love," Zeus shouted, his voice trembling with an intensity that shook the heavens. "And now, you will reap what you have sown." A moment hung in the balance, time stretching like the taut string of a bow, ready to snap. And just before the inevitable clash, a flicker of something, was it regret, crossed Cronus's face. But then the Titan's pride surged, overwhelming the flicker, and with a roar that shook the cosmos, he lunged forward. And in that instant, everything changed. Power collided with power, and the world around us shattered. I felt it, the heartbeat of the universe pulsing wildly, drawing me into the storm. I was tangled in their rage, their sorrow, their relentless yearning for something that had slipped through their fingers. The battle surged on, and I stood, an unwilling witness to the devastation, my heart echoing their pain. My breath caught in my throat as the clash continued, a relentless tide that pulled me deeper into the chaos, the desperate hope, the heartbreak, the fleeting moments of connection lost beneath the weight of ambition. The ending was nowhere in sight, just a spiraling descent into an abyss where love and hatred danced in a macabre waltz. The heavens rumbled, time blurred, and the echoes of their legacy would haunt the world long after silence claimed the battlefield. And just as the storm reached its zenith, beneath the shadows of the Titans and the Olympians, a whisper lingered, an unshakable truth threading through the chaos: this was only the beginning. Thunder cracked like the breaking of a world, shattering the silence that cloaked the desolate mountaintop where Prometheus stood, his heart a storm of defiance. Blood-red clouds swirled above, heavy with unspoken wrath, while below, the valley of mortals glimmered with flickering flames, tiny beacons of lives clinging to warmth, hope, and the flicker of knowledge. Each spark a rebellion against the oppressive dark, every fire a whisper against the cold grip of oblivion. I remember the stench of charred earth, the taste of iron sharp against my tongue, the taste of betrayal quivering in my gut. It was like drowning in dreams I had once cherished, a memory of laughter now tainted with sorrow. I was a Titan, yes, a giant amongst the stars, but here, amidst the chaos of thunder and trembling hearts, I felt small, like a moth drawn to the flame, knowing the danger yet craving the heat. Zeus watched from his throne of thunderclouds, a figure draped in shadows, the weight of 1,000 storms in his eyes. He was fury and elegance, a god cloaked in the shroud of judgment. "You dare steal fire from me?" His voice was a tempest, echoing across the mountains. The sky shivered with his wrath, and the earth trembled under the weight of his anger. I had done it. Yes, I had defied him. I had crept into the heart of Olympus, into the sacred grove where the flames of divine knowledge flickered like trapped souls, and I had taken what was rightfully mine to give. Oh, how the mortals cried out in joy when I brought them warmth, when they felt the fire dance in their chests and illuminate their darkened minds. I had given them sight, but in doing so, I had signed my own death warrant. And yet, in that moment of thunder and passion, as the wind howled around me, I felt the fire within. I could hear the cries of humanity, their laughter, their tears, a symphony of existence drowning out the roars of Olympus. They were my people now. I had forged a bond stronger than blood, a connection made of the same flames that burned in their hearths. But who would stand with me? Who would dare challenge the will of Zeus? There was a spark of rebellion in a mortal named Epimetheus, my brother, caught in the web of his own gentle heart. "Brother, we cannot fight the gods," he pleaded, his voice trembling like the leaves caught in a restless breeze. He was the embodiment of all things tender, yet in that softness lay a profound strength. He feared the storm, feared the wrath that would surely follow my act of defiance, and I could see the shadows of doubt flickering behind his eyes. "Epimetheus," I whispered, "do you not see? Their power means nothing without the fire of knowledge in our hearts. It's a sacrifice worth making." My words were charged with passion, pulsing with the rhythm of a heartbeat that was no longer mine alone. But beneath the surface of my brother's fear lay the reflection of my own. Every heartbeat echoed the uncertainty of our fate, the awareness that defiance could lead to ruin. A memory surfaced, like a ghost floating through the fog of my mind, our childhood days spent chasing the sun across the fields, laughter spilling from our lips like silver raindrops. We were invincible then, but the world had changed, and I felt the chains of consequence tightening around my heart. In that breath, I felt the stirrings of another presence, Pandora, the one who would unfurl the tapestry of our unraveling. Her beauty was a haunting melody, a song trapped within a cage of fragile hope. I saw the light in her eyes, the flicker of curiosity that danced like a flame, bright yet perilous. She had been gifted a box, a cursed vessel of the gods that contained the weight of despair, and I wondered if she was destined to be my greatest ally or my undoing. The chains of fate intertwined around us like vines, whispering secrets of love and danger, urging us forward into the abyss. "Do you understand the darkness you carry?" I asked, my voice a low rumble, a storm brewing beneath the surface. "Every choice will shape our destinies, every spark ignites a flame. It is your heart, Pandora, that holds the key to our fate." Her face paled, a canvas of uncertainty, yet something flickered there, a determination. She stepped closer, the warmth of her presence washing over me like sunlight breaking through a storm. "I do not fear the darkness, Prometheus. For even in the void, there is a flicker of light." But with every moment, the air thickened with tension, as if we stood at the precipice of a great chasm, the abyss calling out our names. Zeus would not stand idly by. He would come, relentless and furious, a storm unleashed upon the world, and we would be left to face the consequences of our choices. And as the winds howled, swirling like a waltz of shadows, I made my choice. I had ignited the fire within humanity, but I would set my own heart ablaze for their sake. The chains of Olympus could bind my body, but they could never capture my spirit. I would fight. I would stand. The echoes of rebellion sang in my veins, a siren's call that would shatter the heavens. But in that moment of unyielding resolve, I felt it, the tremor of fear, the whisper of uncertainty. What if the darkness we faced consumed us whole? What if the flames we lit became our funeral pyre? I looked at Epimetheus, at Pandora, and I saw not just fear but a flicker of hope, a flame igniting in the shadows. We were bound together, entwined in the very fabric of fate. And then, the world exploded in light, a blinding fury, a clash of divine power against the will of mortals. Thunder rumbled, a growling beast awakened from its slumber, while the stars above trembled in anticipation. Prometheus, a titan reborn in flames, ready to defy a god. But as the sky darkened and the shadows loomed closer, I could only wonder, how far would I go? What price would we pay? The storm was coming, and we stood on the edge, hearts pounding with the rhythm of eternity, ready to face whatever came next. The air crackled with an electric tension, as if the very fabric of the cosmos held its breath. A pulse echoed in my chest, a throbbing rhythm that matched the chaos around me. Shadows twisted, flickered, and danced in the flickering light of the hearth, where flames licked the remnants of a world that felt both familiar and alien. Hestia, goddess of the hearth, stood at the heart of it all, her face a mask of determination and despair, caught between the flickering shadows of hope and fear. I remember the taste of smoke, the acrid bite that clawed at my throat. I remember the silence, heavy and suffocating, broken only by the crackle of burning wood and the distant cries of a world unraveling. Hestia, with her warm, nurturing spirit, felt as fragile as the embers that sputtered in the dying fire. She was a beacon, a comforting glow amidst the encroaching darkness that threatened to consume everything she loved. Just beyond her, Hera, regal and fierce, stood like a tempest, her brows knitted in anger. How could they have come to this? How could they allow the bitter seed of rivalry to blossom into a full-blown war? She lifted her chin, a warrior ready for battle, but I could see the tremor in her hands, the uncertainty that gnawed at her. Her heart was a battlefield, torn between the love she bore for her siblings and the fierce protectiveness that raged against the looming threat of Hades, the god of the underworld. And there was Demeter, too, cloaked in the quiet sorrow of a mother who had lost something invaluable. Her eyes, an ocean of grief, reflected the pain of a world stripped bare. I could feel her yearning, a deep-rooted ache that clung to her like a second skin. She was the essence of the earth, the embodiment of life itself, yet here she stood, caught in a cycle of death and rebirth, her heart heavy with loss. The harvests were withering, the fields lay barren. Her spirit, once vibrant, now felt like a ghost, wandering through memories of a time when the sun kissed the earth with warmth and love. "Why?" Hestia whispered, her voice barely a tremor in the air. It hung there, palpable, thick with the weight of unanswered questions. Why must we fight? Why can't we simply remember? But remembering was a luxury they could not afford. Shadows loomed closer, stretching their fingers into the flickering light of the hearth, pulling at the delicate threads that bound them together. A chill snaked through the air, a harbinger of what was to come. Hades, cloaked in darkness, was not just a brother but a force, a tempest that threatened to tear them apart. He was a stranger in their midst now, his heart hardened by the bitter isolation of his realm. Hera's voice cut through the tension like a blade. We must confront him. We cannot allow this madness to fester. He will bring ruin if we do not act. Her eyes blazed with the fire of 1,000 suns, but beneath that fierce exterior lay a flicker of uncertainty. She feared not the confrontation itself but what it might reveal about their fractured family. I remember the laughter. Demeter's voice drifted, soft as a whispering breeze. I remember gathering flowers in the fields with him, the joy of the harvest, the warmth of the sun. Where did it all go? Her words were like soft rain, heavy with nostalgia and sorrow. They hung in the air, a reminder of everything they had lost. Hestia stepped closer to Demeter, her heart aching for her sister. We were whole once. We can be again. But the conviction in her voice wavered, the weight of despair pressing down on her. The flames flickered, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms across the walls. A haunting spectre of the past, taunting them with what could never be reclaimed. And then the ground trembled, a violent shudder that echoed through the very marrow of their beings. The world around them seemed to warp and twist, as though reality itself was fraying at the edges. Hades was coming. The darkness seeped in, a thick fog that wrapped around their hearts, squeezing, suffocating. The clock ticked, its mechanical heartbeat echoing the dread that hung in the air. Time was a cruel mistress, and they were racing against it. I remember the moment when Hades stepped into the flickering light. His presence was a void, a chilling silence that swallowed the warmth of the hearth whole. The shadows clung to him like a shroud, and his eyes glimmered with an unsettling intensity. There was no warmth in his gaze, only the cold, unyielding grip of fate. Sisters, he said, his voice a low rumble, it is time to embrace what we are, the cycle of life and death. Hera bristled, a lioness protecting her pride. We will not cower before you, brother. You cannot take from us what is ours. The fire in her heart ignited, but I could see the flicker of fear beneath the bravado. The confrontation loomed like a storm cloud, heavy and dark. Hestia stepped forward, trembling but resolute. What do you want, Hades? Why must you tear us apart? Her voice quaked, a fragile thread stretched to its breaking point. He smiled, a chilling twist of lips that sent shivers down my spine. I seek what is rightfully mine. The balance of the cosmos dictates that the dead must be honored, but you cling to the light like moths to a flame. His words dripped with a cruel logic, and I could feel the weight of despair settle over them like a shroud. In that moment, time stood still. Hearts beat in unison, a frantic rhythm echoing the chaos of the world outside. Memories cascaded around them like falling leaves, swirling in a maelstrom of love and loss, hope and fear. A cosmic dance that would lead to a confrontation none of them could escape. And just as the night seemed to stretch endlessly, a resolve began to crystallize within each of them, a bond forged in the fires of conflict. The air felt charged, electric with the promise of change. Each heartbeat echoed with a wild, desperate need to reclaim what had been lost. The shadows whispered, the clock ticked, and the stage was set for a confrontation that would ripple through eternity. I remember the heat of the flames and the coldness of Hades' gaze. I remember the urgency that burned in my chest, the desperate hope that flickered against the encroaching darkness. This was not an end, but a beginning, a spark igniting a fire, a heartbeat marking the rhythm of a conflict that would shape the world. The night was thick with an ancient dread, an electrified silence that buzzed like a swarm of angry bees, every heartbeat a countdown, every breath a prayer. The world hung suspended, just before the storm, as if the heavens themselves were holding their breath, waiting for a moment that might shatter the fragile stillness. In a dimly lit cave, shadows danced like phantoms on the walls, coaxing forth the most primal fears of those gathered within. Rhea, the mother who bore the weight of a terrible prophecy, stood at the mouth of the cave. Her heart raced like a wild stallion, galloping toward an uncertain fate. She felt the cold bite of the stone beneath her feet, a stark contrast to the fiery turmoil churned within her. Her hands trembled at her sides, not just from fear but from the crushing burden of choices made and those yet to come. She clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms, blood mingling with the earth, a sacrifice of sorts, a vow to defy the darkness. And then there was Cronus, the Titan father, a creature forged from granite and wrath. His eyes glinted with a feral madness, a storm brewing behind the veil of his brow. He had tasted power, and it was sweet, intoxicating, but it festered within him like poison. The whispers of fate echoed around him, wrapping like vines, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. He could feel it, the heavy, cold grip of destiny tightening around his throat. Rhea's gaze was a dagger to his heart, the love once shared now marred by fear and betrayal. "What if the child is not what you think?" she pleaded, her voice a fragile whisper, the words lost in the shadows. "Enough!" Cronus roared, his thunderous voice shaking the very foundations of the cave. "No child will rise to challenge me. I will swallow the seed of rebellion before it takes root." In that moment, he was a vengeful god, fierce yet hollow, standing on the precipice of his own madness. His mind echoed with the cries of those he had devoured, an internal cacophony that drowned out reason. The weight of his past loomed large, a specter that haunted the halls of his mind, reminding him of those who came before. But in the depths of Rhea's heart, a spark flickered, hope, fragile yet unwavering. She had dreamed of the child, a son who would rise from the ashes of despair, a beacon of light in the suffocating dark. "He will come, Cronus. He will come," she whispered, her breath catching as she dared to believe. Visions flooded her mind, swirling like the colors of dawn breaking through the night. "He will bring an end to this tyranny." The air crackled, charged with the impossible and the inevitable. It was a moment suspended in time, where every heartbeat echoed a silent agreement, and the darkness outside thickened as if in response. Rhea closed her eyes, summoning the strength of every mother who had ever fought for her child against insurmountable odds. She would not let fear dictate her fate. In that cavern, where the cold stone kissed the warmth of hope, the birth of a god was imminent. But it was more than just the birth of Zeus, it was the birth of rebellion, the birth of destiny. The universe shifted, as if the very cosmos held its breath. Time began to stretch and contract, the echoes of the past reverberating in the present, crafting a tapestry woven with threads of despair and longing. A low rumble rolled through the cave, a distant thunder, a harbinger of what was to come. Rhea felt the stirrings of life within her, a fire igniting, much like the sun that dared to rise after the longest night. She gritted her teeth, the pain a reminder of her flesh, her blood, a visceral connection to the life she bore. Every contraction was a shout against the darkness, a proclamation of defiance. Cronus felt the tremor beneath his feet, it was the rippling tremors of change, something he could not control. He gritted his teeth, anger swirling within him like a tempest. "You cannot keep him from me, Rhea. I will not let him rise." His voice, once full of confidence, now trembled with the weight of his fears, eyes wide with the realization of what he was about to lose. The shadows around him grew darker, whispering deceit, coaxing his insecurities. But Rhea, oh Rhea, the goddess of motherhood, stood tall in her resolve. She felt the warmth of her son surging closer, felt the power that would soon sweep across the heavens, unshackling the chains that bound them all. "You will not win this time, Cronus," she breathed, the very words igniting the air around her. The ground quaked, and in that moment, light broke through the darkness. It was piercing, a kaleidoscope of colors that shattered the blackness, fracturing the very fabric of their reality. Time seemed to freeze, a moment suspended in eternity, as the cries of life echoed throughout the cave. Rhea's heart thundered in her chest like a war drum, urging her forward, urging her to grasp the sacred moment. And then, with a final, wrenching scream, Zeus was born, his cry a defiance against the void, a clash of hope against despair. Rhea held him close, a fragile yet fierce spark of existence, her heart swelling with a love that transcended fear. Cronus stepped back, disbelief washing over him as he saw the face of the child, the embodiment of everything he had feared, everything he had sought to destroy. The shadows flickered and danced around him, a chaotic symphony of rage and fear. Fate is a cruel mistress, he murmured, the words slipping from his lips like a final prayer. Rhea held her son, the warmth of his tiny body against her chest, a promise of better days to come. She wrapped him tightly in swaddling cloth, a shield against the looming darkness, a symbol of hope ignited amid despair. In that sacred cave, the battle lines were drawn, and the air hummed with the intensity of new beginnings and old grudges. Tension crackled between them, an electric charge that filled the air with unspoken challenges and unyielding love. It was a birth not only of a child but of a war that would ripple through the ages, a cosmic dance of light and shadow that had only just begun. In that instant, the very universe seemed to pause, an echo of destiny whispered as the shadows deepened. Rhea looked into the eyes of her son, a future king, while Cronus retreated into the darkness, the shadows clinging to him like a shroud. The air thickened, and the cave resonated with the promise of a battle yet to be fought, a war of gods and titans, a clash of love and power. Time twisted around them, drawing them together and pulling them apart, as the birth of Zeus reverberated through the ages, a heartbeat, a cry, an undying hope. The air was thick, a palpable weight pressing down on the small cave as the cries of a newborn sliced through the silence like a knife. I remember the flickering shadows dancing on the walls, casting grotesque shapes that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth itself. The darkness was alive, teeming with secrets, and in that moment, it felt as though the very cosmos shuddered at the sound of new life. There he lay, a tiny, squirming bundle, cradled in the arms of a woman whose face was etched with both fear and fierce determination. Rhea, his mother, was a paradox of softness and iron, her heart racing against the backdrop of a world that sought to devour them both. She had fled to this hidden sanctuary, the cradle of Zeus, the very island of Crete that whispered promises of safety while harboring its own shadows. "Hide him," she gasped, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it trembled with an urgency that vibrated in the stillness. The infant's wails echoed like a siren, a desperate plea against the thrum of destiny. I can feel the panic rising within Rhea, coiling tightly like a serpent ready to strike. She was a mother in a war zone, a lioness defending her cub against the encroaching darkness of Cronus, the father who would not hesitate to swallow his own offspring to maintain his grip on power. But there was someone else in the cave, a fleeting figure with amber eyes that flickered with the wisdom of ages. It was Gaia, the earth herself, an ancient presence woven into the fabric of existence. "You cannot shield him forever," she murmured, her voice like the rustle of leaves, deep and elemental. "He carries the weight of fate, and fate is a merciless beast." I remember the way Rhea clutched her son, her fingers trembling as if he were made of glass. She had known loss, had tasted the bitterness of betrayal, and the ache of longing tore at her heart, leaving jagged wounds. She looked up at Gaia, her eyes aflame with defiance, each heartbeat a drumroll of rebellion. "I will protect him. I will raise him away from the horror that haunts us." As the shadows deepened, a chill crept into the cave, and the flickering light cast an eerie glow on the jagged walls. The cries of the baby pulsated in the darkness, each note stretching into infinity, resonating with the primal fear that coursed through the very marrow of existence. And then, there was Cronus, the looming spectre of tyranny, his silhouette more a shadow than a man, slipping through the cracks of time. He was the embodiment of dread, wielding a scythe that glimmered with malice. Each swing was a reminder of the lives he had claimed, the children devoured in a fit of greed, and as he hunted for his latest prey, the air crackled with tension. Rhea's heart thundered in her chest as she held her breath, hope and despair woven into a single thread that threatened to snap. "I will not let him take you," she whispered to her son, the words tumbling from her lips like a sacred incantation. "You are more than a pawn in his game." In that moment, I could feel the weight of the cosmos shifting, the stars aligning in a dance of fate and fury. The fear was palpable, it dripped from the stalactites like sweat, pooling at our feet as if the earth itself mourned the choices made by men. I remember the silence that followed, a breath held in the balance, as Cronus loomed closer, the very air trembling under his gaze. The shadows flickered ominously, teasing the edges of reality, and I could sense the walls closing in, the cave becoming a crucible for destiny. Rhea's resolve hardened. "If the gods are watching, let them witness my defiance," she declared, her voice a rising tide of strength. She was a storm, a force of nature, and in that cave, she stood against the very fabric of the universe. The echoes of her words ricocheted off the walls, reaching out like tendrils of hope, wrapping around the heart of every listener. And just as Kronos reached for the child, the air exploded with a primal scream, a deafening symphony of fear and love, of defiance and rage. I remember the moment the ground trembled beneath us as if the very earth was responding to the conflict of cosmic forces. In that instant, the cave transformed. It was no longer merely a refuge, it became a battleground, a sanctuary soaked in the blood of generations past. The shadows morphed into specters of the fallen, their whispers intertwining with Rhea's fierce declaration. I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, the bitter specter of failure and triumph hanging in the air like a noose. The cries of the baby intensified, a clarion call that echoed through the ages. They reverberated not just within the cave but across the very fabric of existence, stirring the hearts of those who would come to hear the tale of Zeus, the god-born of defiance. Kronos hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face as he faced the storm of Rhea's spirit. In that moment, I could see the cracks in his armor, the trembling of a titan who had tasted power but feared the loss of it. I remember the way time seemed to stretch, the seconds hanging heavy like rain-soaked clouds ready to burst. Everything hung in the balance, the fate of a child, the love of a mother, the wrath of a father. I felt the universe pause, the stars holding their breath, waiting for the tide to turn. And as the shadows swirled, I knew this was just the beginning. The hidden childhood of Zeus would be a tapestry woven from threads of pain and joy, a legacy defined by conflict and resilience. The cave, once a sanctuary, would become a crucible, shaping a god who would rise from the ashes of fear and despair. The darkness thickened around us, but in that moment of strife, I could feel a spark igniting, an ember of hope kindling in the heart of the unseen. We were not merely witnesses, we were part of a legacy, a story that would echo through the ages, a tale of love, courage, and the relentless pursuit of freedom. As the shadows danced and the cries of the newborn pierced the air, I held on to that moment, knowing it would ripple through time, intertwining all of our fates as the saga of the gods unfolded. The screams echoed like thunder through the cavern, a symphony of despair that clawed at the very foundation of the mountain. I stood in the shadows, my heart pounding so hard, I thought it might burst. The stench of sweat and fear enveloped me, and every breath felt like inhaling molten iron. It was a moment suspended in time, ripe with anticipation, a moment teetering on the edge of chaos. The Cyclopes, those one-eyed giants, were trapped behind chains of darkness, and each groan reverberated in my bones. I was here to liberate them. Even the air felt alive, crackling with an energy that set my nerves ablaze. I could see them, huge, hulking figures, their bodies marred by scars and their eyes, wild and desperate, flickered with a mix of rage and hopelessness. They were prisoners of fear, bound to their misery, and I sensed the weight of their chains pressing against my chest. Each link was a reminder of their suffering, a reminder of the stakes. If we failed, the world would plunge into a darkness deeper than any night. Do you hear that? It was Hephaestus, his voice a whisper against the rumble of anguish. His hands, calloused and scarred, trembled slightly as he gripped his hammer, a tool that could shape or destroy. They're counting on us. I could feel his fear, a raw pulse beneath his bravado, as if he wrestled with the weight of the cosmos on his shoulders. What if we were not enough? What if our strength crumbled beneath the pressure? I remember the stories of the Cyclopes, creatures of unimaginable power, forged in the fires of creation, yet now reduced to shadows of their former selves. Each tale was a thread in the tapestry of our history, and my heart ached for them. They had once wielded thunder and flame, but now they were just ghosts shackled in despair. I could almost hear their laughter echoing in the caverns of my mind, the thunderous joy that once filled their hearts. Then, there was Polyphemus, the most infamous of them all, trapped in his sorrow. His eye, a hollow void, reflected a lifetime of betrayal and loss. I felt a pang deep within me as I recalled the tales of his wrath, his loneliness, his unyielding grief. How he had been painted as the monster, when all he wanted was to be seen, to be understood. "What have they done to you?" I whispered, though I knew he could not hear me. His anguish was a mirror to my own, a reminder that the line between monster and man was perilously thin. "What's the plan?" Hephaestus asked, his eyes darting around, searching for the flicker of hope in a room filled with despair. I inhaled deeply, grounding myself in that moment, in the uncertainty that hung thick in the air. The flames of rebellion were igniting within me, a fierce spark that threatened to consume my doubt. We break them free. We show them they are not alone. Simple words, but they carried the weight of destiny. Every heartbeat was a drum roll, every whispered prayer an invocation of courage. I envisioned the chains shattering, the Cyclopes rising from their ashes, their power unleashed like a hurricane. Together, I breathed, the word hanging like a promise in the air. Together, we can change everything. As we approached the heart of darkness, the shadows grew thicker, alive with whispers, echoes of despair that sent shivers crawling up my spine. The chamber was a grotesque portrait of suffering, each corner steeped in pain. The Cyclopes, bound and broken, looked up with eyes that were both terrified and hopeful. I felt their gaze pierce through me, a silent plea that tugged at my very soul. Would they trust us? Would they believe we could set them free? Hephaestus stepped forward, his hammer raised, the firelight casting flickering shadows that danced like specters on the walls. On my mark, he growled, his voice barely above a whisper, but it carried the weight of thunder. The air was electric with tension, the moment stretched out, taut like a bowstring. I could feel my pulse quickening, anticipation coiling tight within me. Now! I shouted, and the world exploded into chaos. The sound of metal crashing against metal rang through the chamber, a cacophony that drowned out the cries of despair. Hephaestus swung his hammer, a force of nature unleashed, and the chains shattered like glass, raining down shards of freedom. The Cyclopes roared, their voices a tidal wave of power that surged through the air. For a heartbeat, everything hung in balance, their pain, their anger, their grief, unfolding in a wild symphony of rage and hope. But amidst the chaos, I glimpsed the haunted face of Polyphemus, his eye wide with disbelief, as if he did not know if he was still a ghost or had finally become flesh again. You dare, he bellowed, and in that moment, I saw the man beneath the monster, the weight of years pressing down on his shoulders. I felt the despair in his voice, the haunting echoes of isolation. You think you can save me? Yes! I screamed, my own voice cracking under the weight of my conviction. You are not alone. You never were. His eyes searched mine, raw and vulnerable, and for a fleeting moment, time stood still. In that heartbeat, hope flickered, a fragile light against the suffocating darkness. The others, the Cyclopes, were rising, their immense forms shaking off the remnants of their chains. Their roars shook the cavern, primal and wild, a chorus of freedom that reverberated across the cosmos. But darkness loomed, a sinister shadow creeping into the light. The moment of liberation was pregnant with danger, the air thick with uncertainty. I felt the tremors beneath my feet, the warning of a storm about to break. The battle was not yet won, we had only just begun. As we surged forward, I could hear the echoes of the past blending with the present, ghosts of despair mingling with the promise of freedom. I remember the flickering flames of hope igniting within each of us, and the way those flames danced, threatening to burn brighter than the darkness that sought to consume us. The liberation of the Cyclopes was just the beginning, a single heartbeat in a battle that would stretch across time and memory. And as the giants rose, their eyes lit with fire and fury, I knew this was not just a fight for survival. This was a fight for existence itself. The battle was calling, an echo through the cosmos, and we were ready to answer. The air crackled, thick with an electric tension that felt almost alive. In the shadow of Mount Olympus, the ground trembled, a low growl of foreboding. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, the taste of iron in the back of my throat. It was the moment before the storm, the world holding its breath, teetering on the edge of a cataclysm that could shatter the heavens. Cronus, the Titan king, loomed tall, his gaze a churning tempest of rage and despair, a once mighty giant now consumed by paranoia. I remember the glint of his sickle, the very instrument of his cruelty, forged from the bones of his own father. It sparkled with a sinister promise, a reminder that the cycle of fear could turn against him, that the children he had swallowed whole were no longer mere whispers in the dark. They were rising, hot with vengeance, and I felt the chill of their resolve seep into my bones. Zeus, my brother, stood at the forefront, a volcano of unspent fury. clenched fists trembling with the weight of destiny, his eyes burned with a fierce hope that clashed against Cronus's malevolence. He was a flawed god, a reluctant hero shaped by the scars of his past. He had been the child hidden, the son who learned to embrace the shadows, and now, the time had come to step into the light. It felt surreal, standing side by side with him, as terror wrestled with an unquenchable thirst for freedom in my chest. "Do you feel it?" His voice cut through the air, raw and trembling. "The world is changing. We are changing." "Yes," I shouted, though my heart ached with doubt. "But what if we fail? What if the Titan's grip is too tight?" The echoes of my own fears taunted me, wrapping around my throat like a noose. The ground shuddered beneath us, a reminder of Cronus's wrath. "You will fall," he roared, his voice a thunderstorm, each syllable punctuated by the tremors of the earth. The sky darkened, swirling into a maelstrom of fury. I could taste the terror, sharp and metallic, as it mingled with the scent of rain. But I also felt something fluttering inside, a dream igniting against the turmoil. It was a fragile hope, like a candle flickering in the depths of a cavern, susceptible to extinguishment, but it burned nonetheless, daring to exist in this chaos. My heart was a silent drum, echoing the desires of countless souls who had suffered under Cronus's reign. And then, there was Rhea, our mother, cloaked in sorrow. Her eyes, pools of anguish, haunted me with the weight of unspoken words. She had given life to her children only to witness their slow demise. Each of us, swallowed whole by the Titan's relentless hunger. "You must fight," she urged, her voice a whisper tinged with desperation. "You bear the legacy of the gods. Do not let his darkness consume you." The shadows of our past loomed large, filling the spaces between us, thick with memories of betrayal and loss. I felt a surge of anger for the years stolen, for the childhoods lost in the belly of a monster. "But how do we do this?" I asked, my voice trembling. "He is powerful, a god of chaos. He knows our every fear." "By facing him," Zeus said, determination hardening his features. The winds howled, a harbinger of fury, as he squared his shoulders, ready to defy the dark. "By embracing our pain. Only then can we forge our destiny." I felt the stirrings of a storm within me, a tempest of emotion that begged for release. I had spent too long in the shadows, afraid to step into the light. The thought of confronting Cronus filled me with dread, but I remembered the faces of those who had suffered, the ghostly echoes of my siblings who had come before us, swallowed by darkness. I could not let their sacrifices be in vain. The last act of defiance began. We charged forward, a whirlwind of fury and grief, the ground shaking beneath our feet as we hurled ourselves at the Titan. The air was thick with the scent of ozone, the promise of what was yet to come. With each step, I felt the past crash against the present, an overwhelming tide of memories. I saw flashes of laughter, innocence, and warmth intertwined with visions of despair, the Titan's cruel laughter echoing through my mind. "Together?" Zeus shouted, his voice rising above the cacophony. "We are not alone." The clash was cataclysmic. I felt the power surge through my veins, a wild river of energy that set my heart ablaze. The sickle swung through the air, a deadly arc of silver, and I ducked just in time, adrenaline surging. The Titan's rage was palpable, a beast unleashed as he struggled against the winds of change. I remember the moment our eyes locked, mine and Cronus's. And for a heartbeat, time froze. It was an abyss of despair staring back at me, a reminder of the monster he had become, twisted by his own fears. I couldn't help but feel a sliver of sympathy, a deep, haunting echo that whispered of what he had once been. But that fleeting thought was extinguished as the reality crashed back, blinding and unforgiving. I fought not just for myself, but for every flickering light extinguished in the darkness. Each blow struck against Cronus was a declaration, a reclamation of stolen dreams. We were the children of the cosmos, the lost stars returning to take back our place in the night sky. Then, in that moment of chaos, time itself unraveled. Shadows merged, and the cosmos shuddered as we pressed forward, a relentless tide of hope against despair. I felt the power surge, a symphony of emotion swirling in a chaotic dance of rage and love, grief and triumph. Together, we could forge a new destiny. The Titan's reign was crumbling, and as the final blow drew near, I caught a glimpse of the dawn breaking through the darkness, promising a new beginning, a new world waiting to be born. The battle roared on, a tempest of sound and fury, and even as I faltered, even as doubt gnawed at my edges, I knew, together, we could change everything. The end of the Titan reign was not just a fracture, it was a rebirth, a promise that the light would always find a way to pierce through the shadows. With the weight of the past heavy on my shoulders and the spark of hope igniting within, I charged forward, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The air crackles with the tension of an impending storm. Lightning splits the sky as if the universe itself is tearing apart, and I stand on the precipice of Olympus, the jagged cliffs trembling beneath my feet. The gods might be powerful, but they are also feral, and their whispers echo like a forgotten promise in the wind. I can almost taste the bitterness of betrayal as I gaze at the horizon, where darkness looms, swallowing the last vestiges of light. Zeus, the thunderous king, stands at the edge, his face a storm of fury and despair. I watch him, a titan cloaked in shadows, wrestling with the weight of 1,000 choices, each one heavier than the last. Beneath his noble brow, I see cracks of doubt, a fissure in the granite of his resolve. I remember the first time I saw him, a god forged in power, yet here he is, on the brink of collapse, a warrior without a battlefield, lost in the vastness of his own ambitions. Do you hear it? He growls, the air vibrating with his voice. The cries of those we've abandoned. I want to scream that I do, that the echoes of the lost gnaw at my soul. But I am frozen, tethered by the weight of my own choices, rooted to the ground with memories that claw at my heart. I remember the faces, those who trusted us, who believed in the promise of Olympus. And then there's Hera, radiant and terrifying, a queen cloaked in a dress spun from shadows. Her eyes blaze, a tempest boiling within. She stands beside Zeus, her presence both a balm and a dagger. The air around her is electric, charged with the love and rage that dance in her every breath. She's the heart of Olympus, yet it beats erratically, a frantic rhythm that threatens to shatter us all. Enough, she cries, her voice slicing through the storm. The words hang in the air, heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. We cannot afford to falter now. The mortals are watching, and we must not show our cracks. Yet, I see them, the cracks widening with every heartbeat. Each moment swells with the suffocating realization that we are not invincible. We are gods, yes, but also flawed, haunted by the ghosts of our past choices. I feel the pressure build, an electric hum that courses through me, an unrelenting reminder that Olympus is not merely a realm of glory, it is a cage, and we are its prisoners. Do you remember the stories? I whisper, my voice trembling as I search their faces. The tales of the mighty who fell? How easily the mighty can be toppled. Hera's gaze sharpens, the flicker of fear igniting a fire within her. You dare to speak of the fallen? We are not them. She steps closer, her breath warm and charged, but I feel the chill of doubt creeping in. We are gods. We are eternal. Yet her conviction wavers as if she can feel the tremors beneath our feet, the very earth shaking as if it knows we are standing on the precipice of destruction. Lightning flashes again, painting her features in stark relief, revealing the vulnerability beneath her fierce exterior. I glance at Zeus, and for a fleeting moment, I see a flicker of uncertainty in his majestic eyes, a vulnerability that terrifies me even more than the storm brewing above. The mortal realm spirals below us, a chaotic dance of lives intertwined with threads of joy and sorrow. I think of those who look up to Olympus, their hopes anchored in our hands. I remember the child who prayed for rain during a drought, the woman who sacrificed her last coin for a glimpse of divine favor. They believe in us, but we are standing on the edge of a knife, and one misstep could send us plummeting into oblivion. As I breathe in the charged air, an overwhelming sense of dread seeps into my bones. What if we are not worthy of their worship? What if we are just like them, stumbling through the dark, searching for a flicker of light? Zeus turns, his eyes stormy. We cannot let them down, not now. His voice is raw, vibrating with emotion, and I feel the weight of his fear wrap around me like a shroud. We must build Olympus anew, forge it from the ashes of our failures. Hera's laughter is sharp and brittle, a fragile facade. You think we can simply create another Olympus? With what? The ruins of our pride? The relics of our mistakes? I remember, the words slipped from my lips, a soft lament, a confession. I remember how it felt to be loved, to be feared. But love is fickle, and fear is a double-edged sword. What remains when the gods fall silent? The silence that follows is deafening, a void that echoes with unasked questions. The storm swirls, rain beginning to fall in heavy sheets, soaking us to the bone, each drop a reminder of our fragility. Together, Zeus says, his voice low, nearly drowned by the roar of the elements. We must unite. For them, for us. If we don't face this, we'll be nothing more than shadows, forgotten in the pages of history. Hera's eyes glisten with unshed tears, and I can see her struggle against the tide of the past, against the memories of betrayal and heartache that twist around her like 1,000 vines. Then let us build, let us shatter the chains of doubt. But if we fail, we will be lost, I finish, my heart aching with the weight of that truth. But if we do not try, we are already dead. As the heavens unleash their fury, I feel the pulse of Olympus beneath me, a heart that beats with the rhythm of our struggle, our conflict. It is a heartbeat that echoes through the ages, a reminder that our existence hangs by a thread, woven through the fabric of time. A distant roar rumbles in the storm, a voice that calls to us, igniting the fire of defiance within. There's no turning back now, and as we stand there, united in our fear and hope, I know that the storm of Olympus is only just beginning. The clock strikes midnight, a chime echoing through the empty corridors of time, each peal like a heartbeat drumming against the silence of fate. Shadows flicker, darkness pooling in the corners of a dimly lit room where two figures wrestle with the weight of their existence. I remember that night. I remember the air thick with desperation and the scent of damp earth, as if the very soil understood the bitterness of humanity's plight. Elena stands before the mirror, her fingers trembling against the glass surface, tracing the contours of her own face as though deciphering a language written in pain. Her reflection stares back, a ghostly visage of dreams long extinguished, a woman burdened by the threads of destiny spun by the Moirai, the Fates. The sisters who wield power unseen, their fingers nimble with the delicate artistry of creation and destruction. Clotho, Lachesis, Atropos, she feels them lurking just beyond her awareness, invisible specters guiding her steps with cruel precision. Do you see them? She whispers to herself, the question heavy with longing. Do you see how they weave our lives into something so beautiful and so broken? The glass remains unyielding, an echo of her own fractured heart. Outside, the wind howls, a mournful cry that seems to reverberate through her very soul. And then there's Marcus, her brother, grappling with his own demons just beyond the threshold of that fragile sanctuary. He paces, restless and wild, a caged animal in the throes of a storm, every step a haunting reminder of the truth that binds them. Elena, he shouts, voice slicing through the silence, laced with desperation, fear crawling beneath his skin like an insidious parasite. We can't let them dictate our lives. We can't let fate decide who lives and who dies. I remember the way his words hung in the air, heavy and electric. They crackled with a tension that made the hairs on my arms stand at attention. The Moirai had already spun their threads, the fabric of their lives woven with the secrets of the past, a tapestry stained with loss and grief. I'd once believed that fate was a gentle hand, guiding us toward our destinies, but now I saw it for the monster it truly was, clutching, grasping, relentless in its pursuit. Do you think we can fight them? Elena's voice trembles, and the mirror reflects a glint of anguish in her eyes. Do you think we can cut the threads they've woven? Marcus stops, breath hitching in his throat, the weight of her question pulling him down. He wants to believe, but the truth is an anchor dragging him deeper into despair. We have to, he says, but his words fade, swallowed by the darkness. He feels it creeping in, the fingers of fate tightening around his throat, squeezing until he can barely breathe. I remember the flicker of hope in his eyes, a flickering candle in an unforgiving storm. He was always the dreamer, the one who believed in rebellion, even when the odds stood like towering walls before him. We can't let them win, he insists, voice rising, fueled by desperation. There must be a way to forge our own paths, to rewrite the stories they've crafted for us. Outside, The night deepens, the moon a silent witness to their struggle, casting ghostly shadows across the walls. I could almost feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down on them, ancient forces entwined in a dance that left them gasping for air. Fate was an unyielding force, and the Moirai were its puppeteers, tugging at the strings of existence with a cruel delight. Elena's breath hitches, a flicker of defiance igniting within her. "Then we fight," she whispers fiercely, her reflection morphing into something formidable. "We fight for every moment, every breath that is ours. We tear apart the fabric they've sewn. We won't be mere players in their game." And in that moment, I remember the beauty of her resolve, raw and unpolished, like a diamond formed in the depths of despair. The way the candlelight flickered, illuminating her face, casting shadows that danced with the promise of rebellion. Hope and fear intertwined, a symphony of emotions that surged through the air, wrapping around them like a shroud. But the Moirai don't take kindly to defiance. They thrive on chaos, weaving discord into the very fabric of existence. The air thickens, the room growing impossibly cold, as if the weight of their decision has summoned the very spirits of fate. A shiver runs down my spine, a warning, a foreboding whisper that echoes in the chambers of my heart. "Do you hear that?" Marcus asks, his voice barely a murmur, taut with dread. The silence swells, pregnant with the echoes of 1,000 unspoken fears. It was as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash between free will and destiny. I remember the moment when Elena turned, her heart pounding, her eyes wild with determination. "We will not be puppets!" She shouts, and the walls tremble, the shadows recoiling as if stung by her resolve. Outside, the wind howls louder, a chorus of anguish rising in response. Then we face them together, Marcus vows, his voice a battle cry, a promise etched into the very fabric of their souls. They stand united, two warriors against the forces of the universe, trembling but unyielding. The Moirai's threads shimmer in the darkness, a web of tangled destiny stretching out before them, both terrifying and tantalizing. But as they prepare to confront the invisible forces that bind them, I feel the chill of fate wrap around me, a shroud of inevitability that whispers of heartache and sacrifice. The night is far from over, and the spectre of fate lingers, watching, waiting, eager to weave the next chapter of their lives with a single snip of her shears. The clock continues to tick, each second a heartbeat in the vast expanse of existence, a reminder that time is both ally and enemy. And as the shadows deepen, every moment teeters on the precipice of change, an unrelenting tide that promises nothing but uncertainty. Outside, the stars burn brightly, indifferent to the struggles of mere mortals, while the Moirai laugh softly, their voices mingling with the wind, a haunting melody that reverberates in the stillness of the night. And in that silence, the characters face their greatest challenge, a confrontation with the darkness that threatens to engulf them, and the weight of fate bears down like a storm. Time twists, reality blurs, and as I hold my breath, I know that the true battle has only just begun. Silence fell like a heavy shroud, smothering the air, a tension so palpable it could be sliced with a blade. The night sky stretched above, a vast canvas speckled with cold stars, indifferent to the chaos brewing below. Shadows danced among the trees, flickering like memories half remembered, half forgotten. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching, a tremor coursing through my body as I saw him, the figure of Prometheus, his silhouette barely discernible against the light of the distant flames. He was a titan, yet so painfully human in that moment, caught between the bitter pull of loyalty and the ferocious fires of rebellion. His eyes, twin orbs of defiance, glinted with the weight of countless stars and ancient secrets, knowing something the gods did not. I could feel the heat from the flames, hot and wild, licking at the edges of my thoughts, seeping into my bones, igniting an insatiable hunger. What is fire if not a mirror to the soul's tumult? And then there was Pandora, her name a whisper on the wind. She stood at the precipice of creation, a vessel of longing and dread, the first of her kind, forged from clay and divine breath. The weight of expectation hung around her like a cloak, and I could see the uncertainty flicker in her gaze, as if she were both a blessing and a curse. Each step she took towards Prometheus was fraught with the promise of destiny, yet burdened with the shadow of despair. I remember the first time I held fire in my hands, Prometheus said, his voice a low rumble, resonating with the trembling earth beneath our feet. It burned like hope, like the thrill of life, and yet it scorched everything I touched. The weight of his words hung heavy, a reminder of the cost of creation, of the pain intertwined with joy. His hands, rough and calloused, cradled the flickering ember, a fragile thing that radiated power and peril in equal measure. Pandora stepped closer, her breath escaping in quickened bursts. "What if it consumes us?" She hesitated, the question catching in her throat like smoke, memories of a world unmarred by fire clouding her mind. "What if we are not ready?" Her eyes, pools of uncertainty, darted between the flames and the man who dared to defy the gods. "Ready?" Prometheus echoed, a bitter smile twisting his lips. "Does anyone ever feel ready? Life is chaos, a tempest waiting to unravel. But it is in that chaos we find ourselves, it is in the fire we are forged." His words ignited something within me, a flicker of understanding that danced dangerously close to desire. I could feel the pulse of the universe thrum at that moment, the stars above whispering secrets as old as time itself, yet still full of wonder. What were we but stardust, remnants of a cosmic explosion? Each heartbeat echoed with the weight of existence, threading the fragile connection of humanity, a tapestry woven with threads of love, pain, and insatiable curiosity. But the gods were watching, their eyes cold and unyielding. Zeus, the king of the divine, a figure shrouded in a storm of his own making, loomed in the shadows. His wrath was a thunderclap, a promise of retribution. I shivered, the air thick with dread, as I sensed the storm brewing. The skies would soon crack open, and with them would come the fury of the cosmos. "Do you not see?" Prometheus's voice cracked, a raw edge creeping into his tone. "They fear us. They fear our fire more than anything. It is a gift, but it is also a curse. It brings life, yet it destroys. We are the creators, and creators are always marked, hunted." He took a step back, the ember in his palm pulsing with a life of its own. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the flame, a drum echoing the rise and fall of human ambition. I thought of love, of dreams, of the raw beauty that flickered in the dark. "What will you choose, Prometheus? Will you unleash this fire upon us?" Pandora's voice trembled, each word dripping with the weight of uncertainty. The air crackled with tension, electric and alive. "I will," he declared, the conviction fierce, burning like the flame that threatened to engulf him. "I will give them fire, for they deserve to feel its warmth, to know its power." His words were a clarion call, a challenge to the very heavens. I felt my skin ignite with his fervor, a wildfire consuming the doubts that had once anchored me. But in the distance, a low rumble began to swell, a storm brewing, dark clouds swirling with ominous intent. Zeus's wrath loomed closer, shadows clawing their way across the ground, seeking to extinguish the light before it could blossom. The flames crackled, alive with the wild spirit of humanity's unquenchable desire. "Do you understand what you are risking?" Pandora whispered, fear clawing at the edges of her resolve. "What will we become if we embrace this gift?" Her hands trembled, reaching out to touch the ember, the flickering flame a reflection of their shared fate. "I remember." Prometheus's voice softened, a shadow of vulnerability breaking through. "I remember the taste of freedom, sweet and intoxicating. I remember the first time I dared to defy the gods, the exhilaration of carving our own destiny." With those words, the world around us began to shift, the flames dancing higher, illuminating the night sky like a beacon of hope. I could feel the universe hold its breath, the stars glimmering in anticipation of what was to come, the choice that lay before them, heavy as the weight of eternity itself. And yet the storm raged on, a reminder that the price of creation is never without consequence. The ground beneath me shuddered, the air thickening with an impending storm, the crack of thunder a portent of what lay ahead. A clash was coming, a battle not just between titans and gods, but between the very essence of existence, the struggle between creation and destruction, hope and despair. In that moment, I understood, fire was not merely a gift, it was a mirror reflecting our darkest fears and our brightest dreams. The choice hung heavy in the air, a breath caught in the throat of the cosmos, waiting for the spark that would ignite a new beginning or plunge us into the abyss. As the storm approached, I couldn't help but wonder, what would we become when the flames finally met the sky? Would we rise like the phoenix, reborn from the ashes, or would we be consumed by the fire we so desperately craved? The answer lingered just beyond reach, an eternal question echoing through the void, beckoning us to step closer to the flame, and to ourselves. A crack of thunder resonated through the clouds, shaking the very foundations of Mount Olympus. The sky, a tempest of swirling black and silver, mirrored the chaos brewing in the hearts of its denizens. I remember the silence before the storm, a breath caught in the throat, a heartbeat suspended in time. It was in that moment that I stood at the edge of the precipice, watching the world below shudder, knowing the fury of gods was about to break free. Zeus, my brother, was a tempest contained, his brow furrowed with a storm of his own making. I could feel the energy around him crackle, an electric tension, like the air before a lightning strike. Once, we had been inseparable, two boys in the fields of Crete, laughing under the sun. But as the weight of our divine legacies grew heavier, laughter morphed into rivalry, and the bond of brotherhood twisted into something darker. Then there was Hera, his queen, standing in the shadows, her eyes like burning coals. She was a force of nature, fierce and unyielding, yet in her heart lay a torrent of despair. I could see it in the way her fingers trembled, holding a silver goblet that glinted ominously in the dim light. I remember how she used to look at Zeus with adoration, a devotion that seemed endless, a tether that bound her to his thunderous whims. But that love had become a chain, dragging her down into the abyss of betrayal and resentment. "Why do you let him treat you like this?" I whispered, unable to hide the concern that coiled inside me like a serpent. It was a question tainted by my own failures, my own shortcomings as a brother, but the desperation in my voice was palpable. Her laughter was a brittle sound, a fragile echo of what once was. "Love is not a shield, brother. It's a battlefield." And in that moment, the storm outside broke, a cacophony of thunder rumbling through the air, shaking the very stones of Olympus. The heavens opened, and the rain fell like tears, shocking, relentless, as if the cosmos itself wept for the tragedies that unfolded among us. Time twisted and turned, memories flooding back, fleeting glimpses of laughter turned to shouts, warmth turned to ice. I could see the shadows of our past dancing in the corners of my mind, Zeus and Hera at their nuptials, their vows echoing in the halls, now tainted by secrets, by infidelities hidden in the dark. The room felt cold, despite the heat of our divine blood coursing through our veins. I felt it, a shift, a tension that hung thick in the air, a palpable weight of unspoken words. A single glance passed between Zeus and Hera, a flash of pain and anger that ignited like wildfire, consuming everything in its path. "Enough!" Zeus roared, his voice echoing like a clap of thunder. The ground beneath us trembled, a warning, a plea. "You will not question my authority, not here," and there it was, the chasm widening between us, between siblings, between lovers. I stood there, caught in the crossfire of their love and hate, a bystander in the wreckage of what was once a family. Hera stepped forward, unwavering. "Your authority is built on the bones of those you've betrayed, brother. Love is not a weapon, it should not be wielded like a sword." I felt the cold grip of fear enveloping my heart, an icy hand squeezing tighter with every word she spoke. Would it spark the inevitable confrontation that lingered in the air, like the thick fog that crawled over the mountains? "You speak of betrayal when you have been unfaithful." Zeus's voice was thunderous, a growl that called forth the very storms. "You think I am the only one to blame?" I watched as her eyes glistened, tears shimmering like diamonds against the backdrop of despair. "I have given you everything, but you," and just like that, the storm intensified, rain hammering against the stone walls, drowning their voices in a deluge. I stepped back, a shadow among giants, feeling their tumultuous emotions crashing over me like waves. The weight of their history pressed down, suffocating, heavy with the echoes of broken promises. "Do you remember?" I interjected, my voice trembling, fighting to rise above the chaos. "Do you remember when we were young, when we believed love could conquer all?" But the question hung in the air, unanswered, like the spaces between the raindrops, echoing in the vast emptiness of time. The tension crackled, pulsing like a drumbeat, each moment stretching into eternity. Suddenly, the world outside felt smaller, the storm a mere whisper compared to the tempest of their hearts. It was as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. I could feel it, a shift, a breaking point. And then, in a moment that shattered the silence, Zeus raised his hand, a flash of lightning illuminating the room, casting eerie shadows that danced like specters around us. His voice, low and dangerous, sent chills racing down my spine. "You dare to challenge me, sister?" Heros' defiance ignited like a flame, and I realized then how fragile this web of relationships had become, simmering with rage, tinged with love, each thread threatening to snap. "I will not be silenced, brother. Not anymore." Time seemed to still as I stood between them, a mere mortal caught in the storm of the divine. I struggled to breathe, to ground myself amidst their chaos, but their pain and anger eclipsed everything. In that moment, I saw more than just siblings at war. I saw the ghosts of our past, the laughter, the arguments, the moments of tenderness swallowed whole by resentment. And as I moved toward them, my heart thundering like the storm outside, I realized it wasn't just their battle, it was ours, woven with the threads of fate and family, an unbreakable bond that would either crumble or ignite into something new. The storm raged on, a symphony of chaos, and I stood there, waiting, a captive to the tempest that was love, betrayal, and the weight of expectation. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, the promise of confrontation lingering like the scent of rain on parched earth, mingling with the complex tapestry of their lives. As thunder boomed and lightning cracked, the air thickened with tension, a prelude to the inevitable clash that lay just beyond the horizon. The air crackled like a storm, heavy with the scent of iron and fear. In the depths of a shadowy cave, darkness swallowed everything whole, except for the flickering light of a single torch, casting ghostly shapes against the damp, rough-hewn stone walls. Just outside, the world teetered on the brink of chaos, the thunder of war drums echoed in the distance, a relentless heartbeat that promised destruction. I could barely breathe, the weight of what was coming pressing down on me, an unbearable terror gripping my throat. I remember the moment, I remember it like the last whisper of a dying star. With every heartbeat, the fabric of reality seemed to shimmer and warp, and I could feel the pulse of the universe tugging at me. In that cave, where fate twisted like a serpent ready to strike, the whispers of ancient gods lingered like shadows, reminding us all that we were mere mortals, caught in a web of divine machinations. Then there was Metis, the shrewd goddess of wisdom, her eyes dark pools of ancient knowledge and unfathomable sorrow. She stood among us, a flicker of defiance against the encroaching doom. Yet her strength felt like a thin thread, fraying under the weight of her own mind. "They say knowledge is a double-edged sword," she murmured, voice trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. Her thoughts swirled around me, a tornado of brilliance and despair. But what if it cuts so deep that even the gods bleed? And there was Zeus, the thunderer, looming above all, the architect of our chaos. His eyes blazed with fury, and his hands trembled with the desire to crush, to obliterate anything that threatened his reign. I saw the flicker of uncertainty in his gaze, the flicker of doubt, and I knew he was haunted by the prophecy that hung like a noose around his neck. A child born of Metis would surpass him, a goddess more powerful than even he could imagine. A chill licked at the edges of my spine. What would he do? What horror would he unleash to prevent it? "Metis," he growled, voice rough like gravel, "you carry the seed of my downfall." Tension thickened the air, suffocating, wrapping around our throats like a serpent. "I will not allow this child to grow strong," he proclaimed, each word a thunderclap that echoed through the cave's confines. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a storm, dark clouds swirling above, crackling with the energy of impending violence. And I stood there, a spectator to divine madness, heart racing like a wild stallion. I felt like a gnat caught in the middle of a war between titans, utterly powerless. "You're wrong," I wanted to scream, to shake the foundations of Olympus with my conviction. "This is not just a child. This is the birth of wisdom, of strategy, of the very essence of thought." But my voice faltered, caught in the web of their conflict. The air grew colder, a palpable silence vibrating with unspoken words, dreams deferred, and hopes crushed. Metis turned to me, her gaze piercing through the shadows. "Help me," she whispered, desperation spilling from her lips. "I fear for my child, but I fear for myself even more." I felt her pain in my bones, the fear that wrapped around her heart, threatening to squeeze the life from it. The way she held her breath, waiting for the inevitable, struck me like a dagger. I wanted to cradle her, to promise her that wisdom would prevail, that her child would be a beacon in the darkness, but how could I? In that moment, I realized how flawed we all were, deities and mortals alike. Zeus, in his anger, was blind to the truth. Metis, in her brilliance, was shackled by her fears. And I? A mere observer, yearning for purpose among the storm. The cave trembled as Zeus stepped forward, the earth quaking beneath him like a wounded animal. "You will not bring forth this child," he said, a promise and a threat woven together in his thunderous voice. "I will not let it happen." Metis stood firm, the flicker of resolve igniting in her eyes. "You underestimate the power of wisdom, Zeus. It is not something to be contained, it is a flame that must be nurtured." The shadows danced around us, teasing the edges of our truths. "But flames can burn," Zeus countered, the tempest in his heart casting ripples through the air. "And I will extinguish it before it consumes us all." I remember the stillness that followed, a moment suspended in time, filled with the promise of violence and the agony of choice. I could feel the cosmic clock ticking, each second an echo of inevitability. Before I could comprehend the weight of it all, before I could forge my own path, Zeus lunged, a flash of primal energy that made the very fabric of the cave shudder. "You will be swallowed whole," he roared, reaching for Metis, intent on sealing her fate and that of the child within her. But in that instant, I felt something shift, a pulse of warmth and light, a flicker of hope that surged through the darkness. I grasped at it, desperate to harness its power, to sway the course of fate. The air sparked with potential, a cosmic force that whispered promises of change. I could feel Metis's resolve surge, a tidal wave of determination crashing against the walls of despair. "I will protect my child," she declared, her voice rising like a phoenix from the ashes. And then, in a flash of brilliance that lit the cave brighter than the sun, the impossible happened. From within Metis, a blinding light erupted, a force strong enough to push back against the tempest. The cave was filled with the sound of creation, a melody of life, of wisdom ready to be born. Zeus faltered, his fury turning to disbelief, yet I could see the shadows in his eyes, the flicker of fear as the truth settled. What would emerge from this tumult would not simply be a child, it would be a reckoning, a goddess that would hold the weight of the world in her hands. And as everything swirled around me, a chaos, fear, hope, I felt the universe shift, the balance teetering, destiny unfolding like a flower in spring. I was caught in the eye of a storm, breathless, lost, waiting for the confrontation that would seal our fates. In that moment, I understood, wisdom does not come without sacrifice. And in the heart of darkness, the light of Athena was preparing to rise. The air hung thick with apprehension, swirling like the fog that clung to the mountains. It was a night that promised rebirth and despair, steeped in the weight of impending fate. Shadows loomed in the corners of the dimly lit chamber where Leto knelt, her body trembling like a fragile leaf caught in the tempest. Every breath she took was a battle against the pain that clawed at her insides, as if the universe itself conspired to crush her spirit. But she was no ordinary woman, she was the mother of gods, and even the very heavens held their breath, waiting for the miracle that was to come. Around her, the walls echoed with memories of a past that wove together threads of joy and heartbreak. I remember the whispers of the stars that night, the way they flickered in the inky darkness, and how I thought for a fleeting moment that they could sense the tide of fate turning. I remember the bitter chill that wrapped around my heart like a vice. My twin children were growing restless within me, their vibrant essence flickering just beneath the surface, eager to burst forth into a world that had all but forsaken their mother. Leto's eyes flared with determination, a flicker of fire igniting within her icy despair. She could feel them both, Apollo, the harbinger of light, and Artemis, the huntress destined to pierce the shadows. But the burden of their birth was a tempest that threatened to rip her apart. I remember the feeling of power shifting, of time warping around me. The clock in the corner ticked with a dreadful precision, each tick resonating like a drumbeat of war, each tack a reminder of my mortality. "Do not falter, my love," whispered a voice from the edges of the room. The words were caressing, yet heavy with the weight of reality. It was Zeus, her lover, the king of gods, but in that moment, he felt like a ghost, watching from the sidelines as she faced the abyss alone. Their love was a tangled web of passion and heartbreak, a dance of shadows under the watchful gaze of Olympus. But Leto had no time to linger on what was lost. The tide of her agony rose, a surging wave that threatened to drown her in its depths. It felt as though the world outside had drawn breath and held it, suspended in an aching stillness. She could hear the whispers of the mountains, the rustle of leaves, the longing of creatures who sensed the stirring of greatness. "You are not alone," she told herself, though the words felt hollow. And just then, a piercing cry shattered the silence, splitting the night like a bolt of lightning tearing through a storm. In that moment, Leto was no longer merely a vessel, she became a conduit of celestial power. The pain slid away, eclipsed by a rush of radiant energy. The universe shuddered, a breath caught in its throat, as the light erupted within her, fierce and uncontainable. "Artemis!" The name surged forth, a battle cry and a prayer all at once. In the very next heartbeat, the air was alight with the essence of life, twin deities, birthed beneath the gaze of twilight's embrace. I remember the warmth flooding the room, the way shadows bowed to their brilliance, retreating like cowards in the face of their glorious arrival. The world held its breath, teetering on the precipice of something magnificent. But with joy came a haunting realization: Leto was not simply a mother, she was the embodiment of sacrifice. I remember the echo of despair threading through the tapestry of her heart, as she felt the weight of responsibility pressing against her chest like a vice. Each child held a destiny, a thread woven into the fabric of existence. Apollo would rise as the god of light, illuminating the dark corners of the earth, while Artemis would dance between the trees, wielding her bow with a grace that could slay the shadows. They would be gods, yes, but in their ascent lay the echoes of her own fading light. The clock ticked on, relentless in its pursuit of time, counting down the moments until she would have to let them go. Every heartbeat felt like a chisel, carving away at the essence of who she was, shaping her into a memory, a spectre of the past. Her gaze turned to Zeus, whose strength could not shield her from this truth. "Will they remember me?" she whispered, the question a fragile butterfly caught in the storm. In his eyes, she saw a flicker of understanding, a shared weight that neither could bear alone. He reached for her, fingers trembling as they brushed against her cheek, and in that touch lay an eternity of unspoken promises. "I will watch over them," he vowed, his voice a tether in the chaos. But she knew the truth. The more powerful they became, the more distant they would drift, chasing dreams that would pull them away from her grasp. Time was a cruel master, unraveling the bonds of love like threads in a frayed tapestry. And then there was the laughter, a bubbling brook of joy that pierced the intensity of the moment. Artemis, fair and fierce, with eyes like twilight skies, was the first to grasp the world with tiny hands, her laughter ringing like the sweet chime of bells. Apollo followed, a radiant smile breaking across his cherubic face, illuminating the dark corners of existence. Their presence transformed the room, filling it with a warmth that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. I remember the flood of emotions that surged like a tidal wave, joy intermingled with sorrow, anticipation fused with dread. They were born into a world that would worship them, yet none could know the cost of that reverence. As the children of Olympus, they were destined for greatness, but the shadows whispered that greatness often came with a price. The chamber was alive now, crackling with the electric energy of new beginnings, yet Leto felt an emptiness gnawing at her heart. Each moment was a fleeting fragment of time, slipping through her fingers like sand. The world outside awaited the arrival of the deities, but within those walls, a mother mourned for what she knew would soon fade away. And as the clock ticked on, Leto whispered a prayer into the ether, a plea wrapped in love and fear. "May you remember the light of your mother," she breathed, a bittersweet offering to the vast cosmos. But with every syllable, a piece of her shattered, scattering into the night like stars falling from the sky. The door creaked open, and the world beyond surged in. The cries of the cosmos merged with the laughter of newborns, a cacophony of light and shadows. Leto looked at her children, their radiant faces glowing with possibilities, and she knew this was just the beginning. The boundaries of heaven and earth trembled as the twin deities emerged, their fates intertwined with the fabric of existence. With each step, the world shifted, and she could almost hear the whispers of the stars, urging her to embrace the chaos to come. The shadows loomed ever closer, but in that moment, she chose to stand resolute, a lighthouse in the storm, because sometimes, love meant stepping into the darkness to shine a light that would never fade. The air crackled with the weight of unspoken words, a silence that roared like a tempest. Underneath the shimmering veil of twilight, a figure stood at the edge of the world, watching as shadows danced in the dying light. Lyra felt the tug of someone, pulling at the very fabric of her soul. She had been warned not to linger near the sacred grove, where Aphrodite's whispers beckoned the unwary. But this was no idle temptation, this was a destiny entwined with her very heartbeat. "I remember the first time I tasted love," Lyra whispered to the twilight, her voice a fragile thread woven through the stillness. It echoed back in a haunting refrain. "I remember." In that moment, she was consumed by the memory, a boy with wild hair and laughter that resonated like music through her veins. The way he looked at her, as though she were a comet streaking across his sky. They had shared a stolen kiss beneath the stars, an innocent promise that the world could not shatter. But innocence was a fragile glass, and it shattered long ago, leaving only shards that cut deep into her heart. She had lost him to fear, fear of love, fear of the future, fear of the very thing that anchored them together. But tonight, as shadows lengthened, the grove pulsed with life. It was as if Aphrodite herself were alive in the rustle of leaves, in the shimmering glow of fireflies. Desire swirled around Lyra like a miasma, seductive and intoxicating. It filled her lungs, and she gasped, tasting both sweetness and bitterness on her tongue, a reminder that love was never simple. It was a thrilling ride on a knife's edge, the kind that could leave one blooded and breathless. Not far from Lyra, the air twisted around Zephyr, whose heart was a battlefield. He stood rigid, clenching his fists, the echoes of his past swirling like a tempest within him. His dark eyes flickered with uncertainty as he recalled a woman whose laughter had stitched together his frayed soul. Her name was Myra, and she had been the light in his bleak existence. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she had vanished into the ether, leaving him gnawing at the edges of despair, his heart a hollow drum echoing in the silence of their shared dreams. "What would you give for one more moment with her?" Lyra's voice, soft yet piercing, sliced through his thoughts. He turned, startled, as if her words were a ghost reaching for him from the depths of his longing. He did not answer, he could not. The complexity of love was too tangled, too painful. Instead, he let the silence speak volumes, the air heavy with the weight of their unsaid confessions. Lyra approached him, her gaze fierce yet vulnerable. "You think you know desire, Zephyr? You think you can bury it beneath layers of cynicism and loss? Desire is a storm, it rages, it consumes. It demands to be felt, even if it leaves you trembling in its aftermath." He could only nod, for he felt it, the pulse of longing that coursed through him like blood. It was a fever that threatened to consume him whole. Desire was more than a mere longing, it was a feral beast, clawing at the edges of his consciousness, reminding him of the love he had lost, the love he could never reclaim. In that moment, Aphrodite was not just a goddess, she was a spectre entwined in their fates, her whispers curling around their limbs as they stood together, two lost souls on the precipice of understanding. The air thickened with unfulfilled desires, each breath a reminder of their intertwined destinies. The moon hung low, an eerie witness to their pain, casting silver shadows that flickered like ghosts in the night. But then there was a shift, a crack in the very fabric of their world. The grove trembled as if the earth itself were recoiling from the intensity of their emotions. Lyra gasped, and Zephyr's heart raced as he felt the heat of something greater than themselves unfurling. It was as if Aphrodite had taken a breath, stirring the very essence of desire into a tempest, a chaotic ballet of passion and heartache. "Do you feel that?" Lyra's voice broke through the storm. It was both a question and a challenge, a plea that hung heavy in the air. "Yes," he breathed, as the shadows around them deepened, swirling like a living entity. They were no longer mere mortals, but vessels of everything they had ever yearned for, everything they had lost. The grove pulsed with life, each heartbeat a reminder that love was both their greatest ally and their fiercest enemy. Lyra stepped closer, her eyes aflame with fierce determination. "We can't run from this longing, this ache. It's what makes us human, what makes us alive. We can't let fear dictate our choices." Her voice trembled, and Zephyr felt the tremor in her soul, resonating with the pulse of his own. But he was afraid of the shadows that lurked in the corners of their hearts, threatening to consume them both. "And what if that desire destroys us?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if the very act of speaking it might conjure the darkness. "Then we embrace the destruction," she retorted, her voice fierce with a passion that ignited something deep within him. For what is love if not a battle fought with every fiber of our being? To desire is to live. To love is to risk losing everything. But I would rather burn brightly and be consumed than fade into nothingness. In that moment, the night exploded in a symphony of light and sound. The grove erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, each burst a reflection of their innermost fears and desires. Their hearts raced in unison, the intensity of the moment wrapping around them like a shroud. Lyra reached out, her fingertips brushing against the warmth of Zephyr's skin, igniting a spark that sent electric currents through the air. "Together, we can face it," she breathed, her voice soaked in desperation, a sweet melody that resonated with both hope and heartache. "Let's not shy away from what we feel. Let's surrender to the chaos." As the night enveloped them, the walls of their hearts began to crumble, leaving them vulnerable, raw, and exposed. Their fears, their loves, their longings, everything swirled together, a tempest of emotion that held the promise of destruction, yet also the glimmer of rebirth. And as the moon bathed them in its silvery light, Lyra and Zephyr stood at the edge of the abyss, hearts racing, souls entwined in the complexity of love, desire, and the eternal pull of the divine. The earth trembled beneath my feet, a low growl echoing from deep within the mountain. The air crackled, thick with ominous electricity, like the moments before a storm when everything feels wrong yet strangely thrilling. I stood at the precipice, the battlefield stretched out before me, a chaotic tableau of chaos and terror. Giants! They loomed in the distance, grotesque titans carved from nightmares, their bloody scars glistening under the fading light of day. I could feel their rage, a palpable force that sent shivers down my spine. Is it madness to think we can win? My heart ached as the question echoed in my mind, the weight of it heavy and burdensome. I turned to Lyra, her eyes wide with a blend of fear and determination that mirrored my own. She was fierce, unyielding, but this was a different kind of war. There was no glory here, only survival. I remember when we thought we were invincible, she whispered, her voice catching in her throat. When we believed the world was ours for the taking. Her hand trembled as she gripped her sword, the cold steel a reassurance yet also a reminder of the lives we were about to lose. Now look at us. With a roar that shattered the silence, one of the giants swung its massive arm, sending a wave of soldiers sprawling like rag dolls. The sound of flesh meeting flesh was sickening, and I could almost taste the bitter bile rising in my throat. "Stay focused!" I shouted over the chaos, adrenaline pumping through my veins. "We can't let their fear consume us. We must fight." But inside, dread clawed at my heart. I thought of the faces of those I loved, families torn apart by war, children left to fend for themselves. This was not a story of heroism, it was a desperate attempt to reclaim our humanity from these monstrous shadows. I felt the weight of every life lost, every scream echoing through the ages, binding us in a collective grief. Remember the stories, the ancient tales. I shouted to Lyra, trying to dispel the darkness creeping into my mind. How the gods fought alongside us. But even as I spoke, doubt seeped into my words. The gods had abandoned us, leaving only the echoes of their laughter in the wind. All we had was each other, fragile and flawed. I thought of Marcus, my brother, who had joined the ranks with dreams of glory and honor. He should be here, I muttered, the weight of his absence a stone in my chest. He shouldn't be lost to us. The thought consumed me, spiraling out of control, a relentless reminder of our shared mortality. Lyra glanced at me, her expression a mixture of sympathy and fierce resolve. "We fight for him," she said, her voice steady. "For all of them. But how do you fight against a nightmare?" The giants were relentless, their laughter booming like thunder, mocking our desperation. They moved with the lethargic grace of ancient mountains, yet every step sent tremors through the ground, shaking the very foundation of our resolve. I remember the night before, sitting around the campfire, sharing dreams and fears. The flickering flames dancing in the dark, casting shadows that twisted like the stories of old. We were warriors, yes, but we were also terrified children, hiding from monsters that would not only take our lives but our very souls. Gods, I hate this, I muttered, my fists clenching tightly around the hilt of my sword. I hate that it comes to this. Suddenly, a thunderous crash broke through my thoughts. A giant fell, its massive form crumbling to the ground, and for a moment, I felt hope, a fleeting glimpse of victory. But it was quickly extinguished as its brethren roared louder, eyes red with fury, the scent of vengeance palpable in the air. Lyra! I called as I dashed toward her, my heart racing. We were outnumbered, outmatched. The world felt like it was unraveling around us, but I couldn't let despair take hold. We have to keep moving. We can't let them see our fear. She nodded, her expression fierce, but I saw the cracks behind her bravado. I remember the tales of heroes, she said, her voice almost reverent. We were supposed to be the legends, not the footnotes of this war. The emotional weight hung heavy between us, a bond forged in fire and the imminent threat of death. I wanted to scream, to rage against the heavens that had forsaken us, but all I could do was run, each stride echoing the heartbeat of a dying world. We charged into the fray, the clash of steel and screams igniting the air like a wildfire. The giants towered over us, their shadows swallowing the light. I felt the cold breath of despair brushing against my neck, a ghost of our former selves, whispering that none would survive this. But I remembered, this was not just a battle, it was a reckoning. Each strike against the giants felt like a blow against fate itself. We were flawed, yes, but we were alive, and we would fight. I would fight for every memory etched into my heart, every laugh shared under the stars, every tear shed in helplessness. With every wound I took, with every giant that fell, I could feel our collective story pulsing beneath the surface, a tapestry woven from grief and hope, fear and resilience. We were not just fighting for survival, we were reclaiming our lives, our dreams, our very place in this chaotic universe. As the giants roared, their fury echoing through the hills, I felt a flicker of defiance rising within me, ignited by the memories of those we had lost and the love that still bound us together. We were warriors, not just of flesh and blood, but of spirit, flawed and imperfect, yet determined to carve our names into the annals of history. And as the battle raged on, I knew this war was far from over. The confrontation would come, fierce and unrelenting, a storm of emotion and chaos unfurling before us. But I would not falter. With every heartbeat, I would fight. For Lyra. For Marcus. For a future that was still ours to claim. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver light cutting through the inky darkness. Shadows danced like whispers against the cobblestones, as if the night itself had secrets to share, if only one dared to listen. The air crackled with urgency, electric and alive. A breath held tight in the chest of the city, teetering on the edge of chaos. I stood there, heart hammering, watching the world twist in on itself. For the moment, everything hung in suspension, like a thread pulled taut, then it snapped. Go! The voice was sharp, cutting through the silence like a dagger. It belonged to Lyra, eyes blazing with desperation. She was a tempest trapped in a fragile vessel. She turned, hair a wild halo, and in that instant, she became a creature of myth. If he finds you, but I couldn't move. A heavy weight anchored my feet to the ground. Hermes was coming, I could feel him in my bones, the messenger, the trickster, the intertwiner of fate. He carried messages that could shatter worlds, weave destinies, and tonight, he bore a truth that could turn our lives into ash. The city pulsed around us, a living, breathing entity, each brick and stone a testament to its history. A world of gods, of men, of shadows. A world on the brink. I could almost hear the ticking of time, haunting like a metronome, steady, relentless. The clock in the tower chimed, announcing the hour, a grim reminder that decisions made now would echo through eternity. Please? Lyra's voice broke through my reverie, cracking like glass. You have to trust me. Trust. A fragile word, a silken thread. I remembered the times I had trusted too easily, had been burned by the flames of betrayal. And yet, here she was, a shimmering beacon in the dark, fighting against the fear that threatened to consume us both. but fear was a familiar companion, one I had learned to dance with. "Where is he?" I whispered, knowing the answer even as I asked. The shadows shifted to reveal a figure, tall and cloaked, face obscured. The air turned cold, as if the very fabric of reality had trembled in his wake. Hermes, the bearer of news, both good and ill, his presence chilled the marrow in my bones. "Ah, the wayward souls," he said, voice smooth as polished marble. "Caught between the choices of mortals and the whims of gods." He stepped closer, and I felt the air thickening, an invisible weight. His smile was a cruel twist of fate, a promise veiled in darkness. "What is your choice?" Lyra's hand tightened on my arm, nails digging into flesh, grounding me against the waves of uncertainty crashing over us. "We can't let him take you," she pleaded, the tremor in her voice betraying her brave facade. "We can't let him do this." But what was the alternative? To run into the night, away from the light, away from the truth. I had seen the others who had chosen that path, consumed by shadows, turned to dust by their own indecision. "What if I don't want to be saved?" I said, my voice barely above a whisper, the admission slashing through the tension. "What if I want to know what he carries?" Hermes laughed, and it was a sound that sent shivers down my spine, a melody woven with the strands of fate. "Curiosity, my dear, can be a dangerous thing. It can lead to revelations, but more often, to ruin." The shadows around him pulsed and twisted, a living tapestry of all the lives he had touched, all the choices made in desperation. Every heartbeat echoed my hesitation. I was a moth drawn to the flame, aware of the danger, yet unable to pull away. "Do you really think you can bear the weight of what I carry?" he asked, his tone shifting, darkening. "What if your truth is a heavier burden than you can fathom?" Lyra's grip on my arm tightened, and I felt her pulse racing beneath my skin, a rhythm that matched the frantic tempo of my own heart. "You can't do this," she cried, the anguish in her voice slicing through the air. "You can't let him manipulate you." But manipulation was what Hermes excelled in. He thrived in chaos, reveling in the strings of fate he pulled, the destinies he unraveled. I had seen it before, a friend lost to jealousy, a lover consumed by regret. Life was a cruel game, and tonight, we were all players on his chessboard. I glanced at Lyra, her expression a storm of fear and determination. "What if I need to know?" I murmured, half to her and half to myself. Beneath her resolve, I saw the flicker of doubt, a question that mirrored my own. What did I truly seek? In that heartbeat of silence, Hermes stepped closer, the air thrumming with the electric charge of impending fate. "Choose," he intoned, voice low and commanding. "Choose now, or lose everything." The weight of the moment pressed down like a tombstone, forbidding and heavy. With every ounce of strength, I forced myself to meet his gaze, the abyss of his stare pulling me in. This was a moment, a singular point in time, stretching like an infinity. "I remember," I whispered, my voice threading through the air like a lifeline cast into uncertainty. "I remember the feel of hope, the taste of truth on my tongue." "Then embrace it," Hermes replied, a flicker of something, admiration, perhaps, flashing across his features, making my heart race. "But don't say I didn't warn you." Lyra's breath caught in her throat, and I could sense the shift, the moment before the storm broke. The air was thick with possibilities, each one a sharp edge, each a world unto itself. Time twisted, and I saw glimpses of what could be, moments of joy, of laughter, and of grief, the bittersweet tapestry of existence. Choices unfurled before me like petals of a flower blooming in the dead of winter, each one a beacon of light, yet cloaked in shadows. "I choose." The words tore from my lips, raw and fierce, reverberating against the stones. I chose to face the truth, to embrace the chaos, to stand on the precipice. The night was alive with electricity, the air vibrating with the weight of my declaration. And as Hermes' smile widened, the world shifted again, the city holding its breath, waiting for the storm to break, for the messenger to deliver the fateful news, for the shadows to reveal their secrets. And in that moment, the atmosphere thickened, the tension a palpable force. The confrontation loomed on the horizon, sharp and glittering with possibilities, a knife edge teetering between light and darkness, fate and freedom, an endless loop, spiraling into the unknown. The air hung thick, a palpable tension crackling like electricity in the night as the moon dripped silver across the cobblestones of the deserted city square. Shadows danced in the corners, whispering secrets of ancient rituals and forgotten revelries. A lone figure stumbled into view, breath ragged, eyes wild. Lysander, his heart racing, felt the weight of the night pressing against him, the pulse of the city beneath his feet a reminder of the ecstasy and terror that awaited him. He had come to this place to seek answers, to find solace in the embrace of a god who thrived on chaos, Dionysus himself. He remembered his brother, Thaddeus, who had been consumed by the cult. The laughter, the intoxicating music, the haze of wine that blurred the edges of reality, it had taken Thaddeus too far, spiraling into an abyss from which there was no return. I remember, Lysander whispered, as if calling forth the spirit of his lost sibling. I remember the way he danced, arms outstretched like a ravenous beast, hungry for the freedom he believed lay in the depths of intoxication. Each word felt heavy, thick with regret, as he pressed onward, past the empty taverns and shuttered windows that hid their secrets from the world. As he walked, he caught sight of Mara, her silhouette a haunting presence against the backdrop of the night. She was draped in darkness, a shroud of mystery that made her both alluring and terrifying. Once, they were inseparable, bound by laughter and dreams. Now she was drawn into the cult like a moth to the flame, lost in the rapture of drunken abandon. Lysander felt the ache of betrayal stab at his chest. "Mara," he called, desperation lacing his voice. "Come back to me. This isn't you." Her laughter echoed through the square, a chilling melody that sent shivers down his spine. "Lysander, don't you see? I've never felt more alive." Her words slithered through the air, seductive and dangerous. She twirled, the moonlight catching the glint of something sharp, a dagger, perhaps, or the remnants of her sanity. "Dionysus has shown me the way, the ecstasy that lies beyond the mundane. Join me, brother. Feel the release." The weight in his chest turned to lead. He wanted to pull her back, to shake her from the grip of this madness, but the allure was palpable. He could almost taste the sweet, intoxicating nectar that poured from the chalices of the cult, the promise of freedom wrapped in vines of despair. He remembered nights spent beneath the stars, sharing whispered dreams, the lightness of being young and unburdened. "I remember," he choked out, the words like shards of glass. "I remember when we were whole." Mara's eyes glinted with something sinister, something that felt more like a ghost of the girl he once knew. "You're living in the past, Lysander. This is the future. To embrace the chaos is to find true joy." She danced again, her movements fluid, mesmerizing, but Lysander saw the darkness behind them, the lurking shadows that promised nothing but pain. The laughter faded, replaced by an eerie silence, an unsettling calm that twisted in his gut. Then he heard it, a distant murmur, the chants of the cult rising like smoke in the wind. "Come, come, revel in the ecstasy." The call was intoxicating, pulling at the very fibers of his being, luring him closer to the heart of the madness. He felt the beat of the drums echoing in his chest, felt the pull of the vine that wrapped around his senses, squeezing and teasing, promising a release that was both beautiful and terrifying. "Thaddeus!" The name slipped from his lips unbidden, a prayer, a plea. Suddenly, the night was filled with visions of his brother, lost in a haze of laughter, seduced by the god of wine and revelry. "What have they done to you?" He felt the tears sting his eyes, the grief like a choking vine around his throat. This was not just a fight for Mara's soul, it was a battle for Thaddeus's memory, for the remnants of a life consumed by darkness. As the chanting grew louder, Lysander's heart raced. The shadows seemed to pulse with a life of their own, swirling around him, beckoning him to join the dance. The air was thick and sweet with the scent of wine, lush and heady, drowning out reason. "I remember," he gasped, clutching his head, "the way we laughed, how we promised to never lose ourselves." But promises felt like whispers in a storm, swept away by the tide of Dionysian ecstasy. Mara's laughter reached a fever pitch, spiraling into a maddening crescendo. "You think you can save me? You think you can save yourself?" Her voice cracked, revealing a rawness beneath her bravado, a flicker of the girl he once knew. "We all belong to him now. I don't want to be saved. I want to be free." In that moment, Lysander felt the full force of her despair, the seductive grip of the cult wrapping around her, squeezing out the light. His hand reached out instinctively, a desperate lifeline. "Mara, please!" But she was already slipping away, drawn into the shadows that danced around the altar of Dionysus, a whirlwind of laughter and chaos. The rhythm of drums pounded in his veins, a primal call that demanded submission. He could feel the world spinning, the very fabric of reality fraying at the edges. In his heart, he knew he had to confront the darkness, not just for Mara, but for himself, for the brother who had been lost in the revelry, for the dreams that lay shattered like glass. He stepped forward into the unknown, the shadows swallowing him whole as the chants rose, wrapping around him like vines, intertwining with his soul. "I remember," he whispered, clenching his fists as the night closed in, "the joy, the pain, the ecstasy of life." And just like that, as the world blurred into a kaleidoscope of chaos, he found himself at the precipice of something grander and more terrifying than he had ever imagined, the air vibrating with the heartbeat of the cosmos, the pull of something ancient, something primal, whispering promises of liberation and destruction intertwined. The waiting abyss roared around him, a promise of ecstasy and terror, as he plunged headfirst into the dark embrace of Dionysus. A chilling wind howled through the shadowy crevices of the underworld, a serpent's hiss echoing against the stone walls, as if the very earth wanted to keep its secrets buried. I stood there, heart pounding, as the air thickened with despair, a palpable weight, pressing down, suffocating. The ground beneath my feet trembled, not from the footfalls of the lost, but from the unrelenting pulse of Hades, the Lord of the Dead, lurking somewhere in the depths, watching. I remember the promise we made, a pact laced with desperation. A promise that now clawed at the edges of my sanity. I blinked, and there she was, Evelyn, a ghost of herself, her ethereal presence shimmering like a candle flickering against the backdrop of eternal night. Her eyes, once vibrant, now mirrored the abyss, pools of sorrow that threatened to drown me. I reached out, but she was smoke, slipping through my fingers, leaving only memories of laughter and warmth that felt like a distant star in a universe collapsing in on itself. "Please," I choked out, desperation clawing at my throat. "You have to remember," but she stared through me, her gaze lost in the shadows, haunted by the choices we had made. The echoes of her laughter once filled my world, and now they twisted, hauntingly beautiful, taunting me with the specter of what could have been. I felt the tremors of regret ripple through the air, each quiver a reminder of the choices that led us here, choices that had stolen her light and replaced it with a darkness too deep to fathom. I turned, my heart racing as I heard the soft, ghostly whisper of Theo, my younger brother, emerging from the folds of the obsidian haze. He was a mere child, forever caught in the limbo between innocence and the bitter reality of death. His face was a patchwork of confusion and anger, emotions that wove together in an intricate dance of despair. "Why did you let me die?" His voice crackled like dry leaves, each word a stab to my heart. "Why couldn't you save me?" The weight of his accusation hung in the air, thick and suffocating, like the fog that clung to the moors back home. I remembered that day, the car screeching, metal twisting, the wail of sirens slicing through the stillness. I remembered my frantic calls, my cries echoing into the void of nothingness. "I tried, Theo! I swear I tried," I shouted, my voice ricocheting off the stone walls, bouncing back as chilling laughter from the shadows, mocking my failure. But Theo only stared, those innocent eyes now wide with betrayal, his small frame shivering in the cold air of the underworld. "You let me go. You promised to protect me." His words sliced through me, raw and jagged, a reminder of the vulnerability I had failed to shield him from. "Come back," I begged, the desperation clawing up my throat until my voice cracked, splintering into 1,000 pieces. "Stay with me, don't leave me alone here." My pleas echoed through the chamber, rebounding off the cold stone, a chorus of sorrow that enveloped me, wrapping its icy fingers around my heart. But even in that moment of despair, I felt the pull of the abyss, a magnetic force drawing me deeper into the shadows, an urge to confront the darkness that had taken my loved ones. I turned, facing the murky depths where Hades awaited, the god of the dead, draped in shadows thicker than despair itself, a figure carved from nightmares and regrets. A flicker of movement caught my eye, Evelyn, drifting toward the edge of the river Styx, her ethereal form mere moments away from crossing. "Evelyn!" No! I cried, lunging forward, but the ground beneath my feet shifted, rushing like water, pulling me back into the heart of the gloom. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, a relentless reminder of my limitations, my failures. Stop! Theo's voice sliced through the air, laced with urgency. You can't follow her. You can't chase after ghosts. But I was already lost, trapped in the snare of my own despair. I remembered the tales of old, how once you crossed the river, hope was merely a mirage, a flickering light swallowed by the shadows. The thought of losing Evelyn to that abyss felt like a knife twisting in my gut, a visceral pain that threatened to swallow me whole. I fought against the current pulling me away from her, the desperation fueling my every move. I won't let you go. I promise. I screamed, my voice raw, the sound a desperate plea against the howling winds of the underworld. Yet, in the depths of my turmoil, I could feel Hades watching, his cold gaze penetrating my very soul, a reminder that nothing escapes his grasp. The chilling realization crept over me, the oppressive weight of inevitability. I had come to this realm to reclaim what was lost, but perhaps what I sought was never truly mine to take back. The shadows shifted, closing in tighter, wrapping around me like an embrace of despair, whispering secrets of the damned. I could feel their cold breath on my skin, the raspy sighs of the forgotten, those who had wandered the labyrinth of regret and sorrow far longer than I. You will never return, they whispered, voices weaving into a haunting lullaby, echoing the very fears that gnawed at my heart, of being alone, of losing everything, of becoming a ghost among the forgotten. And just then, as the darkness threatened to consume me, I glimpsed Evelyn one last time, her figure shimmering, caught between two worlds, hope and despair. Remember, she whispered, her voice soft yet haunting, a reminder that love could transcend even the shadows of death. I wanted to scream, to fight against the currents pulling us apart, but each second felt like a lifetime, each heartbeat echoing in the silence. I remembered the warmth of her smile, the way her laughter used to fill the silence. I remembered the taste of joy, sharp and sweet, now tainted with the bitter tang of loss. In that moment, as the shadows closed in, I understood. To truly reclaim what was lost, I needed to confront the darkness, to face Hades himself. I steeled my resolve, feeling the echoes of my loved ones around me, their spirits entwined in the very fabric of my being. I would not let them fade into the nothingness. I would fight. But the question gnawed at me like a ravenous wolf, what would it mean to confront that darkness? To stand before Hades and demand the return of what had been stolen? I could feel the tension building, a storm brewing on the horizon, a reckoning that lay just beyond the shadows. And as I stood there, heart racing, the air thick with the weight of memories, I couldn't help but wonder, would I find redemption waiting on the other side, or would I, too, become a whisper lost to the shadows? Chapter 23. The role of Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. The sun hung low, a blood-orange disk hovering dangerously over the horizon, as if it were a warning of what was to come. The air crackled with the weight of despair, thick with the scent of dying crops and muted screams of the earth. I stood there, rooted in place, heart racing, a witness to the unraveling chaos that echoed through the fields. Demeter, the goddess who cradled the pulse of agriculture, was losing her grip. I could feel her anguish in the wind, a dissonant wail that raked through my very soul. "Can't you hear her?" whispered Lydia, her voice barely a thread above the rustle of dying leaves. Her eyes, pools of sorrow, darted toward the sky, searching for answers that eluded us both. Just last week, laughter danced on our lips as we planted seeds together, dreaming of the harvest. Now, the ground lay barren, cracked and lifeless, a cruel testament to Demeter's grief. I remember when the fields were green, when every sunrise promised sustenance, I murmured, a ghost of longing trailing behind my words. It felt like a betrayal to recollect joy while the land we loved lay desolate. I clutched my chest, the heartache blooming like a dark flower, choking the air from my lungs. Lydia turned her back to me, shoulders trembling, as if the weight of the world was too much to bear. "She is angry," she whispered, almost to herself. And who can blame her? The gods are not above their own grief. Each syllable struck like a hammer on fragile glass. I had always seen Demeter as a nurturing deity, a mother who fed her children with the bounty of the earth. But now, as I stared into Lydia's haunted eyes, I understood the raw truth. She was also a being of wrath, a force of nature that could turn the world to ash. I felt the pulse of our own shortcomings, our neglect, a dark reflection of the chaos that was brewing within her. Why do we suffer? I asked, the words slipping like sand through my fingers. We've given our hearts to the land. But the land had not returned our love, it had turned cold, and so had the air between us. My heart ached with a frustration that twisted into despair. I wanted to scream, to shake the heavens and demand retribution, but the silence clung like a damp fog, stifling my voice. Then I saw him, a shadow moving against the twilight, his shoulders hunched under the weight of something far deeper than the harvest's loss. Orion, the farmhand, once a vibrant soul brimming with dreams, now seemed a spectre of his former self. He trudged through ash-like dirt, boots heavy with memories, each step echoing like a funeral toll. His eyes, once bright as summer skies, now held the dusk of winter, clouds swirling with torment. Orion, I called out, but my voice barely broke through the oppressive air. He stopped, a flicker of recognition, but the light in his eyes was dim, lost in the labyrinth of his grief. Demeter abandoned us, he said, his voice raw, a jagged edge in the silence. We prayed, we toiled, but she turned her back. Each word was a dagger that pierced through me, the anguish palpable, a beast clawing its way to the surface. And now the land reflects that abandonment. I shuddered at the truth of his words, as if we were all players in a tragedy written by divine hands. Had we been unworthy of her love? The thought clawed at me, a relentless whisper in the depths of my mind. Why do you think she left? I pressed, searching his face, hoping for a glimmer of hope among the shadows. Because we forgot, he replied, and the bitterness in his gaze could have ignited the very air around us. We need her, and yet we take, and take. We've become greedy. I flinched at the harsh reality. My hands, stained with soil, were also stained with regret. I remembered the moments we had squandered, laughter ringing through the fields while we neglected the tenderness that nurtured life. Lydia's sobs cut through me, a reminder of our fragility, of the love we had taken for granted. It felt like a reckoning, a cosmic drumbeat echoing through the silence, compelling us to acknowledge our mistakes. The moon rose, casting pale light over the barren fields, and I could almost hear Demeter's heart break in that haunting stillness, the rhythm of despair resonating deeply within me. What if the goddess of agriculture, the very essence of life, was not merely a guardian but a mirror reflecting our own actions? The thought sent shivers racing down my spine. A chill crept into the air, a harbinger of the storm that loomed on the horizon, not just of weather but of consequence. Do you think we can bring her back? I asked, a small flicker of hope igniting within me, but the words felt heavy, laden with doubt. Only if we learn, Lydia said, her voice trembling as she wiped her tears. Only if we remember what it means to be worthy. And suddenly, the ground beneath us groaned, a deep, rumbling sound that echoed through the air. The earth shuddered, as if Demeter herself was awakening from a long slumber, angry and heartbroken. I felt it in my bones, a shivering electric charge that coursed through the soil, pulling at my very essence. Run! Orion shouted, and panic seized me, the air thick with urgency. But in that moment of chaos, I found clarity. The fear that gripped my heart transformed into something powerful, a drive to confront the very essence of our existence, to face the goddess we had wronged. I turned back to the fields, ready to challenge the silence, to scream into the void of despair. We remember! We remember! I shouted, my voice rising above the tumult that surrounded us. We are here, and we will fight for you. In that moment, as the shadows danced ominously and the wind howled like a banshee, I understood the weight of our connection to the earth, the life that surged beneath our feet. With every heartbeat, the story unfolded, of sorrow, of struggle, of redemption. And as we ran, the darkness loomed ever closer, but the fire within us crackled bright, fueled by the promise of revival. The night would not swallow us whole, it would witness our reckoning, our plea to the goddess who had shaped our existence. In the heart of that storm, we became vessels of change, relentless in our quest to heal the land and mend the bond with Demeter, a journey that had only just begun. The air was thick, Charged, it hummed with tension like a taut bowstring, ready to snap. Thunder growled in the distance, promising a storm that mirrored the chaos within. Hera stood at the edge of Olympus, looking down at the sprawling world beneath her, a world teetering on the brink. Her heart hammered, a war drum echoing through her chest, each beat a reminder of her power, her pain, her relentless fight. I remember when I was a child, the way the sunlight danced through the leaves, illuminating my dreams of grandeur. But that was before betrayal inked its mark upon my soul, before I became the queen of the gods, crowned in the agony of love turned sour. Zeus, the man I once adored, now loomed over me like a shadow, a spectre of deceit. His infidelities, countless, gnawed at the edges of my heart, transforming affection into a bitter elixir that I could not swallow. The storm approached, and with it, the memories clawed at me. I felt the weight of my crown, a glittering cage that shackled my spirit. I turned, and there was Alizia, my handmaiden and confidant, her eyes wide with fear. "My queen, he approaches," she whispered, every syllable trembling like a leaf caught in a gale. "Does he think he can simply waltz back into my life?" I replied, fury igniting within me. "He does not understand the storm he has summoned." Alizia stepped closer, her presence a fragile comfort in the tempest. "You are not weak, my lady. You are the goddess of marriage, of loyalty. Do not let him reduce you to a mere shadow of your former self." I wanted to believe her, but doubt sank its teeth into my resolve. The heartache was a living thing, coiled tightly inside me, whispering that perhaps I was the one who had failed. Memories flooded back, vivid and painful, the laughter we shared, the promises uttered beneath midnight stars, now punctured by the dagger of betrayal. I could almost see them, those moments, like ghosts haunting the edges of my mind. "I remember when you swore you would never leave me," I murmured, the words barely escaping my lips. Alizia's gaze pierced through the haze of my sorrow. "You are stronger than this, Hera. You are fire and ice, the tempest and the calm. Remember that." But there he was, the figure of Zeus emerging from the shadows, his presence a storm cloud in the clear sky. I could see the regret etched on his face, a fleeting expression that vanished as quickly as it appeared. "Hera," he called, his voice a low rumble that sent shivers down my spine. "Let us speak." "Speak?" I echoed, laughter bubbling up from a dark place within me. "What do you know of speaking? You weave lies as a spider spins silk, ensnaring all who dare to draw near." His eyes flickered with something, fear, perhaps, or was it a flicker of recognition? The silence that followed felt heavy, charged. I held my breath, waiting for the words that never came. Instead, the wind howled, a mournful cry that felt like the very universe lamenting my fate. "Do you think you can return to my life after all the chaos you've wrought?" I pressed, fury blooming, filling my chest until I thought I might burst. "You've shattered our vows like glass, and you expect me to forgive? To forget?" "I was lost," he said, desperation lacing his voice. "In a world where even gods fall prey to temptation, I lost sight of what was true, what was real. You are my heart, Hera. I never meant to hurt you." There it was, the familiar ache of longing, threading its way through the anger, reminding me of the boy I once loved. I could feel the walls of my heart trembling, teetering on the edge of something raw and unfiltered. "You do not get to call me your heart. Not when you have turned it into a battlefield." But the storm brewed in its own way, swirling around us, echoing the conflict that raged inside. I wanted to scream, to cry, to tear down the heavens themselves. Instead, I stood still, frozen in time. The scent of rain began to fill the air, and suddenly, I was taken back to those quiet moments, when we would sit beneath the stars, sharing secrets and dreams, before the world turned against us. I was not just a goddess, I was a woman who craved love, stability, and honesty. I remembered how often I'd hidden my vulnerabilities behind the mantle of power. "I remember the nights spent in silence, waiting for you to return," I whispered, slowly, almost painfully. "I remember the darkness creeping in, whispering that I was not enough." Zeus took a step forward, reaching out as if to grasp the frayed edges of what we once had. "Do not let the darkness win, my love. Let me show you I can be more. But trust, like glass, is fragile. The cracks are visible, even if the surface appears whole. Alizia's words echoed in my mind, "You are the goddess of marriage." The weight of that title pressed down on me, heavy and suffocating. I was expected to forgive, to reconcile, all while my heart screamed for rebellion. The skies opened, and rain poured down, drenching the world below. Each drop felt like a tear shed for every promise broken, every dream extinguished. Thunder rolled like a drumbeat, a harbinger of the storms yet to come. "Do you think you can absolve yourself in the blink of an eye?" I shouted, my voice rising above the chaos. The world trembled at my fury, but I felt the familiar tug of grief at the edges of my consciousness. "Show me the truth of your heart, Zeus," I challenged, daring him to reveal the depths of his remorse. I wanted to believe him, to let myself be swept away by the current of love. But the bitterness tasted too strong, too potent. As lightning cracked overhead, illuminating our world, I sensed a shift, a moment of clarity amidst the storm. I was no longer just Hera, the queen of the gods. I was a woman standing on the precipice of a choice that would define not just me, but the very fabric of Olympus itself. And in that moment, I felt the ground beneath me tremble, the stakes soaring higher than I could have imagined. The storm was not just outside. It raged within, a tempest of love and despair, and I was the eye at the center, lost and searching for a way forward. "Do not abandon me to the chaos," Zeus pleaded, his voice raw, stripped of its usual bravado. I wanted to look away, to let the storm swallow me whole. But the truth was, I was tied to him by threads of fate, and as much as I wanted to sever them, something deep inside still yearned for the light we once shared. Perhaps love was a battlefield, and perhaps I was ready to fight, but the question remained, at what cost? The tension crackled in the air, a promise of confrontation simmering just out of reach. And so we stood, two figures lost in a deluge, each heartbeat underscoring the choice that lay ahead, one that would echo through the ages, binding us, breaking us, and perhaps, redefining what it meant to love and to lose under the watchful gaze of the cosmos. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, a pungent reminder of the chaos that reigned just beyond the jagged ruins of the once magnificent castle. Shadows flitted across the crumbling stones, dark figures barely human, twisted by fear and desperation. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, feeling the pulse of war throb through the ground beneath my feet, a heartbeat that echoed the relentless chaos of Ars himself. I remember the moment, sharp and visceral, a scream slicing through the air like a dagger, followed by the sickening sound of flesh meeting steel. A young soldier, barely a boy, crumpled to the earth, his eyes wide with terror, an eternal question frozen in that fleeting moment. Why? The desperation in his gaze clawed at my insides, a haunting reminder of my own brush with death, of the futility that clung to us like the damp chill of the night. Althea was by my side, her presence like a flickering candle flame against the encroaching dark. Her fingers trembled, not from fear but from an anger that vibrated through her every pore. "We can't let them take the city," she hissed, her voice low and fierce, a mix of determination and dread. Her hair whipped around her face, a wild halo that mirrored the chaos of our surroundings. I could see it in her eyes, a profound conflict, a tempest raging between her duty to protect and the ache of the memories that clung to her like shadows. I remember the day she lost her brother to Ars' insatiable hunger for chaos, how she had stood over his lifeless body, tears staining her cheeks. She had whispered promises to the stars, vows of vengeance that felt like iron chains binding her heart. Now, as we faced another battle, those chains tightened, and I could feel her resolve threatening to snap, like a bowstring pulled too taut. "Together," I murmured, though my voice felt small against the cacophony of war. I was no warrior, just a scribe caught in a tempest I couldn't understand, my words a weak shield against the reality of what lay before us. "We'll fight together." But deep inside, I felt the crushing weight of doubt. How could we possibly prevail against a god who thrived in bloodshed? Ars was more than a manifestation of war, he was a chaotic force, a storm that obliterated everything in its path. I remembered the tales whispered by dying men around flickering fires, the stories of how he reveled in the agony of mortals, how he consumed their anguish like a feast. The ground shook, and the distant clang of metal against metal reverberated like thunder. My heart raced, each beat a countdown to the inevitable. In my mind, I traced the lines of memory, of the times I had laughed with friends over a cup of mead, of the warmth of the sun on my skin, of nights spent dreaming under a blanket of stars. Each moment now felt tainted by the knowledge of what was to come. "Do you remember the stories?" Althea asked suddenly, her voice barely above a whisper.
"The ones our mothers told us about, ours?"
"The tales of lovers torn apart, of heroes driven mad." "I remember," I replied, my throat tight. "But this isn't a story. This is real." She turned to me, eyes fierce and unyielding, and for a moment, I saw the girl she used to be, before the weight of loss had carved lines into her spirit. "Reality is what we make it, isn't it?" she challenged. "We can choose to be more than pawns in his game." The fires of her resolve were intoxicating, yet I felt the tendrils of doubt creeping back in. Ours wasn't just a villain in our tale, he was an embodiment of chaos that had seeped into our very souls. I had witnessed it, how fear twisted hope into something grotesque, how the drive for survival could turn friends into monsters. The battle cries erupted around us, a symphony of pain and fury. I could feel the chaos licking at my skin, the very essence of us dancing just beyond my reach, the haunting lullaby of despair. Time seemed to stretch and warp, moments bleeding into one another as the imminent clash drew near. And then he appeared, a figure draped in shadows, eyes like molten gold that glimmered with sadistic delight. Ours. The embodiment of war stepped into the fray, and the world trembled at his arrival. His voice was thunder, rolling over us like an approaching storm. "You think you can defy me," he rumbled, each word dripping with contempt. I felt Althea stiffen beside me, her anger flaring hot against the cold reality of his power. "We will not bow to you," she shouted, the defiance in her voice a spark against the consuming darkness. For a brief moment, I saw her as a warrior, fierce and unyielding, a firefly glowing against the black void. But in that same heartbeat, ours laughed, a horrible, echoing sound that twisted my stomach. It filled the air with a chilling promise of chaos, a reminder that this was not merely a battle, it was a dance with death. I wanted to scream, to run, to hide beneath the ruins, but that spark in Althea's eyes held me captive. In her fury, I found a glimmer of hope, a reminder that even in the face of chaos, the human spirit could still rise, could still burn defiantly against the gathering shadows. But as the first clash of steel rang out, fear surged through me, a tidal wave threatening to drown us both. Memory swirled, fragmented pieces of laughter and love now shrouded in the darkness that ours had woven into the fabric of our lives. The weight of it all, her anguish, my uncertainty, coiled around my heart, tightening with each beat. I remember the shadows creeping closer, creeping into our minds, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the battle had already begun, not just against an enemy outside, but a war within ourselves. The chaos of us danced around us, promising destruction, yet offering a chance to rise, to defy, to claim our humanity even as everything unraveled. And so, in that moment, amidst the clashing of swords and the cries of the damned, we stood together, heartbeats in sync, ready to face not just the god of war, but the chaos that threatened to consume us all. Night wrapped around the city like a thick, damp shroud. Shadows danced at the corners, whispering secrets only the brave or the foolish dared to uncover. In the cobblestone alleys, a flickering lantern struggled against the encroaching darkness, casting ghostly images of laughter and sorrow on the walls. A man stood there, heart racing, palms slick with sweat, a thief in the night not by choice but by fate. Hermes. The trickster god. The divine harbinger of chaos and mischief, yet tonight, he felt the weight of the world pressing down on his slender shoulders. "I remember," he murmured, the words scraping against his throat like broken glass. "I remember the night the sky split open, and the souls of the damned poured out like rain. I remember the laughter of the living, echoing over the cries of the dead." Each recollection was a knife, twisting deeper into his mind. He was not just the god of thieves, he was a witness to the very essence of humanity, impulsive, reckless, unfiltered sorrow. Across the alley, a woman stood silhouetted against the lantern light, a dancer, a dreamer, a ghost of a love that had long since faded. Callista. Her heart beat with a rhythm that resonated with his own, yet it was tangled in grief, a song of loss that twisted her delicate frame. Hermes, she whispered, the syllables trembling in the night air like a moth trapped in a jar.
What have you done?
The accusation hung heavy, the emptiness behind her eyes like black holes sucking in the last remnants of hope. I'm living, he replied, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. The way we all should, until the inevitable comes to claim us. He stepped closer, the distance between them shrinking until the air shimmered with unspoken words. But I can't change what I am. I can't erase the chaos I've sown. The moon, veiled behind a shroud of clouds, peeked out, illuminating Callista's face, stark and beautiful. She was a tragic figure, embodying all the stories he had ever spun. The weight of her disappointment hit him like a brick, it was suffocating. You think this is a game, she hissed, the words laced with venom, her anger a tempest that threatened to break free. People are suffering, Hermes. They don't see you as a god, they see you as a monster. The tension crackled in the air, sharp and electric. Hermes felt a jolt of something akin to fear, twisting in his gut. And yet, he countered, voice low, I am both.
What makes you think I'm not made of the same flesh?
From the shadows, a figure emerged, old, weary, with the scent of smoke and death clinging to his tattered robes. Darius, the prophet of doom, the one who had danced with fate and lost. Hermes, he rasped, words like the rustle of dry leaves. You weave webs of deceit, but you cannot escape the truth. The moment will come when your tricks will fail, and the consequences will be dire. I live in the moment, Hermes replied, a defiance rising in his chest. Each laugh, each theft, each heart I break, these are my truths. But even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at him like a rat chewing through the remnants of a forgotten dream. Callista's gaze pierced through him, raw and unyielding. And what of my truth? What of the hearts you've stolen without a thought? The hurt in her voice was a siren's call, luring him closer to the edge of despair. You think you're invincible, but you'll fall, Hermes. And when you do, no laughter will save you. The street around them felt like a crucible, each brick and cobblestone breathing life into their pain. Hermes could feel the pulse of the city, the heartbeat of the forgotten souls echoing through the cracks. He wanted to escape, to slip through the shadows like the wind, but he was anchored by the weight of those he left behind. In a moment, the air thickened, time stretching out like taffy, and he felt the pull of memories wash over him, beautiful and haunting. Laughter echoed from a time when he was just a boy, dancing in a field of flowers under the sun, not yet aware of the shadows waiting to consume him. I remember, he said again, voice breaking. I remember a joy that felt eternal, before chains of fate wrapped around my heart. Darius stepped closer, his voice a whisper filled with the weight of 1,000 lost souls. You must confront the darkness within if you ever hope to find light again. The words hung heavy in the air, an uninvited truth lurking just beneath the surface. Callista's expression softened for a moment, her anger giving way to a flicker of understanding. You're trapped, Hermes. You hide behind your tricks like a child hides from a storm. But storms eventually pass. You have to choose, are you going to dance with the ghosts, or are you going to fight for your own heart? The world held its breath, waiting for his answer, the silence a chasm filled with unshared fears. What if he didn't want to be the hero? What if he relished the chaos, the thrill of the chase? The laughter echoed like a ghost in his mind, but now it felt hollow, a reminder of the emptiness left behind. And then the moment shattered, an intense burst of light, a sudden shift in the very fabric of reality. Figures cloaked in darkness emerged, their faces shrouded in shadow, the harbingers of his reckoning. Hermes, they called, a chorus of voices that merged into a cacophony of judgment. Your time has come. Every heartbeat quickened, and the shadows stretched toward him, fingers of fate, grasping, pulling. He felt the weight of 1,000 choices pressing down, the laughter of the city turning into a haunting wail. The confrontation was inevitable, and the truth wrapped around him like chains. He looked at Callista, fear and hope mingling in her gaze, and he understood, the only way out was through. Together, he whispered, a plea woven with desperation. We face it together. As the figures closed in, Hermes took a deep breath, grounding himself in the chaos. The city pulsed with energy, the moment electric. His heart raced, not with fear but with the thrill of the unknown. And in that heartbeat, he was no longer just a trickster god. He was something more, an embodiment of every lost soul, every shattered dream, every moment that wove their lives together in a tapestry of light and shadow. "Let's dance," he breathed, and the world exploded into chaos, a beautiful, terrifying waltz with destiny. The forge blazed like the sun, a furious heart amid the darkness of the mountain. A cacophony of hammers rang out, each strike a desperate plea against the suffocating silence that loomed. I stood there, breathless, as the heat swirled around me, a living thing, searing my skin and burning my lungs. The shadows danced, leaping like wild flames, twisting and turning, whispering secrets of creation and destruction. In that moment, I was not just a witness, I was part of an unspeakable ritual, caught in the web of birth and chaos. I remember the way the smoke coiled upward, thick and heavy, wrapping around me like an embrace turned suffocating. I remember the distant echoes of laughter that mingled with the clang of metal, a bittersweet reminder of what once was and could never be again. That laughter belonged to my father, the mighty Zeus, a god whose thunderous presence could shake mountains, but in that moment, it was not his voice I missed. It was the gentle warmth of a mother's love, a love that had been ripped away before it could bloom. In the forge, I was alone. The hammer fell again, bang, and I winced, the sound piercing through the veil of my memories. It was a sound I had longed to create but could never master. I felt the heat of my anger rise, the flames flickering with my emotions, flicking like a flame that danced near the edge of a candle. Each blow was a reminder of my inadequacy, a reminder that my own birth had been a cursed gift, an embodiment of pain wrapped in the guise of beauty. And then, as if the universe had aligned, I saw him, a glimmer of hope in the form of a figure cloaked in darkness, the silhouette of a man who bore both the scars of battles lost and the wisdom of victories won. His name was Hermes, the messenger, the trickster with a heart too big for his own good. He approached me, and though I wanted to turn away, to hide in the shadows of my forge, I couldn't help but feel the pull of his presence. "Even the gods can't forge themselves from nothing, Hephaestus," he said, his voice a soft rasp, a balm against the raging fire within. "You have the power to create beauty from the ashes of despair. Do not let your pain consume you." His words hit me like shards of glass, cutting deep, and for a moment, I felt the weight of my existence lift. But then, dread washed over me. Could I truly forge something worthy of my lineage? My heart raced, an orchestra of emotions playing a symphony of self-doubt. I was the god of fire and forge, yet I felt like a mere shadow of the brilliance I was meant to embody. "Forgive me, Hermes," I whispered, the words heavy and laden with the burden of expectations. I was born from chaos, a grotesque reflection of what a god should be. How can I create when I cannot even understand what I am? His eyes, bright as stars against the night, searched mine for answers that lay buried beneath layers of pain and shame. "Creation is born of conflict, Hephaestus. The greatest works come from the heart's darkest corners." With a sudden surge, I grabbed a piece of iron, the cool metal grounding me amid the storm of my thoughts. The forge blazed hotter, flames licking at the air, igniting my spirit. "What if I fail?" I asked, the fear clawing at my insides, a monster waiting to devour me whole. "Then fail spectacularly," he countered, a grin playing at the edges of his lips. "There lies the beauty, the act of trying is a success in itself." As the sparks flew like shooting stars, I could feel the tension crackle in the air, a tangible force that ignited my will. I plunged the iron into the fire, the raw heat enveloping it, and I closed my eyes, surrendering to the moment. The flames roared, a heartbeat resonating within me, and I felt something shift, an awakening. In that fiery crucible, I found my purpose. I began to hammer, each strike a cathartic release, a dialogue between pain and creation. I remembered my mother's gentle touch, the way she would whisper dreams into the night, a lullaby of hope. I remembered the laughter that haunted the corners of my mind, the sense of belonging I longed for. And with every swing, I forged not just metal but a bridge to my past, a path through the darkness that had threatened to consume me. Suddenly, the forge erupted, a brilliant burst of light, a phoenix rising from the ashes. I looked up, and there it was, a creation born of fire and desperation, a masterpiece forged from the very essence of my being. It took form, glowing with a life of its own, a symbol of resilience, a testament to the beauty that arises from struggle. But just as the elation began to swell, a tremor shook the mountain, a warning, a whisper of impending doom. I turned, my heart pounding, and saw figures emerging from the shadows, cloaked in darkness. They were the Furies, the vengeful spirits of retribution, sent to claim my soul for the sins I had yet to confront. "Your creation is but a lie," one shrieked, her voice a cacophony of despair, echoing through the forge. "You are nothing but the shadow of a god who can never belong." In that moment, I felt the ground beneath me shift, the very earth trembling with the weight of their words. Each accusation struck like a hammer, each piercing cry threatening to shatter the fragile sense of self I had forged. But in that moment of chaos, I remembered Hermes's words, a lifeline tossed amidst the storm. I felt the flames of my creation flicker, stronger now, as I stood my ground. "I am not defined by the pain of my birth," I shouted, the words a roaring fire against the shadows. "I am the fire and the forge. I am the creation of my own destiny." The Furies hesitated, taken aback by the strength of my resolve. In that heartbeat, I understood, the forge was not merely a place of creation, it was a battleground, a sacred space where fear and hope collided, where the soul was tempered in the crucible of existence. I took a deep breath, inhaling the smoke and fire, the essence of life and death intertwined. And as the flames roared higher, I forged my identity anew, crafting not just metal but meaning, not just a god but a testament to resilience. The shadows flickered, and for a moment, the darkness receded, revealing a truth that shimmered like molten gold. I was Hephaestus, the god of fire and forge, and I would not be extinguished. In that moment, amidst the chaos and the fury, I found my voice, and the world would remember my name. The fire crackled, a sickly sweet scent of burnt wood bleeding into the air as shadows danced across the walls. In this dim light, the flicker revealed three faces twisted by fear and desperation. Each breath was a whispered prayer, a trembling secret that felt like a confession to Hestia herself, the goddess of hearth and home, the silent guardian of warmth amidst the cold. I could almost hear her name echoing like an incantation, weaving through the very fabric of our shared terror. I remember the way the house groaned under the weight of our grief, its wooden beams creaking like bones under a heavy shroud of sorrow. The walls, once vibrant with laughter and the aroma of fresh bread, now seemed suffocated, pressed down by the enormity of loss. It was here, in this suffocating silence, that my fingers trembled against the cool metal of a knife, the blade glinting ominously under the pale light. "Are you really going to do it?" Andrew's voice broke through, a sharp shard of sound slicing through the air. He stood rigid, a statue of conflict and confusion, his arms crossed defensively over his chest. I watched his fingers twitch, as if they were trying to find words that would never come. His eyes, haunted pools of despair, betrayed a man who had once been so sure, so confident. Now, he was marooned in uncertainty, teetering on the edge of a chasm that threatened to swallow him whole. I remember the ache in my chest as I glanced at Lisa, her silhouette etched against the dying light of the hearth. She was a tempest, a swirling storm of raw emotion. I could see it in the way her hands clenched and unclenched, the rhythm of her breath, quick and shallow, like a caged bird desperate to escape. "We can't just sit here and let it consume us." Her voice trembled, rising and falling like the tide, crashing against the walls of our home, our sanctuary. "Consume us." Andrew spat back, anger crackling in the air like the dying embers in the fireplace. "It already has, Lisa. We can't fight what we don't understand." The walls around us seemed to shudder in agreement, echoes of our past reverberating with every word. I could almost hear laughter, the joyous shouts that had once filled this space, now buried beneath a thick blanket of silence, of ghosts that lingered just out of sight. It was as if Hestia herself was holding her breath, waiting to see how this dance of despair would unfold. I remember the weight of the knife in my hand, its coldness a stark contrast to the warmth that should have filled the heart of our home. To wield it meant surrendering to the darkness, to the pain that clawed at my insides. And yet, as the silence stretched, I could feel the tension coiling tighter, wrapping around us like a noose. Suddenly, a crash, the sound of something shattering in the kitchen, stirred our hearts into a frenzy. Lisa's eyes widened, reflecting horror and anticipation, as if she were staring into the abyss of our shared fate. "What was that?" she breathed, the words barely escaping her lips. "I don't know," I whispered, even as dread settled in my stomach like a stone. The shadows seemed to deepen, thickening around us, each flicker of the failing fire casting monstrous figures that moved in the corners of my vision. I could feel Hestia's presence then, a palpable force that begged us to remember the warmth of love, the comfort of home, even as chaos threatened to consume it all. "Maybe it's just the wind," Andrew tried, his bravado faltering beneath the weight of his own doubts. But we all knew, deep down, that it was something more, something sinister that lurked just beyond the veil of our reality. I remember the way time seemed to stretch and contract, as if the very fabric of our world was fraying at the edges. Each heartbeat echoed like a ticking clock, reminding us how fragile our lives had become. The laughter, the warmth, the joy, it was all fading into a distant memory, like the last embers of a fire struggling to keep the darkness at bay. "What if," Lisa's voice trembled. "What if it's a sign? Hestia is trying to tell us something." "But what?" I snapped, startling myself with the intensity of my words. What could she possibly want from us now? The frustration bubbled over, spilling into the air like a toxic mist, thickening the atmosphere. And then I felt it, a shift, a stirring in the air that sent chills racing down my spine. The shadows seemed to pulse, alive with an energy that was both terrifying and exhilarating. I could almost hear Hestia's voice, soft yet commanding, urging me to remember the warmth of a shared meal, the laughter echoing through the halls, the feeling of safety that a home should bring. But those memories felt like ghosts now, haunting reminders of what we were losing. "Maybe we need to face it," I said, the words tumbling out before I could cage them back. "Maybe we can't hide from the truth anymore." Andrew and Lisa exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. But I saw something else, a glimmer of hope buried beneath the anguish. It was a chance, a flickering flame struggling to ignite amidst the ashes of our despair. The darkness pressed in, but I felt my resolve harden. I remembered the hearth, the home that Hestia had blessed, the warmth that had once enveloped us like a comforting embrace. This was our moment, a fragile thread connecting us to the past, and it was time we honored it. In that fleeting heartbeat, the air thickened with possibility. There was no turning back now, we were on the precipice of something vast and ungraspable, a confrontation that would either shatter us or bind us together anew. The shadows quivered, the fire sputtered, and Hestia watched, waiting for us to choose our fate. With every ounce of courage, I lifted the knife not as a weapon but as a symbol, a promise to face the darkness together. The shadows whispered, the air crackled with tension, and we stood united, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The flame flickered, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I felt a surge of hope. Hestia's presence lingered, a silent witness to our struggle, reminding us that even in the darkest night, there is always a spark waiting to be ignited. I remember the moment before the storm, the air thick with tension, as if the universe itself held its breath. Shadows danced among the ruins of Olympus, long abandoned. A chill crawled up my spine. I stood there, heart pounding, as the echoes of ancient rivalries whispered through the crumbling pillars. This was a battlefield not of flesh and blood, but of gods, their eternal quarrels straining the very fabric of existence. Zeus, his thunderous wrath simmering beneath a facade of calm, paced like a caged lion. I could feel the weight of his disappointment, a storm brewing behind his stormy eyes. The clouds above thickened, swirling ominously, ready to spill forth chaos. I remember how the air crackled with unspoken words, each one a dagger poised to strike. "How could you, Poseidon?" he growled, voice laden with betrayal. Each syllable echoed, ricocheting off the walls of my heart, as if I were caught in a tempest of familial loyalty turned sour. Poseidon stood defiantly, the sea god, his eyes glimmering like the ocean's depths, dark, unfathomable, and raging. "You think yourself a king above all? The waves do not bow to storms. I will not kneel to your thunder." The tension was a taut string, ready to snap, and I could feel it vibrating through the ground beneath us. His anger was palpable, a living thing that surged between them, clawing at the air. I felt small, an observer in this cosmic drama, yet unable to look away. The echoes of their past hung heavy in the air.
I remembered their laughter once, gods united against a common enemy. But now, those memories lay in ruins, suffocated by jealousy and pride. The ghosts of their camaraderie haunted us like shadows, flickering, teasing, and then disappearing into the dark corners of our minds. The gods had once shared wine and banter beneath starlit skies, but now, the stars themselves seemed to dim, eclipsed by their animosity. Athena, wise and fierce, stepped between them, her presence commanding. "Stop," she barked, her voice slicing through the tension like a sword. "We are gods, not children. This bickering will lead us to demise." But her words hung in the air, heavy and unfulfilled. I could see the cracks in her facade, the way her jaw clenched, betraying the fear that gnawed at her insides. The weight of responsibility pressed down on her, the knowledge that she was the only one standing against the tide, yet powerless to change their hearts. I felt her despair wash over me, mingling with my own. I remembered the stories told in hushed whispers, the tales of gods torn apart by greed and revenge, where love turned to ash. I could almost hear the wind wailing, a mournful tune that echoed the sadness of lost connections. The gods were colossal, yet their hearts were fragile, like glass. I could see it in Athena's eyes. She was caught in a web of loyalty and despair, divided between brothers as a war loomed on the horizon. The air crackled with unexpressed feelings, secrets whispered within the shadows. I felt the weight of Poseidon's resentment, the longing to reclaim the bond they had once shared. "You never listened, Zeus," he muttered, voice raw. "You never cared for anything but the throne." I could almost taste the bitterness, a sharp tang that filled the space between them, raw and biting. The truth cut deeper than any weapon forged from the heavens. But Zeus was unmoved, his pride a fortress. "And you never respected my rule, my authority," he shot back, the intensity rising like the tide. "You think you can drown me in your grievances? I am not afraid of your waves." I felt the ground tremble beneath us, the earth itself caught in the crossfire of their egos, as ancient as time itself. Each word was a blow, a devastating reminder of what once was, and what could never be again. The sky darkened further, swirling clouds heavy with the promise of a storm. I could sense it in the way the winds picked up, a frenzy of energy, the battle of gods spilling over into the mortal realm. I watched as Athena's eyes flickered with resolve, a fire igniting within. "We face a greater enemy than ourselves," she urged, her voice steady despite the chaos. "Our rivalries will be our undoing." But her words were met with disdain, the walls between them growing thicker, each moment of hesitation another brick laid in the fortress of their pride. Time felt warped, a cruel trickster that stretched and folded in on itself. I could see flashes of their past, moments of joy and laughter, intermingling with the present turmoil, a haunting juxtaposition that clawed at my heart. There were memories of feasts shared under the light of the moon, of battles fought side by side, and the laughter that echoed through the halls of Olympus. But now, those memories felt like ghosts, specters of what could have been, taunting me from the shadows. And then, in an instant, the storm broke. Thunder roared, a primal shout that rattled the foundations of Olympus. A bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the fury of the gods, their anger unleashed. The world around me seemed to collapse, the ground shaking beneath the weight of their wrath. I felt fear grip me, icy fingers tracing down my spine, as I realized this was not merely a spat between siblings, it was a reckoning, a clash of titans that threatened to consume us all. But even in that chaos, I held on to the hope that flickered like a candle in the dark. Perhaps, beneath the layers of anger and betrayal, there was still the possibility for reconciliation. I remember the way their eyes met, the flicker of something deeper lingering just below the surface. But could they break down the walls they built, or were they destined to be haunted by their choices, lost in the abyss of their egos? The fate of the gods hung in the balance, precarious and fragile as a thread. I could feel the energy pulsating around us, a heartbeat of the world itself, resonating with the tension of the moment. No conclusions, no resolutions, only a swirling vortex of emotion, a battle not just of the gods, but of the very essence of love and loyalty. Each heartbeat echoed through the chamber, each breath heavy with anticipation, as the storm raged on, an eternal reminder of the relationships and rivalries that would shape the cosmos for eons to come.
The night was heavy with a stillness that clung to the skin like damp wool, suffocating yet electrifying, as if the very air had conspired to hold its breath. In the shadows of the Acropolis, two figures stood, their silhouettes sharp against the illuminated temple of Athena, a cold beacon of hope and dread. There was a flicker in the darkness, an echo of laughter, a whisper of forgotten dreams, and a threat that loomed larger than the gods themselves. I remember the moment her scream pierced the silence, slicing through the night like a knife through flesh. It was the last sound I wanted to hear, and yet there it was, raw and desperate, rising from the depths of despair. Astrea, my sister, her face twisted in terror, eyes wide with the knowledge that the Olympians had not just abandoned us, they were watching, judging, ready to unleash their wrath upon the innocent. I was frozen, my heart a wild drum in my chest, each beat a reminder of the truth we could not escape. "Help me," she cried, a plea that echoed against the stone walls, ricocheting back to us like a gauntlet thrown at our feet. I could see the flicker of her hope, a candle struggling against a storm, as she stumbled backward, the shadows wrapping around her like tendrils of a great beast. The Olympians, those capricious deities who reigned over our lives, were not mere legends, they were the architects of our suffering, the puppeteers of our fates. I thought of our father, his face a mask of sorrow, his hands knotted in prayer as he sought a favor from Zeus, the king of the gods, who sat atop Mount Olympus, gazing down at our plight with a detached amusement. I remembered his whispered confessions, how he had turned to the wine and the dark corners of the city to escape the relentless weight of expectation. They bathed once a year, he would chuckle bitterly, so romance was earthy. But there was no humor left in this moment, only fear and a desperate will to survive. "Astrea, don't," I reached out, my fingers outstretched, yearning to bridge the chasm that separated us, but she was already too far gone, ensnared in the web of their designs. The shadows thickened, coiling around her frail form, and I felt the world tilt beneath my feet, the ground shaking under the weight of destiny, of the unseen gods who played with us as if we were mere marionettes, our strings pulled by their whims. I remember the stories, the whispers of how the Olympians toyed with humanity, their laughter echoing through the ages, a chilling reminder that to them, we were no more than fleeting moments, dust in the cosmic wind. I had listened to the elders murmur about favor and wrath, and I felt the weight of their words settle on my shoulders like a shroud. But in that moment, I realized that belief alone was not enough to protect us. We were not in a fable, we were living a nightmare, and the gods were our tormentors. The air crackled with tension as my mind raced, thoughts colliding and intertwining, a storm of possibilities. I could charge forward, confront the shadows that sought to consume her, or I could turn and run, abandoning her to the cruel fates that waited with bated breath. But wasn't that the very essence of our existence? To confront the horrors that lay in wait, to wrestle with our demons while hoping for a glimpse of divine mercy. "Don't leave me." Astrea's voice shattered my reverie, and I saw the flicker of defiance ignite within her eyes. My sister, fierce and determined, had always been the stronger of us two. "Fight! Fight for us!" Her words were a chant, a mantra that surged through me, filling the hollow spaces of my heart and igniting a fire I thought long extinguished. But I felt the pull of despair, a heavy blanket that threatened to smother us both. I was paralyzed, caught in the web of my own fears, the fear of failure, of losing her, of invoking the wrath of the gods. What if my defiance only brought more pain upon us? With each heartbeat, I was torn between the desire to shield her and the paralyzing dread of what lay ahead. Then, from the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of the ethereal, an apparition, shimmering and ghostly, just beyond the reach of the flame that flickered from the torch I gripped tightly. It was a spectre, a shadow of a forgotten hero, a ghost of someone who had once dared to defy the rulers of Olympus. I felt its presence seep into my skin, a chill that sent shivers cascading down my spine. It was both a warning and a promise. I remember the tales of hubris, of men who had soared too close to the sun, their wings melting under the heat of divine ire. Was I foolish to think I could change our fate? Or was that the very essence of being human, to fight, to rebel against the tyranny of the gods even when the odds were stacked against us? "Together!" I shouted, the word bursting from my lips with a fervor that surprised even me. Astrea's eyes met mine, and in that moment, the veil of fear lifted, replaced by a bond forged in desperation. We stood at the precipice, two warriors against the night, hearts pounding in unison. The shadows writhed around us, pulsating with a life of their own, but we would not falter, would not be consumed. Together, we would stand against the Olympians' influence, even if it meant invoking their wrath. And in that heartbeat, I felt the world shift, a tremor that rippled through time, an echo of every rebellion, every cry for justice that had ever pierced the night. The gods may have watched us with amusement, but we would give them a story worthy of their attention, worthy of the legends that would follow long after we were gone. And so we stepped forward, hands clasped, hearts ablaze, ready to confront the darkness, ready to fight not just for ourselves, but for every soul that had been crushed under the weight of divine indifference. The confrontation loomed ahead, a storm of fury and passion, and we were the eye of that tempest, refusing to back down. Because the Olympians may have held the power, but we held the rage, the unyielding spirit of humanity, and that, I knew, was a force that could shake the very foundations of Olympus itself. In that moment, the world went silent, the tension hung heavy, and as we took our first step into the fray, I realized the true influence of the Olympians. It was not just their power over us, but the power we found within ourselves to rise against them. The night was thick with tension, pulsating like a heartbeat caught in the grip of despair. A storm brewed overhead, thunder rumbling like a warning, an echo of betrayal lurking just beneath the surface. I stood in the shadows, my breath shallow, as the world around me trembled with the weight of secrets. The air was electric, heavy with the scent of rain and the bitterness of broken promises. A figure moved through the darkness, cloaked in uncertainty, and I knew, oh, how I knew, that the heart of the storm was not the tempest itself, but the chaos of love twisted into anguish. Her name was Medea, fierce and beautiful, her heart a cauldron bubbling with rage and sorrow. I could see the fire in her eyes, the flicker of 1,000 emotions swirling like a maelstrom, as she gazed at Jason. His back was turned, but the tension in his shoulders betrayed the turmoil within him. He had chosen another, an act of betrayal that cut deeper than any blade. I remember the way the moonlight danced on her face, illuminating the stark contrast between love and vengeance. Was it madness that drove her to this point? Or a primal need to reclaim what was lost? I remember the first time I saw you, she whispered, each word a dagger plunging into the silence. You were a hero then, Jason. A savior. But now, her voice faltered, and for a moment, I saw the flicker of hope dimmed by despair. But he had turned to face her, and I felt a shift in the air, a crackle of energy that could ignite 1,000 flames. Medea, it's not what you think, he said, desperation lacing his words, a man cornered by his own choices. I had no choice. I had to survive. Survival? What a pitiful excuse for betrayal. I could see the clouds swirl above us, dark and brooding, a mirror of their hearts. She stepped forward, closer, her hands trembling as she reached out, but the distance between them felt infinite. A love once vibrant now draped in shadow, whispers of their shared dreams fading like mist at dawn. Survival, she spat, venom lacing her tone. What do you know of survival? You've traded our love for a crown, for power. Each word sliced through the air, sharp and unforgiving, and I felt the chill run down my spine. A storm was brewing, not just outside, but within her, a tempest of fury that threatened to consume all it touched. In that moment, I could feel the weight of destiny pressing down on both of them, like the ticking of a clock counting down to annihilation. Jason's face twisted with regret, a man caught in a web of his own making, and I could almost taste the bitter ash of lost dreams in the air. I wanted to scream at him, to shake him until the truth spilled out, but I was a mere spectator in this tragedy, bound to the sidelines, powerless against the tides of fate. Do you remember, Jason? The promises we made. Medea's voice was a ghost, hovering between hope and despair. You swore fidelity, and I gave you everything. My heart. My soul. My magic. With each word, her power crackled like lightning, illuminating the darkness that threatened to engulf them both. I remember, he murmured, his voice now barely above a whisper, but the guilt etched in the lines of his face was unmistakable. But things have changed. I didn't want this. Want. She laughed, a sound tinged with madness, a melody of broken dreams. You chose this. You put your lust for power above our love, and now you stand there, begging for forgiveness when you've already damned us both. The sky erupted with thunder, mirroring Media's fury, and I felt the ground tremble beneath me. I was caught in the storm of their love, a cyclone of passion and betrayal that was both exhilarating and terrifying. It was as if the cosmos had conspired to bring them to this moment, a collision of spirits ignited by resentment and longing. In the shadows, I watched as Jason took a step forward, desperate yet resigned. "Media, please," he pleaded, voice cracking like glass. "We can fix this. I can fix this. Just give me a chance." But in her eyes, I saw the flicker of something darker. Betrayal had roots that dug deep, and love, in its twisted form, could morph into something grotesque. "A chance," she breathed, her voice steeped in irony. "You want a chance to break my heart again? You've chosen her over me, and you would have me play the part of the fool." A shiver ran through me. I could see the tempest raging inside her, a furious tide threatening to swallow everything in its path, and I feared what her vengeance would unleash. A woman scorned is a force of nature, and Media was a storm waiting to strike. The world fell silent as the storm gathered, the air crackling with anticipation. And in that electric moment, I realized this confrontation was not just about love or betrayal, it was about identity. Who were they now, separate from the past? What remnants of their shared history could ever bridge the chasm that had formed between them? "I remember us," she said, her voice softening, a glimmer of nostalgia breaking through the chaos. "When you held me under the stars, whispering promises that felt like magic." But now, she shook her head, a fight igniting within her. "Now, I am left with the ashes of our dreams." And just like that, the storm broke. Lightning split the sky, illuminating her face, fierce and unyielding. I felt the air thrum with energy as she called upon the dark magic that flowed through her veins. Love turned to fury, fury to power. I held my breath, my heart pounding as I watched the inevitable unfold before me, a confrontation that would echo through the ages, a tale of love and betrayal that would be told long after the storm had passed. In that moment, the world held its breath. Shadows danced, clocks ticked, and I knew that the ghost of their past would haunt them both, intertwining their fates in a tapestry woven from both love and vengeance. They were on the precipice, balanced between the light of their memories and the darkness of their choices, a reminder that love, at its most profound, could be both beautiful and terrifying. As the storm raged on, I could feel the echoes of their emotions resonating within me, their love a haunting melody that would never truly fade. And just like that, the horizon blurred, the lines between love and hate beginning to fade, as the tale of myths, of love and betrayal, continued to weave its way through the fabric of time, leaving us all to wonder who would emerge from the storm unscathed. A storm raged outside, rain drumming against the windowpane like a heart pounding in fear. I remember the flickering shadows cast by the candlelight, each flicker a reminder of the gods who watched over us, or perhaps loomed above, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash chaos. In my dimly lit room, pages of ancient texts lay scattered, their words whispering secrets about love, betrayal, and vengeance. I could hear the echoes of the past, the weight of history pressing down like a thundercloud, heavy with the promise of storms yet to come. I sat in the gloom, my heart a wild drumbeat, remembering. I remembered the stories of Zeus, whose thunderbolts could ignite a battle or spark a romance, depending on the whims of his insatiable hunger for power. I remembered Hera, whose jealousy could turn love into ashes, her rage a tempest that swallowed the sun. These gods weren't just figures carved from stone, they were alive in our hearts, their struggles woven into the very fabric of our being. Across the room, my friend Marcus paced, his hands running through his hair like the winds of Olympus, but his storm was different. "Do you feel it?" he asked, his eyes wide, feverish. "The gods are restless. They're angry." His voice cracked, fear bubbling beneath the surface, raw and unyielding. He was always the skeptic, the one who laughed at my obsession with myth, yet here he was, trembling at the thought of ancient powers reawakening. "I remember the tales," I whispered, pulling the fraying edges of a scroll closer, the ink still fresh with emotion. "They're part of us, Marcus. Every artist, every poet, every heart that beats has been touched by their shadows." The words crawled from my lips, heavy with the weight of history, each syllable a binding of fate. We were threads in the tapestry of the gods, and the loom was alive. Marcus stopped, his gaze piercing. But what if they're not just stories? What if they're warnings? The air thickened like smoke, a shiver racing down my spine. The walls of the room felt like they were closing in, each breath an echo of dread. What if the myths were more than fanciful tales? What if, in their glory and pain, they were reflections of our deepest fears and desires? The candle flickered, casting a morbid glow, and I remembered the artists, their hands trembling as they sculpted marble into flesh, gave life to stone. I thought of the poets pouring their souls onto parchment, desperate to capture the divine chaos that raged within them. They had felt it, the divine spark that ignited their creativity, the maddening whisper of the gods urging them to create, to immortalize their stories. And in every brushstroke, every line of verse, they had captured the essence of human struggle, a mirror reflecting our own tumultuous hearts. Outside, the storm howled, and I could see the trees bending, writhing in the wind's fierce embrace. A ghostly figure passed my window, a woman cloaked in shadows, her eyes burning like distant stars. Was she a muse or a harbinger? I felt Marcus tense beside me, a spark of fear igniting the air. "Do you think they watch us?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if inviting the gods to listen. "Do you think they see our failures?" I could see the doubt creeping into his mind, the very essence of humanity, the fear of insignificance, the longing for acknowledgement. What if they're judging us? I remember that moment vividly, the air thick with tension, the weight of unspoken confessions lingering like clouds heavy with rain. I could feel my own heart constricting, remembering my own inadequacies, the suffocating pressure to create something worthy, something that would echo through time. Could we ever escape their shadow? Could we ever be free? "Maybe they don't care," I offered, though my voice betrayed the uncertainty within me. Maybe they created us to live, to feel, and to falter. Perhaps the stories are not just warnings but a celebration of our very existence. I could feel the words tumbling from my mouth, reckless and desperate, but the truth hung in the air, raw and unyielding. Then, as if summoned by our fear, a clap of thunder echoed through the night, shaking the walls and rattling our hearts. And in that moment, we both felt it, the pulse of the universe, the heartbeat of the gods reverberating through our bones. We stood there, caught in that electric moment, shadows of the past creeping into the corners of our minds, memories of old gods whispering in our ears, a chaotic symphony of love and rage, of beauty and despair. Their stories lingered in every brushstroke of art, every word of poetry, capturing the complex dance of humanity in all its flawed glory. In the darkness, I could feel the tension rising, the recklessness of our existence spilling over, and I remembered the countless artists who had succumbed to the divine madness, their souls consumed by the allure of the gods. I remembered the laughter of a poet turned madman, the brush of a painter's hand trembling as he captured the face of despair. Their beauty was laced with agony, and I feared we were standing at the precipice of that same chasm. As the storm raged around us, I could feel time slipping through my fingers like sand. Our fears intertwined, and I could see the ghosts of ambition and failure swirling at the edges of my mind. What would we create in the wake of ancient echoes? What stories would we tell? The gods were restless, but so were we, and in that unholy union of fear and inspiration, the world trembled. And then came the silence, an eerie stillness that felt like the calm before a tempest. I exchanged a glance with Marcus, his face pale, yet his eyes ablaze with something primal, fear, hope, determination. We stood on the brink of something monumental, a confrontation not just with the gods, but with ourselves. The candle flickered one last time, illuminating the shadows that danced like specters around us. Together, we took a breath that felt like the universe inhaling, a moment suspended in time, waiting for the inevitable clash of fate and desire. And in that breath, I remembered, the gods were always watching, always waiting. But we were here, alive, bound by our stories, ready to face whatever shadows came next. The storm roared louder, shaking the very foundations of our belief, but we stood firm, hearts beating, voices rising, ready to write our own legends. The air hung thick with incense as the flickering flames of the altar danced like restless spirits, casting shadows that writhed and twisted across stone walls steeped in ancient history. I stood there, heart pounding, under the oppressive weight of 1,000 prayers murmured in desperation, each one a thread woven into the fraying fabric of belief. The scent of burnt offerings clung to my skin, a reminder that something sacred and terrifying was about to unfold. I remember the first time I felt the pull of worship, a sickening thrill, like running barefoot over shattered glass. It was a night like this, cloaked in darkness, when the weight of myths became unbearable. My fingers trembled as I clutched a small idol, its smooth surface cool against my palms, but the warmth of faith twisted within me, an ache that would not be silenced. Every breath resonated with the echoes of those who had come before, their hopes and fears spilling out of the cracks in the earth, begging to be heard. Julian, a fierce skeptic bound by the chains of reason, stood nearby, his brow furrowed in disdain. Each flicker of the flame ignited a fire in his eyes, the war between his heart and mind raging like a tempest. "It's all nonsense," he spat, voice low, but I could hear the quiver beneath his bravado. "These rituals, they do nothing but bind us to ignorance." But I saw the glimmer of doubt there. I saw the way he couldn't tear his gaze from the altar, as if the pulsing heart of the cosmos lay bare before him. He was terrified, terrified of what it meant to believe, terrified of what it meant to feel. Beside him, Ilara knelt, her hands trembling as she carved symbols into the ground, drawing lines that converged and crossed like tangled fates. She was a fierce embodiment of devotion, yet her heart carried a storm of its own. Every symbol she etched was a prayer for a lost sister, a love sacrificed at the altar of chance. "This is not just myth, Julian," she whispered, voice laced with pain. "This is hope. This is everything." Her tears pooled in the dirt, each drop a testament to the fragility of life, binding her to the ancient stories whispered by the wind. I remembered how we once laughed together, the three of us, under the indifferent gaze of the stars. But tonight was different. The cosmos felt alive, vibrating with the energy of the past, and we were caught in its snare. The air crackled with intensity, each heartbeat marking time until the confrontation we all dreaded. Our beliefs hung heavy like the thick fog rolling in, obscuring the line between the divine and the mundane. A sudden gasp broke the silence, a haunting sound that echoed through the darkness. It was Julian, his face pale as the moon, as he stared at the altar where the last ember flickered. "What if we're wrong?" he challenged, his voice breaking. The question lingered, a specter haunting the edges of our minds. What if the gods were watching? What if the myths we dismissed as stories were woven into the very fabric of reality? Ilara's fingers froze mid-symbol, her breath hitching. "What if they are?" she murmured, the weight of her words settling like a shroud around us. The shadows danced, hungry for belief, and I felt myself teetering on the edge of understanding, on the precipice where myth blurred into something more real, more urgent. I remember the tales of ancient worship, the wild abandon of rituals lost to time, passions ignited and extinguished like fleeting flames. I recalled the madness, the ecstasy that came with surrendering oneself to the unseen. But here, in this moment, it was so much more than that. Here, amid the flickering light, our hearts beat as one, pulsing with the rhythm of history, of lives lived and lost, of hope and despair. Then came the rumble, low and ominous, a sound like the earth itself groaning in recognition. The altar trembled, as if it too sensed the shift, the urgency of our prayers intensifying like a storm on the horizon. Julian recoiled, the skepticism draining from his eyes, replaced by a glimmer of something far more profound, fear, yes, but also longing. "What do we do?" His voice was hoarse, raw, and for a moment, I saw the boy behind the mask, the one who yearned for connection, for something greater than himself. Ilara rose slowly, her features set in a fierce determination. "We embrace it," she said, fear and hope coiling together in her voice. "We face it together." The words hung in the air, a lifeline thrown into the tumult of our emotions, and I felt my own resolve solidifying. The transition from myth to religion was not just a passage, it was a reckoning, a confrontation with our souls. The altar erupted in a blaze of light, and for a heartbeat, the world held its breath. Our fears, our doubts, our hopes coalesced into a singular moment of divine clarity. I reached for Julian's hand, and for the briefest moment, the warmth of his skin ignited a fire within me. Ilara stepped closer, her spirit intertwining with ours as we formed an unspoken pact, three lost souls pulled together by the ancient and the unknown. In that moment, I understood, to worship was to confront the abyss, to dance with uncertainty, to embrace the ghost of belief that lingered like a haunting melody. The flames flickered higher, illuminating the shadows that threatened to consume us, and I felt the very fabric of reality tremble and shift. We were on the precipice of something vast, something that transcended our individual fears and connected us to the pulse of the universe itself. As the smoke curled toward the heavens, weaving into the tapestry of stars, I could see it, the thin veil between myth and religion, where hope and despair collided like titans in a cosmic ballet. There was no conclusion, no neat ending, only an eternal cycle, a relentless urge to connect, to believe, to worship. And as the echoes of our prayers mingled with the silence of the night, I realized we had become part of something greater than ourselves, a living testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity, caught in an endless loop of longing and discovery. The storm cracked the sky open like an egg, shards of lightning lancing through the darkness, splattering the world with momentary illumination. In the heart of that chaos stood Ilara, drenched and wild-eyed, her hair a tempest of wet curls framing a face that was both fierce and terrified. She clutched her son's hand, a tiny anchor amid the madness. The wind howled like a beast, tugging at her clothes, whispering dark secrets that made her heart pound. She could feel it, the very breath of Zeus himself, a god of thunder and rage, vibrating through the air like a warning, like a promise. I remember when the skies were blue, she gasped through gritted teeth, her voice nearly swallowed by the cacophony around them. I remember laughter under the sun. But now, the laughter felt like a ghost, haunting her as she faced a world transformed into a savage battleground. Her son, Lysander, no more than 6, looked up at her with wide, innocent eyes that held all the questions she was too afraid to answer. His small fingers wrapped around hers, trembling against the fury of nature unleashed. "Mommy, why does it sound so angry?" he quivered, the tremor in his voice breaking her heart. She squeezed his hand tighter, desperation coursing through her veins. "It's just the wind, love. It's just a storm." But her words felt hollow, like the empty shell of a once vibrant village now echoing with the absence of life. Not far from them, a figure emerged from the shadows, silhouetted against the lightning, a tall, imposing presence, cloaked in dark fabric that billowed like the storm itself. It was Calix, the once revered protector of the land, now twisted by his own power, consumed by the very nature he had sworn to defend. He had become a vessel of wrath, channeling the fury of the gods, but at what cost? His eyes burned with an intensity that could pierce the storm, and as he approached, Ilara could feel a dread seep into her bones. "Calix," she cried, "you must stop this. You're tearing the world apart." His laughter echoed, cruel and chilling. "I am merely the instrument of nature's will, Ilara. The Olympians have awakened, and they demand balance." He gestured, and the winds howled in response, as if obeying his command, whipping the earth into a frenzy. Her heart raced. The storm was not just a storm, it was a living entity, a creature born of the gods' fury and desires. She felt the raw power coursing through the air, and it made her skin crawl. "You don't have to do this. We can find another way," she pleaded, her voice cracking, raw with emotion. "No. You don't understand." Calix spat, his expression twisted with a mixture of anger and pain. "They will reclaim what is theirs. The earth, the storms, they are not ours to control. We were merely caretakers, and now they come to remind us." Lightning split the sky again, illuminating the chaos around them. Trees bent in half, ripping from their roots, as if in agony. Ilara's eyes darted to Lysander, whose face had gone pale, fear etched into every feature. A mother's instinct flickered to life within her, igniting a fire of determination. She would not let her child drown in this madness. "Calix," she said, softer now, her voice an ember of hope, "you were once a protector. Remember who you were. Fight against this rage." But he continued to stare into the storm, haunted by memories of his own lost innocence, a warrior who had become a pawn. Yet, among the thunder and chaos, she saw the flicker of a memory reflected in his eyes, a fleeting glimpse of the child he once was, playing beneath the sun, untainted by power or despair. "I remember," he whispered, almost to himself, the laughter, the joy, but the storm roared, drowning out their connection. Ilara stepped closer, feeling the heat radiating from him, the devastation coursing through the very air. "You can control this," she urged. "You can turn the tide." But the shadows writhed around him, whispering promises of destruction. The winds howled louder, drowning out her words, but she pressed on, relentless. "We are made of the same earth. We can create, Calyx. We can nurture." In that moment, she felt a tremor beneath her feet. The world was shifting, fracturing, as if the very ground was rejecting the fury unleashed by the gods. Ilara's heart raced, and she clutched her son tighter, feeling the rapid beat of his little heart against her palm, a lifeline amid this tempest. "Mommy," Lysander whimpered, "I'm scared." "I know, baby, I know," she murmured, forcing down her own fear. The tension hung in the air, thick enough to choke on, as the storm continued to rage, demanding its sacrifice. She could feel Calyx's turmoil, his internal battle boiling over within him. The power he wielded was palpable, but it was a double-edged sword. His choice could either save them or doom them all. "Calyx! Listen to me," she cried out, her voice breaking through the thunder. "You can end this. You can choose to protect us." The lightning flashed once more, illuminating his face, eyes wild, a tempest of emotion swirling within. For a heartbeat, they connected, a fragile thread woven through the chaos. Within that moment, she saw a flicker of the man he had been, a guardian lingering beneath the weight of his own choices. The storm screamed, and they stood in the eye of it, poised on the precipice. The earth trembled beneath them, a chorus of nature's wrath, but against that roar, Ilara's heart sang with a fierce defiance. She would not let fear consume her. "Choose life! Choose love," she shouted, forcing every ounce of her spirit into the words. The winds wailed, and the shadows danced around them, but within that storm, a vulnerable thread of humanity lingered, a spark waiting to ignite. Would it be enough? Would Calyx remember, in this moment of reckoning, the joy that once was? The choice lay before him, and the fate of all hung on the edge of that decision. She held Lysander close, their hearts beating in unison, a fragile reminder of everything worth fighting for. Time slipped away, the storm swirling around them, a living nightmare, but within that chaos, a glimmer of hope dared to flicker, hanging on with delicate resolve. The night was thick, a suffocating blanket draped across the city, wrapping it in an eerie silence that whispered secrets from centuries past. The air crackled with a tension that felt alive, almost sentient, a reminder that history doesn't just fade, it festers. I stood there, heart pounding, pulse racing. In the shadows of the alley, two figures confronted their ghosts, the Olympian gods, their legacies looming like phantoms, as palpable as the stench of damp stone and forgotten dreams. Daphne's voice trembled, a fragile note in the darkness. "He's not coming back, you know." Her words dripped with a sorrow that echoed the mythic tale of the laurel tree, a transformation born of desperation, a life forever altered. She was both fierce and fragile, her heart a battlefield where hope and despair waged war. The moon cast a pale light, illuminating her face, revealing the wet streaks of tears that glistened like the distant stars. Across from her stood Marcus, fists clenched, eyes ablaze with a fire that threatened to consume him. "You think I care about legends? They're just stories, Daphne." But his voice cracked, betraying the tempest swirling within. He was a walking contradiction, a man torn between reverence and rebellion, the gods' influence coursing through his veins like venom. What do they know of our pain? Of loss? And in that moment, the air shifted. Time itself felt like a heartbeat, resounding with the weight of countless lives. I could feel it, the tension thick enough to taste, a pungent blend of regret, rage, and a yearning for something beyond themselves. The legacy of the Olympian gods was not a distant echo, it was here. It was now. It was us. I remember the stories, Daphne whispered, as if invoking some ancient ritual. They spoke of love, of battles, of power. But no one tells you about the aftermath. About how those stories bleed into our lives. Her eyes glimmered with a haunted wisdom, flickering like candle flames against the encroaching darkness. We're all just echoes of their choices, Marcus. Shadows cast by their light. The words hung heavy, a thick fog that clung to the skin. I could see it in their eyes, the desperation for meaning, for connection in a world that felt increasingly devoid of both. The gods had walked among mortals, stealing hearts, shattering lives, ever indifferent to the blooded aftermath. They were tales of grandeur, yet so often, the truth was tragedy. Legends don't die, Marcus spat, the bitterness coating his tongue like bile. They live on in our failures. In our hearts. I look at you and see a tree, a shadow of what love should have been. His voice trembled with raw emotion, and for a fleeting moment, he was not a man but a vessel of pain, burdened by the weight of myths that refused to let go. I remember a city, once vibrant, now marred by the remnants of their divine folly. The streets told stories of love lost to jealousy, of passion turned to ash. I could hear whispers of heroes who fell from grace, their names etched in stone yet fading with time. Every corner held a spectre, the shade of Achilles, the ghost of Odysseus, each bearing witness to the legacy of gods who had once breathed life into this world, and now merely lingered as shadows. Do you think the gods ever cared? Daphne shot back, fire igniting her words. Do you think they mourned when they shattered our hearts? They're just myths, Marcus. Just tales we tell to explain away our pain. Her voice cracked, breaking against the stone that surrounded them, each syllable a battle against the oppressive silence. And yet, within that silence, I felt a stirring. The shadows seemed to pulse with a life of their own, taunting, teasing, beckoning them closer to the edge of understanding. The legacy of the Olympians was not just in the stories told, but in the very fabric of their existence. Love, loss, betrayal, vengeance, these emotions intertwined with the essence of humanity, binding them to a legacy that was impossible to escape. As the clock struck midnight, I could feel the air shift again, heavy with the weight of 1,000 memories. The night echoed with cries long forgotten, ancient prayers whispered into the darkness. I felt the chill of desperation, a haunting melody that called out to them. They were not alone. The gods had left their mark, and no matter how hard they fought, the legacy was inescapable. Maybe that's what we're meant to do, Marcus said, his voice a mere whisper now, trembling on the precipice of despair. To carry their burdens, to feel their pain as our own. His eyes glistened, reflecting the pale moonlight, vulnerability wrapped tightly around his heart. We're their legacy too, Daphne. We breathe life into their stories, even as we drown in them. In that moment, I felt it, the connection, the shared heartbeat of humanity, the pulse of despair and hope entwined. The ghosts of the Olympians lingered, as did the echoes of their choices, reverberating through time and culture, shaping the lives of those who came after. I felt their stories coursing through my veins, a dizzying blend of inspiration and despair. It was intoxicating, overwhelming, a reminder that we are all bound by the same threads of fate. I remember nights like this, where dreams and reality intertwined, where the lines of history blurred into something vivid and haunting. The city pulsated with a life of its own, shadows dancing in the corners, teasing the remnants of forgotten tales. The legacy of the Olympian gods was not merely a history lesson, it was a living, breathing entity, echoing the very essence of our existence. And as Daphne and Marcus stood there, poised on the brink of revelation, the air crackled with potential. The world around them held its breath, waiting, yearning for the moment when the past would collide with the present, when the legacy of the gods would break free, unfurling like a storm ready to sweep them away. The tension spiraled, a delicate web woven from their pain, their hope, their fear. Life pulsed through their veins, their choices echoing the divine, a reminder that we are all but echoes of a legacy too immense to grasp. The clock ticked, the shadows whispered, and in that moment, I knew this was not an end. It was merely the beginning of something far more intense, something that would grip their hearts and souls and carry them through the ages, forever entwined with the specters of gods long past. The air crackled with tension, the kind that jolts you awake in the dead of night. Rain lashed against the stone walls of the temple, each drop a desperate prayer, echoing like the pounding of a heart in a silent room. I stood at the threshold, breathless, consumed by the flickering shadows that danced on the walls, painted by the dying light of torches. The oracle was not just a voice, she was the breath of the divine, the bridge between our frail existence and the unfathomable will of the cosmos. But now, she was trembling, her hands clenched like a vice, eyes wide with terror. Do you hear them? She whispered, her voice barely above the rain's relentless symphony. I felt the words wrap around me, a shroud of fear, a harbinger of doom. My heart raced in reply, thumping against my ribcage, a primitive drum announcing the arrival of something terrible. An omen was looming, thick as fog, and I could taste the iron tang of fate in the air. I was not the only one in that moment. Beside me, Marcus, the reluctant warrior, gripped his sword, its weight a reminder of his failures, the lives lost in battles fought. He was a man of scars, his past a tapestry of pain and regret. His gaze darted from the oracle to the shadows beyond, where the echoes of lost souls lingered. What do they want? He demanded, desperation pouring from his voice, mingling with the storm. They want us to choose, the oracle replied, her eyes dark pools of foreboding. The sky is bleeding, Marcus. Our choices can either seal our fate or shatter it. She turned toward me, and for a moment, I felt the universe hinge on her glance. Can you hear them? The voices of those who came before? They whisper your name. I shuddered, memories flooding my mind like a torrent, each moment a ghost, each choice a blade. I remembered the laughter echoing through sunlit fields, the sweet smell of blossoming lilies, the warmth of a hand in mine. But all those memories twisted and turned, morphing into shadows of what could have been. I remember, I murmured, the warmth, the light. But it's gone now, lost in the chaos of what we've become. The oracle stepped closer, her breath warm against the chill of the air. It's not lost. It's buried beneath the weight of our sins. But the past is a seed, waiting for the right moment to bloom. Her voice resonated with an intensity that struck a chord deep within me. Could it be true? Could redemption be hidden beneath the rubble of our despair? A thunderclap shattered my reverie, the sound mesmerizing yet terrifying. It echoed like the clash of swords, a reminder that time was slipping away. As the storm raged outside, the temple's walls seemed to close in around us, shadows stretching and reaching, clawing at our secrets. I felt the walls breathe, felt their hunger for truth, for sacrifice. Marcus turned, anger boiling in his chest, a tempest threatening to unleash. We can't just stand here. We need to fight. His fists clenched, knuckles white against the darkness. He wore his resolve like armor, but I saw the cracks, the doubt buried deep within. I could almost hear the whispers, the doubts that clawed at him, reminding him of every battle lost, every soul claimed by fate. Fighting won't change what's to come, I countered, my own fear rising like bile. It's not the enemy we face outside that's our greatest threat. It's the darkness within. The truth stung, a needle pricking at old wounds. I could feel his gaze burning into me, challenging, accusing. I was a coward, afraid to confront the shadows within my own heart. The oracle's voice pierced the silence once more, a sharp command that sliced through our turmoil. The prophecy is not a chain, but a mirror. It reflects our choices, our desires. You must choose, and your choice will either condemn or liberate. The weight of her words settled over us, heavy and suffocating. Choose. Marcus spat, his frustration spilling over like molten lava. Choose what? To live in fear? To bow to the whims of fate? His breath came in ragged gasps, and I could see the flicker of desperation in his eyes. The storm outside roared in response, as if the heavens themselves were answering his challenge. Choose to embrace the chaos, the oracle urged, her voice softening. Let it stir the deepest parts of your soul. Only then can you find the truth, the divine will that lies within. I felt her gaze bore into my very essence, daring me to confront the depths of my fear, to rise from the ashes of my past. And then came the whispers again, swirling around us like a tempest, a cacophony of voices rising from the shadows. I remember, they echoed, a haunting refrain that entwined itself with the rhythm of my heartbeat. I could feel them nudging me, urging me to step beyond the threshold, to face the void that loomed before us. As the rain continued to pelt against the stones, I closed my eyes, inhaling deeply, the air thick with the scent of earth and rain. The tension wrapped around me like a serpent, squeezing, and the pain ignited within me, a fury, a grief, a longing for something greater. What if we don't choose? I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like a confession. Then the choice will be made for you, the oracle replied, and in that moment, the shadows seemed to shift and sway, alive with secrets and promises. I could almost see the future stretching before me, a tapestry woven from the threads of our choices, and I felt the weight of countless lives resting on my shoulders. The air shimmered with unspoken truths, and I knew that the storm was more than just a tempest, it was a reckoning. And as Marcus stood beside me, his own demons flickering in the depths of his gaze, I realized we were not alone. The ghosts of our past, the specters of our choices, hovered around us, urging us toward a confrontation that would echo through time. And so we stood, three souls entwined in a dance of fate, the oracle's voice weaving through the storm, an incantation that called forth the divine. The air buzzed with anticipation, each heartbeat a countdown to the moment when we would finally face our truths. What lay ahead was shrouded in darkness, a chasm of uncertainty, but as I opened my eyes to the flickering shadows, I felt an electric current run through me. I was ready. The choice was upon us, and the cosmos awaited our answer. The sky ripped open, a cacophony of thunderclaps shattering the stillness, and in that moment, I knew fate had woven its dark threads around me. The storm unleashed its fury. This was not just weather, this was the wrath of the gods. I stood there, Persephone, caught between the worlds, a mere shadow of who I once was, feet frozen in the muddy earth, heart racing like a drum echoing the chaos above. My breath hung in the air, heavy with anticipation, laced with fear. Each shuddering inhale whispered what I dared not speak. I remember the day my mother, Demeter, had danced in the fields, her laughter ringing out like a bell, pure and bright. But that was before the world turned to ash. Before I was stolen away, a pawn in a game far grander than I could fathom. Hate, with his cold charm and dark promises, had pulled me into his depths, a realm of shadows, and forever changed the course of my life. I was the flower plucked too early, and now? I was a wilted petal caught in the storm of fate, tossed between two worlds, neither of which felt like home. In that instant of madness, my heart broke for another. For Orpheus, who stood before me, a figure of anguish and determination, his eyes burning with a fire that could ignite the heavens. He sang to the darkness, a melody that danced through the air like a ghost, pleading for me to return. The music wrapped around me, but the chains of destiny were heavier than any spell. I could feel the weight of his love, raw, desperate, and yet futile. I grasped for the echoes of his song, but they slipped through my fingers like the very essence of life. Persephone, he cried, his voice a jagged knife cutting through the storm. You are not a prisoner. You have the power to choose. But how could I choose? My heart was a battlefield, torn between the light of the sun and the shadows of the underworld. My mother wept for me, her sorrow a heavy cloak draped across my shoulders, while Hades waited, a dark spectre in a throne of bones, offering me the very freedom I longed for, yet could never truly have. I remember standing frozen there, the chaos swirling around us, and the question clawing at my throat, was I a puppet of fate, dancing on strings spun by the fates themselves, or did I possess the strength to break free? Oh, how the thought stung! The gods played their games as if we were pieces on a board, yet here in this moment, it was the choices, my choices, that held the power. Could I shatter the chains? Could I rewrite the script that had been etched in stone? Then there was Hermes, the messenger, the trickster, standing at the crossroads of possibility. He wore a grin that was both wicked and wise, his eyes glimmering with the secrets of time. You think you can change your fate, he teased, floating between dimensions like a wisp of smoke. Even heroes are bound by the threads of destiny. And yet, there was something in his voice that whispered promise. A sliver of hope amidst the storm. What if you embrace the chaos? What if you defy the gods? I could feel the storm raging within me, the tempest of my emotions, a whirlwind of love, despair, and the insatiable hunger for freedom. What if? I repeated, the words tasting bitter and sweet on my tongue. What if I could stand there, arms wide, daring the universe to do its worst? What if I could scream into the void and be heard? A flash of lightning illuminated the night, revealing shadows lurking just beyond my reach, monsters born from my own insecurities, doubts wrapped in the guise of fate. They slithered closer, whispering of inevitability, but I clung to Orpheus's song, each note wrapping around my heart like a lifeline. "You must choose," he murmured, his voice a fragile thread, binding us against the storm. "You must decide who you will become." In that moment, everything collapsed into silence. Time stretched, warped like a reflection in a cracked mirror. I stood on the precipice, staring into the abyss of uncertainty, where every heartbeat was a drum roll heralding the choices I had yet to make. Was it the gods who dictated my life, or was it I who held the quill, poised to write my own ending? The ground trembled beneath us, the earth groaning with the weight of decisions yet to come. I could feel the eyes of the universe upon me, watching, waiting. The storm screamed louder, but within that chaos, I found clarity. I had been given the gift of choice, and whether it led to salvation or destruction, it was mine to wield. "Orpheus," I whispered, my voice barely audible over the roar of the tempest. "I choose to fight." The sky cracked open once more, and for a heartbeat, it felt as if the very cosmos held its breath. Would fate bend, or would it break? In that charged moment, I could feel the pulse of the universe, the heartbeat of every soul that had ever faced the dread of the unknown. We were all intertwined, bound by the threads of fate and free will, dancing on the edge of a knife, teetering between despair and hope. And as the storm raged on, I took a step forward, into the unknown, into the heart of fate itself, knowing that this was merely the beginning of a battle that spanned the realms of gods and mortals. I felt Orpheus beside me, his resolve a beacon of light in the consuming darkness, and together, we would carve our paths through the chaos, a melody against the storm, a heartbeat echoing into eternity. The clock struck midnight, its chime reverberating through the empty halls like a funeral bell, a reminder of all that had been lost, all that was yet to unravel. Shadows flickered in the flickering candlelight, twisting into grotesque shapes that danced on the walls. I stood at the center of the room, heart pounding, every breath a reminder of the weight of the moment. I could feel the air thick with history, each dust particle a witness to 1,000 whispered secrets, the myths that wove through our lives, a tapestry of anguish and ecstasy. A shiver crept up my spine as I glanced toward the doorway, where Elara lingered, her eyes shimmering like shards of glass in the dark. She was a tempest, encapsulating the chaos of her own heart, her past a labyrinth of grief and betrayal. "You don't understand," she said, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. "These stories, they're not just tales. They're warnings. They're real." I wanted to reach out, to touch her shoulder, to anchor her to the ground with the gravity of my own certainty. But how could I, when my own heart was a battlefield, torn between the ghosts of my own myths? I remembered the stories my mother told me, tales of heroes and monsters, where betrayal always lurked in the shadows. "What if," I whispered, almost to myself, "what if we are the myths we fear?" And there he was, Jonah, staring at us from the periphery, a ghost of his own design. Lost in a fog of regret, he was a man of contradictions, bravery wrapped in cowardice, light shrouded in darkness. "You think they're warnings," he chuckled bitterly, his voice slicing through the silence. "No, they're just reflections of what we've become. Every hero becomes a villain in someone else's story." I could feel the tension crackle between us, a live wire begging to be touched. It was suffocating, like standing too close to a fire. I wanted to scream, to lash out, but all I could do was stand there, a spectator to our own tragedy. The moonlight spilled through the window, casting silvery tendrils across the floor. I could see it now, the shadows shifting, playing tricks on my mind, whispering secrets only half remembered. Were we the heroes of our own tale, or merely players in a grander narrative, our destinies penned by unseen hands? "Elara," I said slowly, the words coming out like a confession. "What if our myths are just that, myths? What if our lives are ours to write?" Her eyes widened, a glint of hope flaring before it was snuffed out by reality. "But what if we're bound to repeat the same stories? What if our choices are illusions?" Jonah stepped closer, the weight of his presence pressing down on us, filling the room with the scent of despair. "Every choice we make leads us back to the same end: death, betrayal, loss. It's all been written. We're just too proud to see it." I felt a swell of anger rising within me, a fire kindling in the depths of my heart. How could he be so defeatist? "No!" I almost shouted,
the word bursting forth like a dam breaking. We can change the ending. We can rewrite our myths. But even as the words left my lips, doubt gnawed at the edges of my resolve. A part of me wondered, what if Jonah was right? What if we were trapped in a cycle, doomed to keep playing our roles? Ilara turned her gaze from Jonah to me, her voice barely above a whisper. But at what cost? What if the truth shatters us? I knew what she was feeling, the weight of every burden she carried, every tear she had shed for a life that felt so intangible, like smoke slipping through her fingers. Then we shatter, I said, and we rise from the ashes. I could almost see the flicker of hope dancing in her eyes again, a fragile flame fighting against the overwhelming darkness that threatened to consume us. As tension thickened, the room swirled with energy, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. Shadows moved closer, creeping along the walls like dark tendrils of fate. I could feel the weight of our ancestors' stories pressing down upon us, their symbols etched into our souls: love, loss, vengeance, forgiveness. Jonah's laughter rang hollow, a bitter chuckle that sent chills down my spine. You think you can outrun the past? You think you're any different? His voice broke, a raw edge of pain seeping through. I've tried so hard to outrun my own demons, but they always catch up. The despair in his eyes mirrored my own fears, yet a part of me wanted to shake him, to make him see the possibility of change, the potential for redemption. But the shadows loomed large, and I could feel the pull of their gravity, threatening to drag us back into the abyss. The room began to warp, memories colliding like waves crashing against jagged rocks. What if we take the myths and turn them inside out? I proposed, half expecting laughter, but instead finding silence, a moment pregnant with tension. Ilara's gaze softened, and I could see the gears of her mind turning, the possibilities unfurling like fragile petals in the dawn. Then we make ourselves the heroes, she whispered. Not despite our flaws, but because of them. Perhaps that's the only way to break the cycle, I mused, the words hanging between us, electrifying the air like the calm before the storm. My heart raced, pounding with the ferocity of 1,000 battles, each beat a reminder of the stakes. Jonah stepped back, his expression shifting from skepticism to something darker, a flicker of fear igniting in the depths of his gaze. And what if we fail? What if the ending is already written, and we're just too blind to see? I took a step forward, my breath catching in my throat as I felt the weight of his words settle over me, thick and suffocating. Then we fail together, I said, a fierceness burning in my chest. But we'll know we tried. We'll know we dared to change our story. The shadows whispered, swirling closer, a reminder of the consequences lurking just beyond our reach. But in that moment, as I looked at Ilara and Jonah, I felt a flicker of unity, a bond forged in the crucible of our fears and hopes. The clock ticked on, echoing the relentless passage of time, while outside the world lay cloaked in darkness, oblivious to the battle of myth raging within these four walls. And I realized, the stories we tell are not just echoes of the past, they are the seeds of our future, waiting for us to breathe life into them. And so we stood, on the precipice of the unknown, hearts racing, breaths mingling with the shadows. The myths were ours to interpret, ours to shape. And as the clock struck again, marking another moment suspended in time, we braced ourselves for the storm that was coming. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke as I stumbled through the streets of Rome, an ember-strewn canvas decorated with the remnant of the gods. The sky overhead was a bruised lavender, the kind that whispered of storms, and I was caught in the tremor of something monumental, something that shuddered through the very bones of this ancient city. I remember the gods, I murmured to myself, my voice lost amid the cacophony of clashing ideals, the fading echoes of sacrifices once made in their honor. Marcus, my childhood friend, stood a mere stone's throw away, his face twisted in turmoil, eyes like coals smoldering with unshed tears. How could they abandon us? He spat, the bitterness slicing through the chaos, his fists clenched tight as if they could grasp the very essence of the fading deities. The temples crumble, the altars grow cold, and for what? A promise of salvation from a carpenter. His laughter was sharp, tinged with disbelief, yet it trembled on the edge of hysteria. I felt a chill creep up my spine, each step forward heavy with the weight of his despair. I wanted to tell him that the gods had been good to us once.
I wanted to remind him of the festivals, the games, the warmth of the sun on our backs as we recited hymns, our hearts full of faith. But my voice faltered, trapped in the web of memories that clung tighter with each passing moment. The world was shifting beneath our feet, an earthquake of belief, and we were just pieces of driftwood floating in a darkening sea. Then there was Cassia, ever the light amidst the shadows of our chaos. She was an unlikely flame, a beacon of hope, though her eyes betrayed a fear that gnawed at the edges of her spirit. "Look at us," she said, her voice quaking like a leaf caught in the throes of autumn. "We're lost in a world where love is a sin, where faith is replaced by fear." Her hand reached out, brushing against mine, and I felt the warmth seep into me, grounding me even as the ground trembled. "Maybe it's time to let go of the gods," she whispered, a plea laced with sorrow. I could see the shadows of the temples reflected in her eyes, the ghosts of what once was. The statues that had loomed grand above us now lay like toppled giants, dusting the earth with their regret. "But they were our family," I choked out, clinging to the words as if they could shield me from the encroaching dark. "How can we turn away?" And yet, the whispers were growing louder, the rustle of new thoughts taking flight. They fluttered around us, a chaotic symphony of dreams and desperation. I remembered the pastor in the square, his voice rising above the din, promising a kingdom not built on stone but on faith, love, and a man who had walked among us, a man whose blood had spilled like ink upon the parchment of our sins. I thought of the swords and shields that had once defined our lives. Gods were forged in the fires of conflict, their tales told in the clang of metal. But now, the city was draped in the mournful shroud of change, and the air thrummed with a tension that felt like a drum roll before the executioner's axe fell. As the night deepened, I could almost hear the gods' low moans, a lament for their lost dominion echoing in the shadows. "Marcus," I said, stepping closer, my heart racing like a captured bird, "what if we turned toward this new faith? What if," the words caught in my throat, bursting forth finally, "what if we found solace not in vengeance, but in love?" But Marcus recoiled as if I had thrust a dagger at his heart. "You would betray your blood, your ancestors, for a mere whisper? A fleeting breeze that promises nothing." The words hung heavy in the air, trembling with the weight of our history. The walls around us seemed to lean in, listening intently, eager to absorb our trembling confessions. I could feel my own resolve wavering, a tide of uncertainty crashing against the fortress of my beliefs. Cassie's hand gripped mine tighter, grounding me in the moment, pulling me back from the abyss. "We need to choose," she said, her voice steady now, filled with a fierce clarity that shone like a beacon through the murky night. "Choose love, choose hope. The gods are fading, but perhaps we can become something greater." It was a gamble, a leap into the void, a dance with shadows that threatened to swallow us whole. A shiver ran through me, an electric pulse, resonating with the flicker of a distant, unseen fire. Because perhaps this wasn't just about the decline of the Olympians, it was about something far deeper, a reckoning with ourselves and the universe. And as the first stars began to pierce the blackened sky, I felt it, a breath, an echo of something vast swirling around us. The familiar weight of dread mingled with a flicker of unshakable truth. We were all lost, caught in the thrum of change, a symphony of gods and men colliding in a turbulent dance of belief and fear. "Let's go," I urged, the words tumbling out like a desperate prayer. "Let's find that light." And together we moved, drawn toward an uncertain future, the shadows of our past entwining with the promise of something new, a chance to rise from the ashes of our gods and carve our own fragile path in the unknown. As we walked, the wind howled softly, carrying with it the remnants of prayers long forgotten and the hope of a dawn yet to break, a dawn that whispered of love, of sacrifice, and of an unwavering belief in something greater than ourselves. The night was alive with possibility. The clock tower chimed midnight, its echo trembling through the empty streets like a warning. Shadows danced between the buildings, flickering in the dim light of a solitary street lamp, revealing glimpses of fate hanging in the air. There, amidst the whispering ghosts of the past, stood Elena, a woman with stormy eyes and a heart that beat too loudly for comfort. She could feel the weight of the world pressing against her chest, constricting like a vice. "This is it," she thought, her breath hitching as she glanced at the ancient statue looming above her. Zeus, carved in marble, his gaze piercing through the darkness, judging, weighing her soul against the scales of something she barely understood. I remember, the word slipped from her lips, a hymn of despair. I remember the stories, the tales of gods and mortals, the fury of Olympus that bled into our lives, weaving the fabric of our reality with threads of chaos and beauty. She felt as if the gods had woven themselves into her very being, their laughter echoing in the chambers of her heart, reminding her of the endless cycle of longing, loss, and the insatiable thirst for power. Across the city, in a dingy apartment cluttered with memories, Sam sat hunched over a table littered with crumpled papers and empty coffee cups. The flickering light of his laptop cast a ghostly glow on his face, shadowing the deep lines of anxiety etched into his skin. "I can't let them win," he muttered, his voice cracking like fragile glass. He was a scholar torn apart by his own obsession, a modern-day Icarus, yearning to soar as high as the sun. But every time he reached for the light, the weight of his own hubris pulled him back down, crashing into the depths of doubt. He remembered the stories, how the gods played with mortals, their whims leading to destruction and desolation. Outside, thunder rumbled in the distance, a low growl from the heavens, as if the gods were waking from their eternal slumber. Elena's heart raced, a primal instinct igniting within her. She was running from something unseen, a confrontation looming like a dark cloud overhead. "What do you want from me?" she screamed into the night, her voice breaking, echoing against the cold stone walls. There was no answer, only the rustle of the wind, carrying the scent of rain and forgotten promises. And then there was Theo. He stood on the rooftop, the city sprawling beneath him like a living tapestry of dreams and nightmares. His hands gripped the railing as he stared into the abyss of the night, fear and longing battling for dominance. "Why do I always feel like I'm standing on the edge?" he whispered, his breath hitching in his throat. He thought of the gods, how their desires twisted fate with reckless abandon, weaving stories of love and betrayal that cut deeper than any dagger. "I thought I could be like them," he confessed to the stars, "but I'm just me. Lost in this chaos." The rain began to fall, softly at first, like the gentle touch of a lover. But it quickly morphed into a torrential downpour, drowning the city, washing away dreams and fears alike. Elena felt the cold droplets on her skin, electrifying her senses, igniting something within. The fight wasn't just with the gods, it was with herself. She was a vessel of their legacy, an unrelenting storm of conflicting emotions, desires pulling her in every direction. "I remember," she gasped, her voice rising above the thunder. "I remember the stories, the battles, the blood." Her heart thundered, echoing the chaos surrounding her. Are we just pawns? Are we just shadows in their game? As the rain soaked through her clothes, she realized this was more than a crisis. This was a reckoning. She looked up at Zeus, the god of thunder, and felt a rush of defiance. "I will not be your puppet." The word spilled from her, fierce and raw. She had the blood of heroes in her veins, she could feel the pulse of history, a mix of triumph and tragedy swirling inside her. Meanwhile, Sam felt the walls of his apartment closing in, smothering him with despair. He pulled out a piece of paper, the ink smudged with sweat and tears, and began to write. "The gods are not just stories," he scribbled fiercely, his heart racing. "They are reflections of us, our hopes, our fears, our darkest desires." He pressed the pen against the paper as if it were a lifeline, the weight of his emotion seeping into every word. "We are them, they are us." A sudden crash resounded from the street below, and Theo stumbled back from the edge, his heart racing. "This isn't just about us anymore," he muttered, feeling the palpable tension hanging in the air. "It's bigger. It's ancient." He thought of the stories, the timeless battles between gods and mortals, the echoes of rage reverberating through the ages, the ghosts of the past clawing at their heels. The storm raged on, and in the heart of the tempest, they stood on the precipice of something monumental. Elena, Sam, Theo, each wrestling with their own demons, yet united by the threads of fate, tangled and frayed but never broken. As thunder crashed and lightning split the sky, they felt the pulse of the cosmos, a beating heart that connected them, an energy that surged through their veins. "In this chaos, we find ourselves," Elena shouted to the heavens, her voice a fierce declaration. "In the shadows, we will rise." And as the rain poured down, washing the city anew, they embraced the weight of the gods' legacy. The confrontation was inevitable, the emotional climax simmering just beneath the surface. They were the embodiment of every story ever told, every dream ever dreamed, spiraling through time, each heartbeat echoing in the silence between the raindrops. There was no resolution, no tidy ending. Just a swirling mass of emotion, a tempest of uncertainty and hope. The night was alive, and they were part of it, caught in the web of fate, tangled in the shadows of the gods. What would come next? The answer hung in the air, both haunting and exhilarating, a promise wrapped in mystery, waiting to unfold.